Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 9:35. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Secret Passage, Gold Gate. I looked closely into the apparition of the Southern Capital City projected by the Golden Gate Cluster Array formation to find that not all of the residents in the city have vanished. There were a few of the residents left behind in the city. To be exact, these people resisted the effect of the Golden Gate Cluster Array formation, hence they were not teleported with the rest of the citizens. Team 2, 3 and 4, I have shared the locations of possible hostiles to your grimoire. Go investigate them and neutralize the threat if there is one. Otherwise, ask the residents to quickly move to the disaster shelter or they will be responsible for their safety. Other teams, be on standby, and tabulated the locations where the city residents resisted the Golden Gate and then divided the locations into 3 groups based on their proximity to each other and share it with 3 demigod teams to investigate and neutralize the threat. Considering the patriotism of the Southerners, they would never willingly resist the effect of the Golden Gate when the Southern Emperor and the Keeper of Golden Gate specifically asked them not to. So it was obvious that those who resisted the effect of the Golden Gate were not Southerners but foreign residents, tourists, merchants, etc., or in the worst-case scenario spies. I then found the Prestige Four Seasons Hotel and I was not surprised to find that the hotel was filled with occupants. Considering it was a hotel, most of its occupants were visitors from other regions, and considering that they could afford to stay at Prestige Four Seasons, they were influential people. The staff of Morningstar University staying at Prestige Four Seasons was the perfect example of this. This was a problem. How was the Southern royal family going to explain to these people? From the looks of how Anne was handling things, she did not seem to care about offending these people. I guess with the dual gate dungeon connecting the western capital to the southern capital, the southern region could afford to burn a few old bridges to build new ones. Still, the Southern royal family did not have to be blatant about this, as not everything was set in stone, considering that the central government has deployed one of their best teams to destroy the dual gate dungeon. According to the information I have, the kidnap attempt on me and the attack on the dual gate dungeon will happen simultaneously to divide the forces of the Southern royal family. Anne, where did you teleport the citizens to? I asked Anne aloud, gathering the attention of Team 1 and the Keeper of the Golden Gate on me. This was the first time they were sparing some time to look at their target of protection since I arrived here. I think you should take a look at before now. Their attention was only focused on Anne and her orders alone. They did not bother to look at me until now. Either these guys were too loyal to their leader or they were pissed at the fact that the southern capital was going to become a battleground because I was being stubborn and attending the interview despite knowing it was a trap. They are teleported to a shelter space under the royal palace grounds where they are all in a state of suspended animation. Once the hostile forces are handled, the citizens will be returned to their original spot. Even though hours would have passed since the incident, they will only feel as if a few seconds passed, Anne explained under the dumbfounded gazes of Team 1 and the Keeper of the Golden Gate. They were not surprised by the effect of the Golden Gate by the fact that the Southern Emperor patiently explained its effect to the boy, understanding that rumors about the Southern Emperor being close to the boy were true. Similar to Jill, they started to wonder if Anne had assembled 15 teams of demigods for the protection of the boy out of her feelings for him, even though it wasn't necessary. They did not mind fighting the enemies of the southern region and royal family, but turning the southern capital into a battleground for an ignorant boy who stubbornly demanded to walk into a trap. Now that did not sit right with them. However, they did not hesitate to follow the orders given to them. The reason the allied demigods thought this way was that they did not have an accurate picture of why so many of them were assembled to protect a boy when they are needed at the way beyond or by the newly discovered dual gate dungeon. Unlike the enemy demigods who knew exactly why they were after the boy in the dual gate dungeon, the allied demigods had no idea why the boy was so darn important. These doubts about their objectives affected their morale. However, the southern royal family did not know how to tell these demigods why the boy was so important. The revival of the Silver Milk Powder Project was top secret, and they did not know the secrets of the VR universe known to the top universities and the central government. The Southern royal family did use the soul energy digestion effect to emphasize the importance of the boy and justify that they all had to risk their lives to protect the boy as he attended the university early admission interview despite knowing it was a trap set by the central government and Morningstar University. This only raised dissatisfaction among the demigods. Their dissatisfaction was not with the southern royal family but with the boy. As demigods, they did not receive even a tenth of the treatment the boy received, so it was bound to attract their jealousy for the boy, and this incident couldn't have been on a better timing. However, the demigods, Dissatisfaction with the boy was not without reason. It was debated why the boy didn't apply for the copyright of his card recipe for the card with the soul energy digestion effect, and why the boy stubbornly demanded to walk into a trap knowing it was a trap. They felt he was being selfish. The demigods lowered themselves out of patriotism for the southern region and accepted the same from the boy. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:40, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Secret Passage, Gold Gate. Listening to Anne's explanation of where the citizens were teleported to and what happened to them, I finally understood why there was no mention of the ability of Golden Gate cluster array formation in the Grimoire network and history. It was because all of those who experienced the effect of the Golden Gate cluster either had no recollection of it or were dead. However, based on the performance of the Golden Gate so far, I was not convinced that it was the strongest defense of the southern capital. Teleporting the citizens to a secure location was well and good, but what was the use of it if they did not have a home left to return to? Hopefully, there was more to the Golden Gate cluster array formation, but I did not have time left to witness it, as my interview with the matron was in 5 minutes. Anne, if you are done with your preparations, let's go. I have an interview to attend to. I reminded Anne that there wasn't much time left for my interview and we should be leaving. Okay, Anne verbally agreed with the boy but continued to fiddle with the Golden Gate cluster using her grimoire. Anne, where's the hidden passage you are talking about? I asked Anne, wondering where the hidden passage Anne previously mentioned that we would be taking to the Prestige 4 Seasons was. Listening to my words, Team 1, Keeper of the Golden Gate, and Jill looked at me as if looking at a country bumpkin for asking such a question. However, Anne quickly explained, the Golden Gate is the secret passage. Watch. Following Anne's words, I watched the apparition of the southern capital in the middle of the room. In it, the buildings and the streets between the Royal Palace grounds and the Prestige 4 Seasons began to move to form a straight path from the Royal Palace grounds to the interview venue. Yes, the building and the streets of the southern capital were moving as if they had a will of their own. They not only moved by themselves but also rearranged themselves to form a straight path from the Royal Palace grounds to the Prestige 4 Seasons. The most fascinating thing was that such big buildings and asphalt roads were able to move around at an incredible pace without damaging themselves or their surroundings. Seeing this unfold, I understood that the whole southern capital city was a part of the Golden Gate cluster array formation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Anne to make changes to the city through her grimoire. I think it would be more accurate to say that the city grounds were a part of the Golden Gate cluster array formation than the buildings and the street built on it. Because most of the buildings and streets of the southern capital were not a millennium old like the Golden Gate cluster array formation, they were all recently built and were 1 or 2 centuries old at best. This was why it was fascinating to see the Golden Gate cluster array move the buildings and streets of the southern capital at a fast pace by moving the ground underneath them while causing no harm to the city's buildings and the streets. A living city, now that was something I would expect from the strongest defense of the southern capital. However, Anne was not done yet. I think you should take a look at. Soon I saw the building in the apparition of the southern capital city move again. This time they moved to create numerous large empty clearings within the city. Then soon from underneath the grounds of these numerous clearings a tower of sorts could be seen rising above to the ground surface. A total of 250 clearings were created within the city, and each of them had a rising tower in them that was already 30 meters high but continued to grow in height. 40 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters, 120 meters, and finally the towers stopped rising, and then numerous cannons could be seen protruding out of the towers. These towers weren't just ordinary towers but turrets designed to attack the enemies invading the city. Seeing Anne had activated the turrets, Team 1 and the Keeper of the Golden Gate were shocked because using even one of those turrets was not cheap. However, the Southern Emperor had activated 250 of them. Witnessing the majesty of 250 turrets, each 120 meters in height, as they rose from underneath the city grounds, I was speechless. It took me a while to count how many cannons were mounted on each turret. These cannons were not ordinary, they all seemed to be powered by SSS rank or SS rank monster cores. Each one of them was capable of killing a semi-demigod and harming a demigod. Now, even I was starting to feel that Anne was taking it a bit too far. I wonder if she was planning to use the turrets in the city as the attack from even one of them will wreak havoc in the city. 75 demigods and 250 turrets were enough to wipe out a large-sized army, let alone a few demigod realm spies and assassins from the central government and Morningstar universities. I was shocked that the Southern royal family would go this far to protect me and keep me safe. The shock was not because of the firepower gathered by them but the wealth that would be spent on using them. The demigods might be willing to work for minimum wage out of patriotism, but the Golden Gate cluster array formation and the turrets were a different matter because they required a lot of soul energy just to activate, and without a proper energy source they were useless and nothing but garbage. I cannot imagine how much this stunt alone would cost them. I mean, activating the gate cluster array and turrets just for the show and to deter the enemy would not be cheap by a long shot. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:30, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Prestige 4 seasons. Brave citizens of the Southern Capital, I am the Keeper of the Golden Gate, please, do not panic and cooperate. The voice of the Keeper of the Golden Gate resounded throughout the Southern Capital City as he repeatedly announced the activation of the Golden Gate 3 times. While asking the citizens to maintain order and cooperate with the Golden Gate effect since the city will soon be under the attack of dark forces. Professor Orion, the Southern Emperor, is activating the Golden Gate cluster array formation of the Southern Capital City 15 minutes before our interview with the boy. This could only mean one thing, that they are onto us. I don't know how, but my instincts are telling me that the Southern royal family knows that the interview is only a guise used by us to seduce the boy out of the royal palace grounds. Professor Hadley informed his speculations to Sansa, who was looking towards the royal palace grounds through the penthouse window. So, Sansa asked Professor Hadley nonchalantly, intently staring at the royal palace grounds, unable to decide whether to kill the boy or make use of his genius to build her empire. Sansa could care less what Professor Hadley's instinct told him. In her mind, she had already won. No matter what the Southern royal family or the central government do, today she was taking the boy with her, dead or brainwashed. Sansa's hate for Ellen and her bloodline had proven to be her undoing so far, but she doesn't seem to realize that. But for the first time, Sansa had a thought with regard to Ellen's progeny that did not stem from hate but from acknowledgement. Sansa had acknowledged the boy and believed he might be her key to world domination. Despite understanding this, Sansa's hate for Ellen was making it difficult for her to make the obvious choice and lean toward the choice which could only be described as self-sabotage. So, receiving such a casual reply from Sansa, Professor Hadley was dumbfounded. Having read the history of the Southern region, Professor Hadley understood the seriousness of the Southern royal family activating the Golden Gate. He knew that it was considered the best defense of the Southern capital, and the classified documents in the Morningstar University had the accurate information of what Golden Gate was capable of. So Professor Hadley knew that once the Golden Gate was fully activated, it would be too late for them to retreat. The Southern capital would become their prison and they would completely be under the mercy of the Southern royal family. Professor Orion, we need to leave the city right now. Once the Golden Gate activates completely, we will be trapped in the city. Professor Hadley explained the seriousness of the situation to Sansa. Professor Hadley was a researcher, not a warrior. He operated on data, not bravery. For someone like him, the current situation was where they should be retreating instead of proceeding with the plan. No, proceed with the plan as we decided earlier. This changes nothing. Sansa ordered Professor Hadley to continue with their plan without any deviation, not bothering to give him any further explanation. Fuck, Professor Hadley cussed in his mind. Hearing Sansa ask him to continue with the plan as they previously decided despite a variable like the Golden Gate coming to light. Yes, I will inform our teams and our contact person in the central government's teams. Professor Hadley had no choice but to obediently follow Sansa's orders as she was in charge of this mission. Morningstar University had invested a lot in this mission, so going back empty-handed was not an option. However, Professor Hadley felt that as long as he got to keep his life, it was all good. No, don't, I will inform them. You go and make sure that the Exler Hall is prepared for the interview, Sansa said, having decided what to do with the boy once she captures him. A few minutes later, watching the buildings in the streets of the city come to life and make a straight path connecting Prestige 4 Seasons and the Royal Palace grounds, while 250 120-meter tall turrets erect on the city grounds, Professor Hadley sighed as now it was too late for them to retreat. Now they were at the mercy of the Southern royal family. I think you should take a look at Professor Hadley had decided to do whatever it takes to survive, even betray Morningstar University and defect to the enemy side, the Heatsend royal family. As a researcher at one of the top 10 universities, Professor Hadley was aware of his value and knew that the Southern region would not only welcome him with open arms to join them but also give him land in the Southern academic city along with sufficient funds to start his university or a research facility. Professor Hadley was so sure that the Southern royal family would welcome him to their side after he just betrayed his previous employer because he had a gift prepared for the Southern royal family. The gift was none other than the secrets of the VR universe, which was so juicy that it forced Morningstar University and the central government to collaborate. Professor Hadley believed that the Southern royal family would be very happy with his gift. Being a researcher, it was not surprising that Professor Hadley prepared contingencies. Sansa watched as the entire southern capital came to life and the 250 turrets rose from the ground. This did not come as a surprise to her. As someone who was planning for world domination, knowing her enemy was the basic step, and something like this was just another regular Friday for her. While Sansa watched the city alter to create an unhindered path between the prestige Four Seasons and the royal palace ground, besides her an empty beast was hiding in the empty space and watching the fascinating scene unfold. This empty beast was none other than code-name Flower Thief, a new member of the infamous Pa clan. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:40, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Outskirts. Captain, things are not looking good. The Southern Emperor didn't just use the Golden Gate to evacuate the citizens but also erect 250 turrets. And I have sensed about 3 teams of demigods searching the city for spies. At this rate, we can only assume there are more teams of demigods in hiding. It seems that the Heatsend royal family has not only seen through the Morningstar University's trap, but they seem to be aware of our involvement. It seems over plans to ambush them is a no-go, a demigod in Arna's John's team reported. It's okay, it does matter how many demigods and turrets the Southern royal family has at their disposal. The result of today's missions has already been decided. Just make sure we get to the boy before Morningstar University. If they think that the central government would just hand them the knowledge to create another VR universe, then they have another thing coming, Arna said, hearing the report of her demigod subordinate. Her master had informed her of Jill's betrayal already. From her words, it was clear that Arna's was not considering the Southern royal family's demigod teams and its Golden Gate cluster array formation as a threat to their mission. Rather, Arna's seemed to be more concerned about the forces of Morningstar University taking advantage of the situation when they were fighting the forces of the Southern royal family. Arna's words had made it clear that the central government never once considered upholding their end of the deal with Morningstar University. What's the situation around the Dual Gate dungeon's end? Arna's asked her demigod subordinate. It's the same, there is no change at that end. Field Marshal Hedsend is guarding the gate connecting the Dual Gate dungeon to the southern region, the Arna's subordinate answered with a frown. Arna's team seemed to be more worried about Field Marshal Heatsend than the demigods and 250 turrets in the southern capital. Fuck, that woman hasn't moved an inch since I last saw her, another demigod teammate cussed. This is not good. We have to think of a way to get her away from the gate of the Dual Gate dungeon so Abba can enter the dungeon and destroy it from within, Arna's ordered her teammates. Captain, we can try baiting her away from the gate of the Dual Gate dungeon by leaking our soul energy. Hopefully, she will take the bait. As per her current actions, she doesn't leave her post and just mercilessly destroys everything and anything that enters her attack range. So I don't think there are high chances to this method succeeding. Another demigod in the team pitched a plan to use himself as bait to lure Field Marshal Heatsend away from the gate of Dual Gate dungeon, but he wasn't confident about his plan working. We can give it a try. As long as we distract her for a second, we will be able to achieve our goal here. Arna's decided to go with the plan pitched by her demigod teammate. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:42, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Southern Royal Palace, Secret Passage, Golden Gate. Anne, don't you think this is a bit much? I asked Anne, looking at 250 domineering 120-meter high turrets standing tall in the city grounds. You think I am taking your security detail a step too far? As much as I would like to say that you are worth the trouble, this is not enough. In case you have forgotten, let me remind you we are facing 2 of the top forces of the world, the central government and Morningstar University at the same time. Those 2 forces do not mix well together, but once they come together there is bound to be an explosion. In case you didn't get it, that explosion is you and the Southern royal family will be the collateral damage. Wyatt, leave the security detail to me. You do not know what Morningstar University and the central government are capable of. The Southern royal family has gone head-to-head against both Morningstar University and the central government on multiple occasions, and they knew better than to underestimate either of them. Therefore Anne asked the boy to let her do what she did best. Listening to Anne, the keeper of the Golden Gate, Team 1 and Jill nodded. They no longer thought Anne was going overboard. Instead, they too agreed with Anne, feeling that she was correct. 75 demigods and 250 turrets were not enough assurance against the combined forces of Morningstar University and the central government. Therefore, they would not be lax and be on high alert. Fine, just get me to the interview on time. I decided to trust Anne as my plan was independent of the performance of the Southern royal family. Considering the Heatsend royal family's failure to protect me on multiple occasions, I did not bother to depend on them this time around. So what Anne didn't affect my plans that much. Unless the conspirators were scared off seeing 250 turrets. Which was a very unlikely scenario. Sure, give me a second, Anne asked. Team 2, 3, and 4 is the parameter secure. Anne asked the demigod teams that she harder to search and eliminate all the hostile. TEAM2, reporting, parameter secured. TEAM3, reporting, parameter secured. TEAM4, reporting, parameter secured. I think you should take a look at, report back to your designated post and all teams stay on alert. We are moving out, saying that Anne picked up the grimoire from the Golden Gate, which opened revealing the straight path connecting Royal Palace grounds to the Prestige Four Seasons. Looking at both the golden doors of the Golden Gate open, I saw the space bend to connect the room with the exit of the Royal Palace ground. This prompted me to wonder why the Golden Gate did not directly fold the space between the Royal Palace grounds exit and the Prestige Four Seasons entrance, to connect them both. Or better yet, why did it not teleport us directly to Prestige Four Seasons? As if she could read my mind, Anne explained, Golden Gate can only fold the space within the Royal Palace rounds. So it can only take us till the exit of the Royal Palace grounds. Then what about teleportation? Can we use the Golden Gate to teleport anywhere in the city or just the Royal Palace grounds? I asked Anne curiously, believing that since the entire land of the southern capital was a part of the Golden Gate and it could fold space, then it could also teleport a person anywhere in the city. One can teleport anywhere within the palace grounds using the Golden Gate, but not in the southern capital. This is not because Golden Gate is not capable of folding space or teleporting anyone anywhere within the southern capital. It is capable of doing both, but there's a strong protection array formation placed on the Royal Palace grounds, which as a side effect limits the space capabilities of the Golden Gate. Anne explained that Golden Gate was capable of teleporting or folding space within the area of the southern capital. However, because of another array formation covering the Royal Palace ground, the space capabilities of Golden Gate which was placed within the Royal Palace grounds is being limited. For the southern royal family to make use of an array formation to protect the Royal Palace grounds despite it limiting the space capability of the Golden Gate could only mean that the array in question must be very capable for the Heatsend royal family to make such a compromise. Maybe it was this array formation that made the southern royal family confident that as long as I was within the palace grounds nobody could harm me. I guess the royal family could only feel safe in their home knowing that such a strong array was protecting them and their family. Okay, let's go. I did not bother to ask Anne about the array formation protecting the Royal Palace grounds, not because I wasn't curious about it but mostly because I had little time at hand. Deciding to leave the question about the array formation covering the Royal Palace ground for another day, I and Jill followed Anne into the Golden Gate's folded space to exit out of the Royal Palace grounds. Team 1 followed closely with me by standing in a formation around me. With me in the middle, 5 of them could react to attacks from any direction. This type of security detail was not new to me. I have experienced this back on Earth. Except for the fact that my bodyguards on Earth were not demigods but mere mortals. Anne summoned a chariot. Getting on it, I saw the demigods stand in formation around the chariot and fly along with it as we traveled the straight path connecting the Royal Palace ground with the Prestige Four Seasons. The whole city was enveloped in graveyard-like silence. The silence had a very eerie feeling to it. It took me a while to put my finger on it, but I finally realized what was so creepy about this silence. There wasn't a single bird flying or insect creeping around in the city. I guess Anne had them forcefully evacuated or killed. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:40, location Central Region, Central Capital. Looks like you don't know your daughter as much as you thought. She ran straight to her lover boy to tell him about our plans despite you repeatedly asking her not to. At least I hope this puts an end to your, I trust my daughter crap. My friend, at our age, by now you should have known better. Now because of your daughter, a simple mission has turned into a full-blown war, Arna's John's master taunted Jill's father. It seemed as if Jill's father's relationship with Jill was bothering him and was not subtle about it. My friend, age is just another number for people like us. I am bored living just for myself. My heart has gotten numb. I want to dedicate this particular stage of my life to try and live for someone else other than myself. Hopefully, it will reduce the numbness in my heart, Jill's father expressed to John's master with an expressionless face. It wasn't clear if he was telling the truth or lying. If he was lying, was it because he did consider Jill as his daughter and lied for her safety as his daughter, or was it because of her carnivorous womb physique and lied for the safety of his test subject? Either way, only he knew what Jill meant to him. Ha ha ha, you and your crazy experiments, only you can come up with such an experiment. I shouldn't have expected anything less from you. It still astounds me how far you are willing to go for your experiments. Fine, do as you please, as long as it doesn't affect my plans I will allow it. After all, if not for your crazy ideas and stubborn pursuit of them we would not be where we are today. John's master relaxed and a carefree smile formed on his face, learning that Jill's father's relationship with Jill was just another experiment of his. The reason John's master took Jill's father's word for it was that he had seen Jill's father in his prime and knew what lengths his friend would go to for his crazy experiments. Now that you know, next time you try to insult or threaten my relationship with my daughter or my daughter herself, I will not hesitate to gut you, fill your stomach and intestines with SS-rank buzzard worms and stitch you up. Then watch as you beg me to kill you out of sheer agony of having your organs eaten by the buzzard worms and healed by your physique non-stop. Got it? Jill's father's face, which was expressionless a second ago, turned fierce enough to resemble that of a god of war about to smite his enemy. Quote. The careless smile on John's master's face froze and his brows frowned, unable to understand if his friend's action was a part of his experiment or if his friend had grown a soft spot for his adoptive daughter, Jill. Either way, he did not like it one bit. He has long transcended the concept of pain, but the juices secreted by SS-rank buzzard worm increased the pain of its prey by 1,000 times, sending their prey in shock, which gave them an edge over their prey. Now that we are on the same page, let's talk business. My daughter likes the boy, I want to gift him to her, Jill's father said as if he was out here buying a birthday gift for his daughter. My friend, you know the rules we set ages ago. Once we get the knowledge of creating and operating VR universe, that boy will be disposed of. Arnis's master was not surprised by Jill's father's straightforwardness, but then he did not agree to his friend's request, instead stated that it was not possible because of the age-old rules they had agreed on. Don't worry, if my daughter marries him he will become part of my family. If she doesn't, then you are free to dispose of him. This should be within our rules, right? Jill's father proposed. I think you should take a look at it. Was not clear if Jill's father was doing this for Jill or Jill's carnivorous womb physique. Either way, for now, he seemed to be advocating on behalf of Jill's interest. That would have been within the norms of the rules if you had a family to begin with. Remember, you said you did not want to build a family because you were too busy with whatever experiment you were conducting at that time. Arnis's master reminded Jill's father that he did not have a family as he never bothered to build one. Fine, I will start building my family starting now, and the boy will be the first member of my family, Jill's father said, having resolved to give his daughter what she sought no matter the cost. You don't get to decide that, make an official appeal and the founding masters will vote on that. We have been tolerant enough about you adopting a daughter, but it will not work if you plan to rope in the boy too. Remember, you were too busy to be part of our childish group. Your words, not mine. I hope whatever experiment you were doing back then was worth it. Arnis's master mocked Jill's father for not socializing enough and as a result losing all his privileges. Oh, you guys have been tolerant, huh? Let me see which one of you dares to say that I do not get to decide if I want to start a family. Jill's father's words were nothing less than a threat. You are willing to go that far for that girl? You do know that she betrayed your trust the moment she got to. Has all those years of being cooped up finally caught up to you? Can you not see that you do not know her as well as you thought you did? Arnis's master asked his friend. He still wasn't sure if his friend was doing this for the girl or if it was just a part of his experience of his new experiment. If it was the latter, Arnis's master believed his friend would not hesitate to go against all of them for his crazy experiments. This was why Arnis's father was having a hard time deciding how to react to his friend's actions. You keep saying I do not know my daughter well enough. Let me let you in on a secret. I knew once I told her about your collaboration with Morningstar University she would immediately inform the boy about your plans no matter how many times I asked her not to do so. Jill's father revealed that Jill's action was within his calculation, surprising Arnis's master. If you knew she would tattle about our plans to the boy, then why did you reveal the plans to her? First and foremost, so that she can score points with the boy and get close to him. And the other reason is simple, a rat only comes out of its hole when it feels safe. Now that the Southern family knows about the ambush, they will think they are ahead and be more open to letting the boy attend the university interview. Jill's father knew that if the Southern royal family did not have a sense of control over the situation, they would never let the boy leave the palace grounds. Wait, for that to work you had to have known that the boy will be willing to attend the university interview despite their malicious intent and the risk of being ambushed, Arnis's master pointed out. The boy has been bugging Jill to help him get admitted into Morningstar University, totally going against the will of the Southern royal family. I believe he is eyeing the other world traveling project of Morningstar University since he asked Jill to get him the coordinates of the worlds discovered by Morningstar University. So, considering the boy's nature, I was sure that he would do anything to enter Morningstar University to get what he wants. Jill's father explained how he knew that the boy will attend the university interview despite learning about the ambush from Jill. You are telling me the Morningstar University did not need to act against the boy. If they had been patient, the boy would have joined their university. Those old fools fancy themselves as the smartest in the world, but now they are the dumbest of all. Ha ha ha, Arnis's master laughed heartily hearing the snafu of the Morningstar University. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:42, location Central Region, Central Capital. The Morningstar University did mess up on this one, Jill's father agreed with his friend, seeing him have a hearty laugh at Morningstar University's expense. Haha, those dumb old fools will die out of anger when they learn that the boy planned to join their university all along. Arnis's master could not stop taking pleasure in the stupidity of Morningstar University and its leaders. Who will tell them that? If your people capture the boy before the people of Morningstar University, then they will never know that the boy planned to join their university. Jill's father explained to his friend that if his men successfully captures the boy, then Morningstar University would never learn that the boy was planning to join their university all along and that they did not need the trouble of collaborating with the central government. I will tell them, the look on their faces will be priceless. I will tell them how they not only pushed away a genius but they pushed him into our nets. Dumb old fools, ha ha ha. Arnis's master laughed aloud, imagining the look on the faces of Morningstar University when they learn about the stupidity that they have committed, which not only led them to lose a good fortune but delivered to the central government. You keep calling them old, have you forgotten we're all almost of the same age, a century here and there at best? Jill's father reminded his friend that he too was old. Whatever, Arnis's master wanted to argue but was interrupted by the text notification of his grimoire. Reading it, he shared its content with his friend. The rat has left its hole, as you said. Our people are ready to attack them when they are halfway through the journey. The reason the central government force did not immediately act once the boy was outside of the royal palace ground was that they wanted the boy to be far away from the palace rounds once they commenced their attack, such that the boy cannot immediately retreat to the royal palace grounds. I have asked my subordinates to stream the whole mission on a secured network. Do you want to watch it with me? Arnis's master asked his companion. Why go through that trouble? Jill's father looks at his mate in puzzlement, wondering how dumb would one have to be to stream a covert operation even if it was being streamed on a secured network. Don't look at me like that, you and your daughter's meddling has turned a simple kidnapping mission into a full-on invasion. However, thanks to that my disciple will get to test one of my latest projects. This is my first time using it in the field. Hence the live stream. Let me show you what I have been up to when you were busy trying to relieve the numbness in your heart. Prepare to be surprised. Arnis's master sent an invite to Jill's father's grimoire to connect to the secured network where the live stream of the central government forces invading the southern capital was being hosted. Oh, surprise me, out of all the founding masters, Jill's father included, Arnis's master was considered the least creative, not original and uninspired. These were the words of the academicians of the top 10 universities explaining Arnis's master's special hate for them. Therefore Jill's father was not that enthused about Arnis's master's project, knowing it would not be something that he hasn't thought or heard about. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:44, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. I think you should take a look at just as the Prestige 4 Seasons was within my sights, Anne's grimoire started buzzing with numerous warning notifications. Going through the warning notification, Anne looked up in the sky while accessing the Golden Gate and ordering the 250 turrets, aim. Listening to Anne's order, Team 1, Jill, and I immediately looked into the sky and searched for what she was aiming, only to find a humanoid figure clad in black descending on the city array formation dome. Lock target. We then saw the cannons of all 250 turrets move and aim at the humanoid figure which had already descended on the array formation dome. Then Anne decisively ordered, fire. The deafening sound of thousands of cannons going off simultaneously resounded throughout the southern capital. Soon thousands of cannonball-shaped energy bombs beelined toward the humanoid in black in under a second. However, before the energy bombs could even reach the humanoid figure in black, the city array formation covering the southern capital started to vibrate. The vibration of the city array formation became so strong that it shattered like a brittle mirror, and its shattered pieces rained on the city, but before they could reach the city skyline they crumbled into smaller pieces before dissipating with the wind. Seeing the humanoid figure in black break the city array formation, Team 1, Anne, and Jill looked at the raining shattered pieces of city array formation in disbelief. Each of them had thought of various ways the central region would try to attack them and kidnap the boy, but in none of those scenarios did either of them consider that the central government would break the city array formation, as the black card they had could protect them from the array formation covering the city and southern region. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:44, location Central Region, Central Capital. Adaptive resonance disruption. Jill's father, who was watching the live feed of the central government forces, to be more accurate Arnis's master's forces invading the southern capital, suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. Quote. Seeing the dumbfounded look on his mate's face, Arnis's master's face brightened and beamed with pride. Why you? How did you achieve adaptive resonance disruption on a scale big enough to destroy the city array formation of the southern capital? That too outside of laboratory conditions, how? Jill's father no longer maintained his calm and demanded his friend explain to him how his disciple was able to achieve large-scale adaptive resonance disruption outside of the laboratory conditions. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:44, location Central Region, Central Capital. Adaptive resonance disruption was a concept about a card apprentice resonating the vibration of their soul energy with the soul pathways of the array formation to introduce foreign soul energy into the said array's system to disturb the stability and equilibrium of the array formation, which would lead to the collapse of array formation on itself. The concept was simple and proven to be working in laboratory conditions on low-level array formations. However, it has never been possible to use adaptive resonance disruption in the field successfully. Due to the merits of adaptive resonance disruption, many researchers have dedicated centuries of their precious life to figuring out a way to make it possible to use adaptive resonance disruption in the field and on a large scale. However, none of them ever came close to achieving that. The reason why every researcher that tried their best in the adaptive resonance disruption failed was that to apply this in real-time scenarios, the card apprentice should be able to discern the vibrations of the said array formation soul pathways. For that, the said card apprentice should have very acute senses. Some tried to use Gorbat's core and earbones to overcome this problem. Since Gorbat's core and earbones can be used to create cards that can help card apprentices listen to the vibration of the soul pathways. However, the level of the Gorbat was very low. It could only help the card apprentice discern the vibration of low-level arrays at best, and it was of no use in the case of high-level array formations. Some diamond-grade card creationists and array masters who have trained their sensitivity to the soul pathways for centuries tried this adaptive resonance disturbance. Though they were able to discern the soul pathway vibration of the high-level array formation, it wasn't physically possible for them to match the vibration of their soul energy with the vibrations of the soul pathways of the said high-level array formation in the field, as it demanded a lot of concentration and focus, which was physically impossible even for a card apprentice in demigod realm. This was why Jill's father was shocked to see his friend's disciple use the adaptive resonance disruption to break the southern capital's city array formation. Which wasn't just a high-level array formation but a large-scale array formation that has special features to maintain its stability. Being able to successfully use adaptive resonance disruption on such a huge array that too in the field was a huge feat. Just as Jill's father imagined, Arnis's master's project was nothing new but a copied concept. However, when others gave up on this concept, believing that it was not possible due to the limitation of the card apprentice physique, his friend achieved the impossible. Jill's father could not figure out how his friend achieved this. I think you should take a look at, how did you achieve this? Jill's father repeatedly asked his friend, but he got no reply. Instead, he saw his friend's face brighten with pride every time he asked him to explain how he achieved large-scale adaptive resonance disruption in the field. So Jill's father stopped asking his friend for an explanation and decided to deduce it himself, remembering the scene of his friend's disciple using adaptive resonance disruption to break the southern capital's city array formation. Seeing his friend stop asking for an explanation, Arnis's master began to boast about his project and its achievement, saying, I wonder if I should order Arnis to use adaptive resonance disruption on the array formation covering the southern royal palace grounds. But I don't think adaptive resonance disruption will work on it since it is literally timeless. Maybe if Arnis had a time-related card then it might be possible. Quote. Listening to his friend brag, Jill's father's face twitched in irritation. The irritation only grew over time as he was unable to figure out what trick his friend used to allow his disciple to use adaptive resonance disruption to break the city array formation of the southern capital. Just give up, my dear friend, you will never be able to figure out how I achieved it. Arnis's master grew smug the longer Jill's father tried to deduce how he was able to successfully use adaptive resonance disruption in the field. Let me guess, the girl has a special physique or a trait or an origin card that makes her a perfect candidate to master adaptive resonance disruption. Arnis's master was like an open book to Jill's father. He knew his friend never had any original idea and his field of expertise was exploring physique and traits of Card Apprentice. So he immediately guessed how his friend's disciple was able to use adaptive resonance disruption. Nope, you are wrong. Trust me, your answer is far from the truth. The reason Arnis can use adaptive resonance disruption, Arnis's master was about to explain to Jill's father how his disciple was able to use adaptive resonance disruption to break the city array formation of the southern capital, but was interrupted by a heavy murderous aura that descended on the entire secret base. Jill's father shook his head, feeling the thick murderous aura that suddenly enveloped the secret base. The murderous aura did not have the intention to act, showing that the uninvited guest was signaling their presence to both of them and awaiting their response. How did he know about this place and what the fuck is he doing here? Shouldn't he be busy at the way beyond dealing with supreme beings? Arnis's master seems to recognize to whom the murderous aura belonged. I guess if you touch a man's family, even the world's most patient man will snap. I am surprised he didn't come to find you sooner, Jill's father said, exploring the direction the murderous aura was coming from with his mental strength. Shut up, come with me. I have a plan, just follow my lead. Arnis's master seemed to be cautious about the uninvited guest. Soon both Arnis's master and Jill's father vanished from the room and appears in the sky above the secret base. Date the 13th of April 2321 time 6:06 location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Prestige Four Seasons, Penthouse. Arnis appeared on the balcony of the Prestige Four Seasons penthouse and looking at the beautiful solitude of Orion she asked, Professor Orion, why did you want to meet me now? When are you going to attack the boy? Xianxia asked Arnis. If Professor Hadley had done his job of communicating with his counterpart in central government forces that were collaborating with them on this mission and inquired them properly about their course of action, Xianxia would not have had to go through the trouble of arranging a meeting with her counterpart in the central government forces. You do not need to know that. Your job is to lead the boy out of the royal palace grounds and then leave the rest to us. Arnis did not intend on revealing her plan to her counterpart in Morningstar University's forces sent to collaborate with them on this mission. Because even though they were collaborating, their goals were entirely different. Both of them wanted to get to the boy before the other party. This relationship was more about convenience than mutual benefit. Let me guess, you plan to attack the boy midway on his way over to the interview venue. This way the boy is far from the royal palace grounds, so he will not be able to rush back to safety and you will get to reach him before us. Tell me if I guessed wrong. Xianxia deduced Arnis's plan in a single breath. However, Arnis controlled her reaction not to give Xianxia the satisfaction. I will take your silence as a yes. How could you guys be so basic and obvious? Xianxia said while rolling her eyes, seeing Arnis continue to act tough, and then added, what makes you think that Dalton Wyatt will use his original body to attend the interview? After all, Dalton Wyatt is known to use his exceptional clones to fake his death in the face of card emperors and semi-demigods. Listening to Xianxia say that the boy could use his near-perfect clones to trick them, Arnis's expression finally changed. However, she corrected her expression immediately and asked, so, what do you propose? Simple. Ambush Dalton Wyatt on his way back to the royal palace grounds after we are done interviewing him. After all, he will have to use his original body to attend his university interview. Before you decline me, I am willing to let your people monitor the interview closely. Xianxia's plan was simple. She wanted to handle the boy during the interview, and to do that she had to ensure that boy will be able to attend the interview unhindered. Arnis did not immediately agree to Xianxia's proposal. Seeing Arnis take her time to consider her offer, Xianxia decided to help Arnis decide by threatening, agree to this or I will cancel Dalton Wyatt's early admission university interview. Fine, my people will be here by 9. Arnis reluctantly agreed and then prepared to leave, but was stopped by Xianxia, who shared a soul contract with her grimoire, saying, why don't we sign on it? Quote. Arnaz started blankly at Sansa before nodding. After going through the contract, Arnaz added, the contract is too tight. It leaves no room for change. What if there are some unexpected developments? I will have to make changes to the plan based on the situation. Listening to Arnaz, Sansa nodded in understanding. I will add that clause. Okay. Listening to Sansa, Arnaz nodded. The reason Arnaz brought this up was that she knew there was a new development that Morningstar University did not know of, Jill's betrayal. With the new clause, Arnaz could do as she pleased without bothering about the soul contract. She went through all this trouble just to give Morningstar University a sense of control and certainty so that they will let their guard down toward the central government's Foss's action. As for discerning the original body of the boy from his clone, after one of the Supreme Leader's semi-demigod incarnations' interaction with the boy in Sun Blossom City, Arnaz was aware of the boy's near-perfect clones and had her way of discerning the boy's original body from his clone bodies. Soon Sansa shared the updated contract with Arnaz, and after signing the contract Arnaz left with a copy of the contract. Seeing the retreating figure of Arnaz, Sansa's lips turned upwards in triumph. Unaware that she just lost in her own game. Date the 13th of April 2321. I think you should take a look at time 9:35. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Prestige 4 Seasons. No, don't, I will inform them. You go and make sure that the Exler Hall is prepared for the interview. In light of the Southern royal family activating the Golden Gate, Sansa decided to immediately contact her counterpart in the central government forces and inform her that this development changes nothing and they should proceed with the plan they have decided on. Professor Sansa, what is it? Arnaz asked Sansa coldly. It seems the royal family is onto us. I hope you will proceed as we planned, Sansa asked in worry that Arnaz would not agree and chose a different course of action. As her assurance the soul contract was no longer valid because of the clause she added to the contract herself. Obviously, since the Southern royal family is onto us, it wouldn't surprise me that they will have the boy use his clones to trick us. So, I can only wait until after the interview. Arnaz assured Sansa that she will be following their previously agreed upon plan to ambush the boy on his way back to the royal palace grounds after the interview. Good to know that we are on the same page. Saying that, Sansa hung up the call as the worry in her eyes was replaced with disdain for the stupidity of her counterpart in central government's forces for playing right into her scheme. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 9:44. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Prestige 4 Seasons. They destroyed the city array formation, Hadley blurted in disbelief looking at the array formation. Covering the southern capital city being destroyed by a single person. Professor Harley, could you yell the obvious somewhere else? Sansa said in annoyance before yelling in frustration. I just fucking called that bitch and informed her to proceed with our plan and not to act until after we interview the boy. That bitch fucking lied to my face. Where are the bastards from the central government that came to monitor the interview? They were right here a while ago. I think they changed the plan last minute since the royal family activated the Golden Gate cluster array formation, Professor Hadley answered with a frown. Professor Hadley too was aware of the soul contract between Sansa and Arnaz. So it did not surprise Professor Hadley that the central government did not follow their previously agreed upon plan with the new development. What surprised Professor Hadley was Professor Orion's reaction to central government forces going off the script. The cussing and yelling were not like the Professor Orion he knew. Well, considering that her career depended on this mission, Professor Hadley could understand where she was coming from. That shy bitch, I will fucking kill her. Ah, she never planned to keep her promise from the start. Professor Hadley, hurry and ask our teams to stand back and not act with the forces of the central government. They will only be used as cannon fodders. Tell them to wait for further orders. Giving Professor Hadley temporary instructions, Sansa stomped her foot on the ground in irritation and left the Exler Hall and moved back to her penthouse suite in a flash. Appearing in the penthouse, Sansa was greeted by Flower Thief's empty beast, which made itself visible feeling her presence. Looking at the empty beast, Sansa ordered, "You know what to do next, be careful the boy can see the empty beast." The empty beast nodded at Sansa and then vanished from the penthouse. If everything had gone according to Sansa's plan, the Flower Thief would not have needed to take action, but things didn't go as planned. But Sansa knew better than to believe everything will go according to her plan. Therefore, as a contingency before this, she had ordered the Flower Thief to monitor the forces of the central government if they go off the script. While monitoring them, in the chaos, if possible, Flower Thief was to kidnap the boy. If not, he had to stop the central government forces from kidnapping the boy. Otherwise, at the least track where they were taking the boy and kidnap him from their holding cell. Having his work cut out for him, Flower Thief ordered his empty beast to head to the field to make the most of the ensuing chaos. Resolving that he will not be outsmarted by the boy once again and will redeem himself in the eyes of the matron. Failing to kill the boy twice had hurt his pride, and now this mission was more personal than a duty. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:44, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. The array formation that protected the Southern Capital City for millennia was broken through in under a second by an unidentified humanoid. A few seconds ago, if someone had said this could happen, people wouldn't even bother to even spare it a thought. As the city array formation had to prove itself against many adversaries time after time. When the black humanoid figure descended on the city array formation, the other card apprentice in the city only saw the city array formation vibrate until it shattered, but a certain card master in the guard by demigods saw and heard something else entirely. He saw the humanoid in black emit a continuous very low frequency noise that wasn't even audible to the demigods guarding him, but under a fraction of a second it reached every corner of the city array formation. It was indeed intriguing that the humanoid in black could emit a noise that nobody can hear, even the boy himself. It would have gone unnoticed if not for his special pair of eyes. The interesting thing here was not that the humanoid in black could emit a noise that couldn't be heard even by powerful beings at the top of the world's food chain, the demigods themselves, but the consistency of the noise's volume. Considering the speed of the sound, it wasn't surprising that noise traveled to every corner of the enormous city array formation. What was surprising was that the noise's volume remained consistent throughout the time it reached all the corners of the array formation covering the city. Now this was an impressive feat. One had to know being able to emit a noise that could not be heard by the demigods was already an achievement in itself, but keeping its volume consistent for thousands of square miles was a very difficult achievement in itself. It was easier said than done. That wasn't all, as it only gets better from here. Because though the noise went unnoticed by the powerful demigods, it played as a trigger that led to the events that destroyed the city array formation. Wherever the noise passes, the vibration of soul pathways of nature in the surrounding area would start to alter to a specific frequency. As the noise's volume was consistent throughout the city array formation, the vibration of the soul pathways of nature surrounding the city array formations began to alter to a specific frequency. Since the humanoid in black had emitted this noise and went through the trouble of keeping the noise's volume consistent till the bounds of the city array formation, then it can be concluded that the specific frequency was not random but particularly chosen by the humanoid figure in black. I think you should take a look at adding merit to this was the fact the frequency at which the soul pathways of the city array formation were vibrating was the same as the specific frequency at which the soul pathways of nature surrounding the city array formation were altered to vibrate. This incident wasn't a mere coincidence but the beginning of the events that led to the destruction of the Southern Capital's city array formation as planned by the humanoid in black. One of the soul pathways of nature surrounding the city array formation began to vibrate at the same frequency as the vibration of the soul pathways of the city array formation. Then soul pathways of both nature and the city array formation began to interact with each other, which at normal conditions would not have been possible. With the interaction of both sets of soul pathways, the energy transfer between these two totally different sets of soul pathways began. The noise that made all this abnormal interaction between two totally different sets of soul pathways, which then lead to soul energy transfer between them, possible in the first place, suddenly vanished when the humanoid figure in black stopped emitting the noise. With the absence of the noise, the soul pathways of nature surrounding the city array formation reverted to vibrating at its original frequency, breaking the interaction between nature's soul pathways with the soul pathways of the array formation. When the interaction between the two sets of soul pathways came to an abrupt halt, the soul energies they transferred to each other did not have enough time to return to their original soul pathways. As a result, a lot of foreign soul energy was present in the soul pathways of both nature and city array formation. The foreign soul energy in nature's soul pathways was not new, they were released to the surroundings. But the same was not true for the city array formation, which was a closed system as a precaution against outside interference. However, because of this, now a large amount of foreign soul energy was trapped inside the soul pathways of the array formation. Unable to go anywhere, the foreign soul energy became a clog in the soul pathways of the array formation, restricting the distribution of the soul energy evenly throughout its body, which resulted in the destabilization of the array formation as its various systems did not get enough soul energy to continue their function and began to shut down. So unable to sustain, the array formation collapsed on itself. The veil of protection covering the city was torn into shreds, which fell on the city. Even before these pieces could reach the city, these pieces that once were part of something so powerful that defended the city from countless disasters and adversaries crumbled at the touch of the wind and dissipated in the surroundings. Though the process of the destruction of the city array formation had several steps to it, with the noise emitted by the humanoid in black acting as the trigger and control, the entire process transpired in under a second. Having destroyed the city array formation, the humanoid figure continued to hover at the same height despite thousands of cannonball-shaped energy projectiles nearing her. It seems the humanoid figure in black planned to face them all head-on. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:45, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Facing the incoming thousands of soul energy projectiles, the humanoid figure did not take a step back. Instead, she took a step forward and dashed toward the thousands of energy projectiles aimed at her. Is she crazy? Jill immediately identified the humanoid figure in black as Arna's. Though they have only met on occasions, as an expert card creationist and array master, Jill immediately recognized Arna's soul energy signature. Jill wasn't the only one to believe Arna's was crazy to rush towards the endless energy projectiles. Others did too. They all knew Arna's was planning to evade the attack. However, the tactic she was using might have worked if the number of projectiles aimed at her were in the tens or even hundreds. However, the projectiles aimed at Arna's were in the thousands. Together they had formed a net of attacks that Arna's could never evade by dashing into it. Nonetheless, Arna's proved them all wrong, as her nimble figure flashed between the soul energy projectiles, narrowly escaping them and making it past the barrage of projectiles aimed at her by managing to evade every one of them by hair's breadth with insane precision and displaying incredible agility. Fuck, cussed the leader of Team 1 aloud, witnessing the humanoid in the black pull off what he believed to be impossible for her, mostly because it was impossible even for someone as skilled as him. Seeing this, both Team 1 and Anne realized that the mission of safeguarding the boy was going to be more challenging than they had thought. After all, just one enemy unit was able to destroy their city array formation while dodging the attacks of thousands of cannons of the 250 120-meter high turrets. If the enemy forces had a few more units as capable as this one, then the situation would be more dangerous than they had estimated. Dodging the attacks of the turrets, the humanoid figure hovered in the air, its gaze locked with Anne's, who did not order the turrets to continue firing, knowing that it would only be a waste of resources seeing the capabilities displayed by the enemy. Southern Emperor, what do we do next? The leader of Team 1 asked Anne, feeling that there were only 3 possible courses of action for them. Should they continue to proceed toward the interview venue, or should they retreat to Royal Palace grounds? Or do they engage the enemy? The leader of Team 1 personally preferred to face the enemy unit alone, but being duty-bound, he believed it would be best if they ditched the chariot and Team 1 carried the 3 passengers back to the palace grounds at an incredible speed. All teams, are there any suspicious activities by the perimeter? Anne immediately contacted other teams, feeling that the enemy in black was waiting for something. Team 2, reporting, perimeter clear, no hostile detected. Team 3, reporting, perimeter clear, no hostile detected. Team 4, reporting, perimeter clear, no hostile detected. I think you should take a look at. Team 15, reporting, perimeter clear, no hostile detected. This can't be right, Anne mumbled, as it seemed far-fetched for the enemy forces to send just one person to complete their mission, no matter how capable they were. Therefore, Anne immediately used her grimoire to order the 250 turrets to secure the city perimeter instead of aiming at the single hostile in black. All turrets secure city perimeter. The cannons of all the turrets moved to monitor the borders of the city on land and air. Soon after, Anne contacted the teams and ordered, Team 2, engage the hostile. Team 1 leader sighed, listening to Anne assign Team 2 the task of engaging the hostile. Getting over it, he asked Anne, Southern Emperor, retreat to Royal Palace grounds. Anne did not immediately answer. The leader of Team 1 instead turned to look at the boy for his decision. This action of Anne caused the members of Team 1 to frown their brows. When all eyes were focused on the boy, he was lost in his thoughts. This caused the dissatisfaction of Team 1 to grow further into impatience, but before their leader could complain, they all saw the boy's body suddenly start to vibrate uncontrollably. Then they witnessed something incredible. While everyone witnessed the humanoid in black dodge every last one of the thousands of energy projectiles aimed at her with insane precision, displaying extreme evasion skills, the boy saw something entirely different. When faced with incoming thousands of soul energy projectiles, the boy saw the humanoid in black suddenly emit a noise. Though it was not audible to others, just like the noise she previously emitted, it had a different frequency to it. The thing about this noise was that it was fast and continuous, giving the impression that it was filling the area like water filling the glass. The range of this noise was very long, it went past soul energy projectiles aimed at the humanoid. The sound waves of the noise that contacted the energy projectiles reflected to the humanoid figure and the rest made it past the projectiles, allowing the humanoid to track the movement of all thousands of soul energy projectiles aimed at it at once in real time. The humanoid was using the noise it was emitting as a sonar to map the trajectory and progress of all thousands of the soul energy projectiles. Using this data, the humanoid used its incredible physical and evasion capabilities to dodge all thousands of the soul energy pathways and make it past them without a single scratch. Though the humanoid made use of a trick similar to sonar to help it dodge the barrage of attacks aimed at it, this in no way undermined the feat the humanoid had managed to pull off, because the calculation it would take to do something this while physically following the calculations with insane precision showed that the humanoid was every bit skilled as the audience thought, and even more. Watching the humanoid in action with his special eyes, the boy had a sudden epiphany. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:47, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Anne, Jill, and Team 1 watched the boy's body vibrate uncontrollably before it blended with the surrounding nature for a fraction of a second and returned to vibrating uncontrollably. The boy's body continued to fluctuate between becoming one with nature and vibrating for a few seconds. Anne and the rest watched the boy in amazement because they knew that the boy was trying to become physically one with the world. A feat that even the demigods wished to achieve. Some even believed that the secret to transcendence was in a one with the world state, both physically and spiritually. However, history doesn't have records of many card apprentices achieving the one with the world state both physically and spiritually. Nonetheless, those who were able to achieve this incredible achievement have been a huge influence on history, and their footprints can be seen in many defining movements of this world's history. At present, the only person known to have achieved the one with the world state both physically and spiritually was Louis Forger, aka the Miracle, thanks to her physique, the right eye of the world, who despite being a semi-demigod could contend toe-to-toe with demigods. And the only boost she seemed to have demonstrated of being one with the world state physically was being able to tap into the world's reserve of soul energy and gain boundless energy along with fast recovery. Because of this, even Team 1, which was dissatisfied with the boy and was losing their patience, decided to be patient, seeing the boy had obtained a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and was on the verge of a breakthrough. How? Team 1's leader looked at the boy in confusion and wondered what could have triggered the epiphany the boy had gained. They were in the middle of an intense situation with demigod realm beings drawing their swords. As the only card master and being targeted by demigods, anyone would be fearing for their life. However, forget about being scared for his life. The boy had somehow managed to gain a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an epiphany about achieving the one with the world state physically. One doesn't just gain an epiphany, something must have triggered this. Thinking of this, Team 1's leader immediately turned to look at the humanoid in black in the sky, and to his surprise he found that the humanoid in the black was intently staring at the boy, ignoring every Team 2 that was closing on it. Team 2, this is Leader 1, I have reasons to believe the hostile might have achieved the one with the world state. Team 1's leader, code name Leader 1, immediately cautioned the entire Team 2 using the common secured network. Copy that, Leader 1. Approaching hostile cautiously, Leader 2 replied. Listening to Leader 1, Anne and the rest of Team 1 members look at the humanoid figure in black in reverence. The skills displayed by it had gained their respect and caution. Even Jill looked at Arnaz in astonishment. In the few encounters she had with Arnaz, she never realized that Arnaz was so strong and skilled. Fan out, and secure the perimeter. It seems we are stuck here for the time being. Anne ordered Team 1 to secure the perimeter as the boy accepted his enlightenment. She did not want to be the reason the boy could not make use of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As soon as Anne gave this order, across the entire border of the southern capital city thousands of red beams of light pierced the sky from Earth. I think you should take a look at seeing this new development. All 15 teams halted their actions and looked at the beam of lights at the border of the city in alert. Leader 2 felt engaging the hostile in light of the new development would be reckless, so asked his team members to retreat to a safe distance and await his orders. As for Anne, she immediately used her grimoire and accessed the user interface of the Golden Gate cluster array formation to check why the turrets did not react as the red beam of light emerged at the border of the city. Anne had specified all 250 turrets to secure the city perimeter, yet the turrets did not alert her of the red beams of light. Leaving the matter of Golden Array aside, Anne contacted her teams. Teams, report the status of the perimeter. Team 3, reporting. No hostiles were detected. The unidentified incident was out of nowhere. Unable to detect the source of the unidentified incident. Team 4, reporting. No hostiles were detected. Team 5, reporting. No hostiles were detected. Team 15, reporting. No hostiles were detected. All 12 teams claimed the same thing. The red beam of lights across the border of the southern capital city was out of the blue, as if they manifested out of nowhere, and its source was unidentified, labeling it as an unidentified incident. Without enough information, Anne did not know what to say but to look at the humanoid in black who was surrounded by Team 2. However, it completely ignored them and kept staring at the boy. Fuck, no wonder they destroyed the city array first, Jill cussed, seeing the beam of light. Anne wanted to ask Jill the details she knew about the red beams of light that had suddenly appeared at the border of the city, but stopped seeing the red beams of light increase their width. The unidentified red beams of light spanning across the city borders were thousands in number, enough to surround the southern capital within them but not enough to completely close the borders of the city. Now that was about to change, as the thousands of red beams of light were expanding their width. Soon they would all come into contact with each other if they continued to expand at the current rate. Then the entire southern capital city's border will be enclosed by a red curtain of light. And if the expansion of the red curtain of light doesn't halt in its path and continues further, then the entire city will be covered by the unidentified red light. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:49, location southern region, southern capital. Anne and the rest stared at the red beams of light expand. Just then Anne received a text from her information network that a similar red beam of lights have surrounded the gate of the dual gate dungeon, and they too were expanding just like the red beams of light that had appeared on the border of the southern capital. Jill, you knew that the central government was planning to attack the dual gate dungeon and southern capital at the same time? Anne asked Jill with a fierce gaze. I don't know what you are talking about. The central government would never do such things. Jill denied knowing anything and even went as far as to defend the central government, as she did not know that her father and the central government were aware of her betrayal. She didn't even know that the central government knew that her father told her about the attack. Anne immediately arranged a temporary space isolation array formation around Jill and herself, but not the entire chariot, because she did not want the temporary array formation with the boy's epiphany. Jill, now no one can listen in on our conversation. Tell me the truth. You knew the central government was going to simultaneously attack both the city and the dual gate dungeon? Anne repeated her question to Jill. Anne, if this is your attempt to burden me with guilt, then you are barking at the wrong tree. I am here only for Wyatt. I could care less about the southern capital or the dual gate dungeon unless the central government asks for my help. Jill made her priorities clear to Anne, first the boy, then the central government. And that she did not plan to leave one for another. If not for Wyatt, I would imprison you right now. Anne fiercely glared at Jill. In response, Jill just scoffed and said, if not for Wyatt, I would not be helping you right now. Just ask what you want to ask. Stop with these silly mind games, we do not have time for them. Anne did not seem to be bothered by Jill's response and immediately asked, tell me everything you know about these red beams of lights. Can you not see it as a demon summoning sacrificial ritual? Jill asked Anne, are you sure this is a demon summoning sacrificial ritual? A demon summoning sacrificial ritual of this scale requires a sacrifice of thousands of strong card apprentices, but the turrets and my people have not detected a single human sacrifice around the city border or miles from it. I believe though these red light beams resemble a demon summoning sacrifice ritual, it should be something else. Just contact your father and ask him what is this and how to counter it. Anne did not agree with Jill and persuaded her to contact her father for information. I think you should take a look at seeing the thousands of red light beams at the city border. Anne's first guess was the high-level demon summoning sacrificial ritual, but then seeing how turrets and the demigod teams did not anyone human sacrifice on the city border, she thought these red light beams were something else, a new weapon of the central government, and southern capital was its first victim. This was why Anne tried to guilt Jill so that Jill could collect information on the new weapon of the central government and share its weakness with them. Anne, these thousands of red beams of light are indeed demon summoning sacrifice rituals. The reason you cannot detect any human sacrifice is that they are using special cards to erase their presence. Jill reminded Anne not to forget that the central government has a special card that can erase the presence of users. Listening to Jill, the members of Team 1 were shocked. Because as demigods they had reached the ceiling of the card world's power system, but learning the central government had cards that could mask the presence of card apprentices from them, the top existence of this world's food chain, they felt their worldview change. It was another thing if these card apprentices were demigods themselves, but considering the scale of the human sacrifice they clearly weren't. If they were, then it would be even more astounding news. As for Anne, she chose to heed Jill's reminder. and connecting to Golden Gate she ordered the 250 turrets to aim and fire at the red beams of light nearest to them, in hopes that the attack of the turrets will kill the hiding card apprentice before they sacrifice themselves for the ritual. Following Anne's orders, the cannons of the 250 turrets moved to aim at their nearest red light beams and prepared to open fire, but were interrupted by Jill, who explained to Anne, "I know this demon summoning ritual. You killing the human sacrifice will only speed the summoning process. There is nothing you can do against the ritual. I guess all the human sacrifices are cursed. Even if you somehow render them unconscious, they will be detonated by the orchestrator of this madness." Anne looked at the expanding red beams of light, then at the boy, and finally withdrew her order to the turrets. Seeing this, Jill nodded and then added, "Considering the scale of this sacrifice, I think this might even be a devil summoning sacrificial ritual. Something of this scale happened once before 500 years ago in the northern region. However, back then the demon worshippers responsible for the sacrifice ritual were not able to break the city array formation before the devil summoning ritual, so the devils never made it into the city, keeping the casualty to a minimum. But the fight continued for weeks. Fearing that the devils and their demon army might break the city array formation or attack the nearby cities, the northerners had no choice but to ask for reinforcements from the other 4 regions. Fortunately, you evacuated the citizens using the Golden Gate before this ordeal, thanks to my information. However, I believe even at the risk of affecting Wyatt's epiphany, we should rush back to the royal palace grounds for his safety. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 22:04, location Central Region, Central Capital. Guys, don't bully Ada. She is Master's new pet project, the female members of Arnis's team said sarcastically in an effort to taunt Ada. Yeah, I am the new favorite of the Master. You guys got a problem with it? Ada Davis stared down at her new teammates. Ada was setting a tone as the new guy on the team. Though she was just a card lord and the weakest member of the team, she would not let her teammates push her around. She will fight back even if it costs her life, and as the new favorite pet of the Master, she knew her teammates would not dare to go that far. Yeah, big deal. We all were once Master's pet projects. Little girl, as your senior, let me give you a piece of advice: there's always a new pet project. So it's best if you learn to respect the team's hierarchy. Another teammate scoffed, as all the team members of Arnis's team were one of many experiments of their Master. The only difference between them and others was that they were all considered successful and flawless experiments. The proudest collection of their Master. Quote. Ada glared at her new teammates, knowing that if she let them get their way today, they will never respect her. Being at the bottom of the team was not a problem, but not having the respect of the teammates was. Seeing the little card lord stare at them despite repeatedly warning her, one of the teammates lost patience and wanted to teach the weakest newbie in their team's history a lesson, but as he was about to act, he sensed the presence of Arnis, their team leader, postponing his plan to teach the newbie a lesson. Looks like you guys are getting along well, Arnis said as she walked into the room. Feeling the tension in the room, Arnis glimpsed over her team and Ada before saying, "Don't underestimate the newbie because her realm is low. She is the new replacement for Agent Uri. If not for her low realm, it would not be wrong to call her the upgrade of Agent Uri." Everyone on the team could not help but take a second look at Ada, listening to Arnis's words. The terror Agent Uri was known to everyone who knew his existence. His physique, false relic, and unique self-sacrificial type style of fighting scared anyone from going up against even one of his bodies. Really, the female team who tried to taunt Ada earlier blurted in surprise. Agent Uri's physique and false relic's terror were known especially to the female card apprentices. Except for overly powerful and influential female agents, all other female agents were under the radar of Uri's terror. The female teammate here had the misfortune of experiencing it firsthand multiple times. As an agent of the central government, she knew if it came down to choosing between her and Uri, the central government would choose Uri over her, so she never dared to complain. When she or Agent Uri wasn't on a mission, she would always try to be in the presence of her team or would be on a constant lookout, because she did not know when and where Agent Uri would ambush her and his 3 bodies would assault her 3 holes. When the news of Agent Uri spread across the secret base, many female agents like the one here rejoiced and even celebrated his death. Therefore, when Arnis said that Ada would be filling in Agent Uri's position, she could not help but look at Ada with fear. This was how deep the trauma left by Uri was. Even after his death, his victims would still tremble in fear hearing his name. However, learning that the next person replacing Uri was a female, the female teammate felt a sense of relief, and she even looked at Ada with reverence. The fear she had for Uri had turned into respect for Ada. Did Ada not tell you guys? Arnaz was looking right at Ada. Looks like the newbie is humble, the vice leader of the team said, forming a better impression of Ada. I knew it, Master wouldn't just send anybody to join our team. Besides, the newbie has guts. She dared stand up to all of us. I can respect that, another teammate said, which was as good as him welcoming Ada to the team. Okay, Master has given us 2 new missions. These 2 missions have to be executed simultaneously to ensure maximum chances of success of both the missions, so this time we'll be taking the help of other teams. So, I want you guys to be on your best behaviors since I have invited the other team over to discuss the details of the mission, Arnaz informed her team. I think you should take a look at, leader, which team will be joining us on the mission? The vice leader of the team asked Arnaz. You will know when they are here. Arnaz did not answer her second in command, and turning to look at Ada, she said, let us continue to welcome the newbie into the team. I take it you guys are done with the introductions. With that out of the way, now it's time for the welcome gift. Ada, here you go. With that Arnaz summoned her grimoire and took out a strip made of paper-thin unknown material that was connected end to end forming a loop with a single twist. It was Ada's welcome gift. Arnaz then carefully handed the welcome gift to Ada. False relic Mobius presence, the female teammate exclaimed. It looks like Master has decided you will be the replacement for Agent Uri, the vice leader concluded. Seeing Arnaz give Ada the false relic Mobius presence made things clearer. Leader, how do you have the false relic Mobius presence when? Shouldn't it be locked away in the diamond grimoire of Agent Uri after his death? Last I remember Agent Uri's grimoire is currently in the possession of Soldier Queen Colleen who killed him, one other team member asked. What have I told you guys about asking questions that can get you killed? Come on, everyone answer me together. Arnaz did not answer her teammate, instead she glared at him for asking the wrong question. We shouldn't ask questions that can get us killed, the whole team except the newbie and the leader answered in unison. The teammate who asked how Arnaz had the false relic Mobius presence which was locked in the diamond grimoire of Agent Uri after his death and currently in possession of the Soldier Queen Colleen who killed Agent Uri could not help but wonder, if Arnaz did not want to reveal the origin of the false relic, would it not have made more sense if Arnaz gave it to Ada in secret instead of giving it to her in open? Did this thought not cross Arnaz's mind, or was this some sort of test? Did I fail the test by asking her the origin of the false relic? Fuck, I just wanted to know if they got the Southern royal family to return Agent Uri's grimoire. Seeing how secretive Arnaz was, that wasn't the case, there has to be more to it. Did the central government figure out a way to create copies of false relics? Quote. Arnaz looked at her teammates and then she looked at Ada. Taking the clue, Ada, having heard her new teammate's answer, also answered Arnaz aloud. Seeing this, Arnaz nodded in satisfaction with a bright face. As for the origin of the false relic Mobius presence that she gifted to Ada, the thoughts of the teammate who foolishly inquired about the origin of the false relic were not that far from the correct answer. Newbie, since you received the welcome gift, now you are officially part of our team. Now, say a few words introducing yourself, and this time don't be humble, the vice leader said, trying to change the subject. Yes, newbie, come on, the female teammate cheered. Ada nodded at her teammates and said, I am not the new Agent Uri or his upgrade. My name is Ada Davis. I like to kill anything everything Southern Emperor holds dear. I dislike every second Southern Emperor and people dear to her draw their breath. Lastly, my only goal in this life is to destroy the Southern royal family and make the Southern Emperor watch helplessly as her loved ones burn to death. Listening to Ada's not so humble introduction, everyone gawked at her bravery to point out that she was not the next Uri and her insane hatred for the Southern royal family. Well, so much for changing the topic, the vice leader of the team mumbled, hearing Ada's arrogant and uncut introduction filled with hatred and thirst for vengeance. Newbie, don't care what others say, that was deep. The teammate who commended Ada for her guts to stand up against the team was once again impressed by Ada's single-minded thirst for vengeance. Quiet, the other team is here, the vice leader reminded his team, feeling the presence of the other team near them. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:42, location Southern region, Southern capital, Dual Gate Dungeon. Ada, prepare for the devil summoning sacrificial ritual. I will go destroy the array formations covering the city in the Dual Gate Dungeon. Rest of you guys, you know your orders, follow them to the dot. Arnaz ordered the 2 teams she brought with her for 2 separate missions. Seeing the 2 team members nod in understanding, Arnas then summoned her grimoire and summoned 2 blackwood coffin. Opening the coffins, Arnas took out 2 SSS rank corpse puppets. Then she sacrificed both the corpse puppets to her SSS rank demonic card corpse doppelganger. Soon both the SSS rank corpse puppets were swallowed by Arnas's diamond grimoire, and a second later 2 humanoid figures dressed in black who looked exactly like Arnas's copy conjured next to her. They were Arnas's SSS rank corpse doppelgangers. After being summoned, both of Arnas's corpse doppelgangers bowed to Arnas, showing their obedience to the original and main body. The reason Arnas created 2 SSS rank corpse doppelgangers was that she did not plan to participate in the mission, as a semi-demigod had no place in the battle of demigods. That's right, Arnas was just a semi-demigod, but thanks to her peculiar card set that she had equipped in her diamond grimoire, she could easily take down any renowned demigod. Just take the SSS rank corpse doppelgangers. They were made using SSS rank corpse puppets, which were made by refining the corpse of a card demigod. Thanks to the special method used to refine a corpse into a corpse puppet, the SSS rank corpse puppet displayed the physical prowess of a peak demigod, someone who was close to understanding transcendence. Then by turning the SSS rank corpse puppet into her SSS rank corpse doppelganger, Arnas was sharing her ego gem and grimoire with it, giving the corpse doppelganger the physical prowess of a peak demigod and access to her extraordinary rune and cards collection, making the corpse doppelganger strong enough to face strong demigod enemies. This was why Arnas was able to lead 2 teams of demigods without anyone questioning her authority in either of the teams. While Arnas's corpse doppelgangers attracted the city in dual gate dungeon array, Arnas planned to monitor them from the secret base of the central government on the outskirts of the southern capital city. Following Arnas' orders, 2 of Ada's 12 bodies that would be in charge of the devil summoning ritual at the southern capital in the dual gate dungeon had already split their swarm of 20,000 duplicate devil masks consisting solely of card lords into 2:3 ratio and were awaiting further orders at their mission site. The first half of the swarm of duplicate devil masks consisted of 8,000 card lord clones, which will be used as sacrifices for the devil summoning sacrificial ritual at the dual gate dungeon, while the second half of the swarm of duplicate devil masks consisted of 12,000 card lord clones, which will be used as sacrifices for the devil summoning sacrificial ritual at the southern capital. Despite a swarm as big as 20,000 card lords moving around in the city outskirts, it did not attract any attention thanks to the combination of Ada's 2 origin cards, Devil Skull Mask and Mobius Presences. The Devil Skull Mask turns whoever wears the duplicate Devil Skull Mask into a perfect copy of Ada, allowing the Devil Skull Mask clones of Ada to satisfy the conditions of Mobius Presence and gain its effect. Since the swarm of 20,000 card lords had their presence erased, their movement did not attract the attention of the authorities. Making use of this, the 2 halves of the swarms had surrounded their respective targets, the southern capital and the dual gate dungeon. While 2 of Ada's bodies oversee the devil summoning sacrifice ritual, the other 9 of her bodies will try to enter the A-rank dual gate dungeon with the help of her team. There was a difference between Ada's unlimited immortal physique and her Devil Skull Mask swarm when both of them created perfect clone bodies of her. The bodies created using unlimited immortal physique could think for themselves, and could be revived once killed. Lastly, unless all of them were killed, Ada would not die. I think you should take a look at as for the clones created by Ada's origin card Devil Skull Mask. Though being her perfect copy, they did not have a mind of their own but shared a common mind known as Swarm Mind, and if killed they cannot be revived. Lastly, if Ada died, the whole swarm would die with her. The difference between the clone bodies created by Ada's physique and the clone bodies created by her origin card were few but very detrimental, but when used together they made up for each other's flaws. The 12 bodies of Ada were all wearing Devil Skull Masks, meaning the duplicate Devil Skull Mask swarm of Ada had 12 minds controlling them, vastly growing the size and strength of the swarm compared to the previous time when Ada attacked Sky Blossom City and the temporary base of the Southern Watch with help of demon worshippers. As for her original body, it would be in the central government's secret base next to the southern capital along with the Arnas's original. After making all the preparations, one of the corpse doppelgangers of Arnas asked one of the visible bodies of Ada, "Is everything ready for the devil summoning sacrificial ritual?" One of the 9 bodies of Ada acting with her team said, "Half of my devil mask swarm has already surrounded the city and the other half has surrounded the dual gate dungeon. Once you break their array formation, we can start the sacrifice for the devil summoning ritual." "Good." Arnas's doppelganger nodded and reminded Ada, "Field Marshal Heatsen's eyes are special, they can see you despite the Mobius presence, so be careful. Our whole plan depends on you entering the A-rank dual gate dungeon and disturbing it from the inside." Don't worry leader, we got her covered. Arnis's team assured her that they would make sure that Ada's clones enter the dungeon. There were two ways to destroy a dungeon. The obvious one was to explore it, find its dungeon core, and destroy it. As for the other way, it was directly destroyed with overwhelming power from outside. With Field Marshal Heatsend guarding the dual gate dungeon, it was impossible to try the second option, so was the first option, but Arnis and her team felt that they had more chances of success choosing the first option than the second option thanks to Ada's physique and origin cards. Unlike in field dungeons, in gate dungeons high-ranking card apprentices cannot force their way in. Therefore, the team's plan only depended on Ada's clone bodies entering the dual gate dungeon. Ada, remember there are two dungeon cores in the dual gate dungeon, one for each gate of the dungeon. Make sure to find both the dungeon cores and destroy both of them. Because unless you destroy both the cores, the dungeon will not be destroyed, but one of the gates will temporarily be closed until its destroyed core reforms, Ada was reminded by her team's vice leader. Don't worry, I will search and destroy both dungeon cores of the dual gate dungeon. You guys have reminded me of this 100 times now. Just get me into the dungeon already. Ada was irritated by her team's leader and vice leader who repeatedly kept reminding her of the basics of their mission. Ada, don't be overconfident. Your physique and origin card combo is unmatched, but you cannot underestimate this mission. This dual gate dungeon is currently the priority project of the two royal families. Once you enter it, there is no telling what you will find there. As far as I can guess, the forces of the royal families are within the dual gate dungeon and forcefully stopping it from refreshing or causing a dungeon break. Though there will only be card lords in the dungeon, among the two royal families there are many powerful card lords with unique origin cards, physique, traits, and runes, so just don't blindly be confident like Uri and end up dying in the hands of the royals. Arnis lectured Ada, feeling that she had grown overconfident with her new origin card, just like Agent Uri, who in the end was killed at the end of the Soldier Queen Colleen. If only Agent Uri was smarter and more careful, he would not have gotten himself trapped inside Colleen's rule domain with his all three bodies. And he could have avoided his tragic demise. Don't worry, team leader, I know what I am doing. Please, trust me. This was Ada's first mission with the team, so it was not a surprise that the team was having doubts about her. Yes, she had capable powers, but without a good head using these powers of hers, she would never be able to show their true potential. Being assured by Ada repeatedly, Arnis finally stopped worrying about Ada screwing up her part of the mission, and then her two corpse doppelgangers moved out to do their part of the mission. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:40, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Dual Gate Dungeon. Field Marshal Heatsend peacefully stood in front of the A-rank Dual Gate Dungeon. She had created a sensory field surrounding the dungeon gate by concentrating and focusing all of her heightened senses to monitor her vicinity. Nothing could escape her senses, and if anything entered the range of her senses, it would not be instantly destroyed without any mercy. There was a reason for this ruthless destruction of anything that fell within Field Marshal Heatsend's panorama. The A-rank dual gate dungeon and the area surrounding it were protected by SSS rank array formation. When setting up the array formation, every being within the dungeon's surroundings was eradicated. Hence, if something can make it past the array and come into the sensory range of the field marshal, then there was something unusual about them, so instead of wasting time investigating it, the field marshal chose to destroy them on the spot. While the field marshal used her senses to create a sensory field around the A-rank dual gate dungeon, her sight, however, was paused at a distant location, the rendezvous point of the central government forces. Compared to her other senses, Field Marshal Heatsend's sense of sight was special and had a longer range, allowing her to pinpoint the location where several strong soul energy signatures were hiding. Apart from the strong soul energy signature, she also felt the presence of thousands of Card Lord Realm card apprentices gathering at that location. Field Marshal's brows frowned, knowing that the central government was up to its old tricks. With her power, Field Marshal Heatsend could care less about ants regardless of their numbers, but her experience told her not to underestimate her enemy even if they were mere ants. Therefore, she made use of her sense of sight to keep track of the ants while using her sensory field to monitor the dungeon gate's vicinity. Grand Ant, how long are you going to tolerate those fools? Just let me out, I will handle them. Anna's telepathic voice sounded in Field Marshal Heatsend's mind. Anne seems to also be aware of the central government forces that have gathered on the outskirts of the southern capital. However, Anne could not be seen anywhere near the A-rank dual gate dungeon or Field Marshal. No, shut up and complete the task I have given you. Field Marshal immediately rejected Anne telepathically and asked her to get back to work. I think you should take a look at. I don't see that happening anytime soon. No matter how hard I try, the seal won't budge an inch. Grandaunt, just let me out after I am done handling them. You can put me back in the seal to continue my training, Anna argued and tried to reason with the field marshal. It seemed she did not plan on taking a no for an answer. Anna, stop arguing. If you want to get out of there so badly, just break all the seals and complete your training. Then you are free to do anything you want. The field marshal seemed to be in no mood to reason with Anna. Wait, what do you mean by all the seals? Tell me I heard wrong. I remember you saying there was only one seal, Anna asked the field marshal, finding discrepancies in her words. When did I say that? I am not responsible for your misunderstandings, field marshal corrected Anna. Knowing Anna was preferred and more responsive to hands-on learning. As a part of Anna's training, the field marshal locked Anna in her mystic space card, and Anna could only get out by breaking seals of the mystic space. However, it has been days and Anna had made no progress in breaking the first seal of the mystic space card. Meaning she had made no advancement in her training, and with the passing days she was right where she started. Misunderstanding. You led me to believe that there was only one seal. Grandaunt let me out. I have to go help protect Wyatt, Anna began to dream at the top of her telepathic voice. Help protect Wyatt? With your current strength, you will only be in his way. Did you forget the incident on the outskirts of Sky Blossom City? Do I need to remind you how you watched helplessly as the boy made a deal with the devil to save you? Field Marshal Heatsend did not hold her words back, seeing Anna throw a tantrum. I clearly remember it. That is the day I knew for sure the boy loved me and wasn't just using me. How can I forget that day? That is why I need to be there by his side. Grandma, let me out, Anna said, remembering the moment the boy came to her rescue, risking his life and soul. The boy, unlike Anna, was not very open about his feelings for her, so somewhere in the deepest part of Anna's heart there was always a doubt if the people were correct that the boy was only using her. Now she knew the boy cared about her enough to risk his life and soul even if he doesn't show it. Your mother was right. You are still not ready for the responsibility your brother is planning to put on your shoulder. Girl, stop talking and get back to training. I am willing to keep you in there for a millennium if that is how long it takes to break all the mystic seals. Field Marshal Heatsend was starting to think that she should have started Anna's training a lot sooner, maybe by a decade or two. Yes, my mother is right about many things. Why don't you people make her the next heir to the Southern Throne? Anna finally spoke, the words weighing in her mind. Anne, like many, believed she was not the most desirable candidate to become the next ruler of the Southern region. Her mother was. And today she finally said it out loud. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:42, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Dual Gate Dungeon. Listening to Anna's words, Field Marshal Heatsend let out a mental sigh and said, long ago my brother asked us who would be the ruler of the Southern Region. The popular choice was your mother, but she chose you. She said you should be the next to sit on the Southern Throne. Grandaunt, you just said my mother said I shouldn't be the next to sit on the Southern Throne. Which is it? Anna asked the Field Marshal in irritation. Girl, the exact words your mother used were that it was too early for you to become the heir to the throne. She always thought you should be the next heir to the Southern Throne, but not as of now. In these past few days you have proven your mother right repeatedly about it being too early to decide if you should be the next in line to sit on the Southern Throne. Field Marshal Heatsend cleared Anna's misconception that her mother did not want her to become the next ruler of the Southern Region. Learning that her mother recommended her to become the next Southern ruler, Anna was overwhelmed with joy. It was true that Anna did not care for her mother's approval, but knowing that she had her mother's approval was like a cherry on top of the cake. Grandaunt, enough with this boring training. Send in some demigods. I will show you how wrong my mother is, Anna proposed confidently. Anna was so overwhelmed with joy that she ignored the important question, why did her grandfather name her as the next ruler of the South despite her mother saying she wasn't ready yet? Anna, this training is not about increasing your combat prowess, it is about helping you understand your strength. You lost to the right eye of the world not because you weren't strong enough but because you did not understand your strength. Breaking the seals in the mystic space will help you understand your strength. When fighting against enemies as powerful as oneself, brute force will not get you anywhere. Your understanding of your strength and skills will make the difference you need to defeat your enemies. Field Marshal explained the importance of the training mystic space to Anna. Grandaunt, how about you let me out? I will fight those central government fools to understand my strength. It was as if pouring water on stone. Anna did not soak in anything the field marshal explained to her about her secluded training in mystic space. No, with your strength you will get captured, turning this situation into a hostage situation, and that is exactly what they want. The central government is fully aware of my powers, yet its forces have revealed their location to me. I believe they have revealed their location to me purposely rather than out of their foolishness. I guess they are trying to bait me into leaving the side of the dungeon gate and then have their Card Lord army invade the dungeon gate, Field Marshal speculated. Then why don't you let me guard the dungeon and you go and uproot those buffoons? Anna suggested, seeming to be hell-bent on getting out of the mystic space despite repeatedly being rejected by the Field Marshal. I think you should take a look at it. Is not time yet. Once your mother achieves her task it wouldn't be too late for me to get rid of them. To the Field Marshal her orders were clear: to guard the gate of the dungeon. Therefore, no matter what Anna said or the central government forces did, she did not plan to leave the side of the dungeon gate. Damn it, Grand Aunt, let me out of her, Anna cussed, seeing nothing she said would change Field Marshal's mind about letting her out of the mystic space. Just as Anna said these words, she felt an invisible force pressing her against the ground, and this force was so strong that Anna could not even put up a struggle against it. The press on Anna was so strong that she felt her rib cage crack and was about to pierce her lungs. Anna held her breath, knowing if she expanded her lungs they would be pierced by her ribs that were almost pressing and scratching against the outside walls of her lungs. Understanding her mistake, Anna immediately said the 3 magic words in the politest way possible: I am sorry. As soon as the 3 magic words were spoken, the invisible force pressing Anna against the ground of the mystic space disappeared partially. Then she heard the Field Marshal say, "Girl, I had enough. I am cutting your connection to the outside world, breaking the first seal before I return, or else you will learn exactly why your mother and uncle unconsciously tremble whenever they see me still today." With her warning, Field Marshal disconnected her mental connection with the mystic space, effectively cutting Anna's connection to the outside world from within the mystic space. The reason the Field Marshal did not do this sooner was that with her connection with mystic space disconnected, she could not keep track of Anna's progress in her training. But as long as Field Marshal is mentally connected to the mystic space, Anna, who was inside it, could tap into Field Marshal's mental connection to see what was happening outside the mystic space through her senses. Thanks to this, through the Field Marshal's eyes Anna could see the location revealed by the central government forces. After cutting her connection to the mystic space, Field Marshal saw 8,000 Card Lords, each wearing the same devil skull mask and a corpse doppelganger, approach the array formation covering the dungeon gate surroundings. Despite the 8,000 Card Lords being the first to approach the array formation, Corpse Doppelganger advanced as faster and was able to reach the array formation first. As the Corpse Doppelganger approached the array formation, Field Marshal shot a beam of soul energy at it. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:45, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Dual Gate Dungeon. Seeing a humanoid in black approach the array formation covering the Dual Gate Dungeon vicinity, thanks to her excellent sight, Field Marshal immediately noticed the humanoid in the black was not a Card Apprentice but a Corpse Doppelganger. The Field Marshal immediately reacted by firing a concentrated soul energy beam at it at an insane speed in hopes to put a permanent end to the Corpse Doppelganger's advance. In the face of the incoming soul energy beam aimed at it, the Corpse Doppelganger continued in its advance without fear or hesitation, and when it was time it dodged the soul energy beam by a hair's breadth. Seeing the Corpse Doppelganger evade her attack, the Field Marshal frowned, as her attack might have seemed simple but it was so fast that even seasoned demigods would have trouble dodging it, let alone a SSS rank Corpse Doppelganger. Field Marshal recalled seeing a disturbance in the surrounding of the Corpse Doppelganger just as it dodged her soul energy beam. With this, Field Marshal concluded that the Corpse Doppelganger did not dodge her attack purely based on its physical prowess but had activated an unknown skill that helped it dodge the soul energy beam by a hair's breadth. Just as the Corpse Doppelganger was about to reach the array formation covering the Dual Gate Dungeon, the soul energy beam which it had just dodged suddenly bent itself at a 180-degree angle in the air and continued to follow the Corpse Doppelganger. As if the Corpse Doppelganger had eyes at the back of its head, it once again dodged the soup energy beam aimed at its back by a hair's breadth. This time around, when Corpse Doppelganger evaded her attack, the Field Marshal was prepared. She had her sight focused on the Corpse Doppelganger, and this time she not only noticed the minute disturbance in the Corpse Doppelganger's surroundings as it dodged her attack but also traced back the source of the minute disturbance to the mouth of the Corpse Doppelganger. Back in the secret base of the central government's force on the outskirts of the southern capital, Arna's wiped the sweat off her forehead and sighed in relief. Arnas had not expected the soul energy beam of the field marshal to lock on and follow the corpse doppelganger without losing its speed and power in the slightest. Had she not activated her ability to try and destroy the array formation, she would not have noticed the soul energy beam doubling back at the corpse doppelganger. When the corpse doppelganger reached the array formation, Arnas remotely activated her ability to affect vibrations of nature's soul pathways and destroy the array formation. I think you should take a look at, however, before she could do that, the noise produced by her skill detected the soul energy beam aimed at the back of the corpse doppelganger. In the nick of the moment, Arnas made a split-second decision to use her skill to dodge the attack and not destroy array formation. Because if the field marshal's soul energy beam hits the corpse doppelganger, then it will destroy amidst destroying the array formation. Meaning, had Arnas chosen to ignore the attack and focus on destroying the array formation, not only would she have lost an SSS rank corpse puppet used to create the corpse doppelganger, but also not succeed in destroying the array formation covering the dual gate dungeon vicinity. So, Arnas's decision to dodge field marshal's attack was what still kept her in the game. Otherwise, her mission to destroy the dual gate dungeon would have failed without even completing the first step. These kinds of split-second decisions cannot be expected from a corpse doppelganger even if it was an SSS rank creation. This was why Arnas chose to stay at the secret base to monitor and control her corpse doppelganger instead of being in the field along with her team members, even if her actions negatively affected the morale of her team. This could not be helped, because the ability displayed by Arnas's corpse doppelganger required performing lengthy and hectic calculations within fractions of seconds in real time. To do these calculations, Arnas needed a quiet area without any disturbance, which one cannot find in the field, so she had no choice but to be in the base, even though it was the leader's duty to lead by example. In Southern Capital, the boy mistook Arnas's corpse doppelganger for a real card apprentice, as he had never seen a corpse doppelganger before. Mistaking the corpse doppelganger for the original was not the only mistake the boy made at that time. The other mistake was when the boy concluded that Arnas was using her ability as a sonar radar to dodge the attacks aimed at her by keeping track of the progress of all the attacks headed her way, but he was only half right about this. Yes, Arnas was using her ability similar to a sonar, but it was not to keep track of the movement and path of the attacks in real time, but to use the difference in the vibration of the soul energy in the attack and nature surrounding her to propel herself out of the path of the attack. This was why Arnas's corpse doppelganger was dodging all the attacks aimed at it by hair's breadth at the last possible moment. Arnas's corpse doppelganger only used its ability to dodge the thousands of energy projectiles aimed at it in a short time. At such short notice, the data collected by the boy was incomplete. Hence it was not a surprise that the boy mistook how Arnas was making use of her ability to dodge the attacks aimed at her. However, he was correct about Arnas using noise to manipulate the vibrations of nature's soul pathways. This not only allowed her to dodge the incoming attack by making use of force produced by the difference in the magnitude of two vibrational forces, but also allowed her to physically become one with the world by manipulating the vibrations of the soul pathways of her physical body. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:45, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Dual Gate Dungeon. Adaptive resonance disruption was not possible because the manipulation of soul pathway vibrations was not possible by the card apprentices. Despite lots of practice and experience, even the most talented among the card apprentices could only manipulate the vibrations of soul pathways with low-level soul energy, but not the vibrations of the soul pathways with high-level soul energy. Therefore, it was widely believed that a card apprentice could never display adaptive response disruption. Until Arnas John. Arnas's master did not lie when he told Jill's father that Arnas did not have any special physique, trait, or origin card to help her with the manipulation of the vibrations of the soul pathway, allowing her to display adaptive response disruption in the field on large scale, such as the city array formation of the Southern Capital. So how was Arnas able to manipulate the vibrations of soul pathways with high-level soul energies? Was it some kind of rule or hybrid rune? It was because she was a very exceptionally genius singer and musician the card world had never seen. Yes, the adaptive response disruption which many talented card creationists and area masters could not achieve was achieved by a singer-musician. As a genius singer-musician, Arnas was gifted with an exceptional set of throat and ears. A throat that can sing any melody and a pair of ears that can discern any sound. When these were used in combination with soul energy enhancement, body strengthening and body reinforcement cards, and appropriate rule power and unique runes, Arnas achieved wonders. Enough to gain the attention of her current master and Carl. Though Carl only saw her as a mere spy, her master saw a lot of potential in her, enough to make her his disciple. With the help of her master's guidance, in no time Arnas was able to use her talent in sound not just to achieve wonders but miracles. One such miracle was adaptive response disruption. Thanks to various enhancements of soul energy, cards, rule power, and runes to her exceptional throat and ears, Arnas could now produce and hear sounds that were not humanly possible for card apprentices to produce and hear, even for those in the demigod realm, allowing her to generate noises that allowed her to manipulate the vibrations of the soul pathways and ear vibrations of soul pathways and distinguish between them. This was the reason why Arnas turned the SSS rank corpse puppet into SSS rank corpse doppelganger. It only allowed the doppelgangers to share her cards, ego gem, and incomplete divinity, but it also reshaped their ears and throat to resemble the ears and throats of Arnas, allowing them to produce and hear sounds that were not humanly possible for card apprentices, even for those in the demigod realm to produce and hear just like Arnas. Card name: Black Wood Coffin. Card type: Item card. Card rank: SSS rank. Legend grade. Card rate: 14 stars. Card durability: 95/100ths. Card effect: Blackwood Coffin is an item that allows the card apprentice to refine a corpse placed in it into a corpse puppet. Additional effect: Black Steel Physique, Corpse Poison, Corpse Puppet Repair, Corpse Explosion, Pseudo-Spirituality, Absolute Obedience, Spiritual Possession. I think you should take a look at note. If a live person is placed in the Blackwood Coffin, they will undergo the gruesome process of corpse refining and turn into a corpse puppet. Black Steel Physique: the carbon and iron in the body of the corpse bond along with its residual soul energy under the refining process of the Blackwood Coffin, giving the refined corpse puppet a black steel physique. The body of the corpse puppet is as strong and durable as the black steel. The level of the physique is proportional to the realm of the corpse used. Corpse Poison: due to the corpse refining process of the Blackwood Coffin, the dead blood of the corpse turns into corpse poison. The rank of the corpse poison is directly proportional to the realm of the corpse used to create the corpse puppet. Corpse Puppet Repair: in case the corpse puppet refined by Blackwood Coffin is damaged in battle, it can be repaired by placing it in the Blackwood Coffin. Note: if limbs are lost, they cannot be restored. However, if the lost limb is placed in the coffin along the coffin, the limb can be reattached to the corpse puppet. Corpse Explosion: the Blackwood Coffin will not only refine the corpse into a puppet but also into a walking bomb. The strength of the explosion is proportional to the realm of the corpse used. Pseudo-Spirituality: the corpse puppet refined by the Blackwood Coffin will retain a quarter of its original spirituality. Absolute Obedience: the corpse puppet refined by the Blackwood Coffin will obey all orders of the holder of the Blackwood Coffin card. Spiritual Possession: the card apprentice can lay in the Blackwood Coffin to spiritually possess the corpse puppet refined by the Blackwood Coffin to control the corpse puppet remotely. Note: this skill only activates when the card apprentice equipped with the particular Blackwood Coffin card lays in the coffin. Caution: if it is someone else or a different Blackwood Coffin card, they will be refined into a corpse puppet. Card name: Corpse Doppelganger. Card type: Skill card. Card rank: SSS rank. Legend grade. Card rate: 13 stars. Card effect: the Corpse Doppelganger card allows the card apprentice to refine the corpse into their doppelganger. The physical realm of the doppelganger will remain the same as the realm of the corpse, while it will not retain its original soul energy, ego gem, and divinity. However, the corpse doppelganger can share the original soul energy, ego gem, and divinity. Additional: Corpse Transformation, Doppelganger Connection. Corpse Transformation: the corpse doppelganger card will fully morph the physical appearance of the corpse into the duplicate of the card apprentice. Doppelganger Connection: the card apprentice and the doppelganger will share a connection using which the card apprentice can control and order the corpse doppelganger. Date: the 13th of April 2321. Time: 9:46. Location: Southern Region, Southern Capital, Dual Gate Dungeon. Having traced the minute disturbance in the surrounding back to the mouth of the corpse doppelganger, Field Marshal guessed that the corpse doppelganger was using a sound type ability to dodge her attack, and only way for her attack to successfully land on the corpse doppelganger would be to raise her attack speed such that its attack speed was greater than the speed of noise produced by the corpse doppelganger. With that thought, the soul energy beam that the corpse doppelganger had just dodged once again made a 180-degree turn and headed straight to the corpse doppelganger with even greater speed without compromising the strength behind it. Witnessing this, Arnas, who was controlling the corpse doppelganger, was shocked, unable to understand how the soul energy beam released by Field Marshal suddenly gained speed without compromising its strength despite having changed directions 2 times now. This did not make sense unless the field marshal wasn't just remotely controlling the soul energy beam but also remotely empowering it and making up for the lost energy and providing extra to increase its speed. Thinking of this, Arnas finally understood why her master, who was usually aloof, repeatedly asked her to be careful when up against field marshal. Only the top beings of the world close to transcendence would be capable of something like remotely empowering deployed energy attacks. Just like the 2 times before, Arnas used the corpse doppelganger's enhanced ears to discern the vibration frequency of the soul energy beam headed its way and then ordered the corpse doppelganger to generate a noise through its vocal cord that would change the frequency of the vibration of soul pathways of nature around her enough to provide enough resistance to the force of the soul energy beam to produce a residual force which would help the corpse doppelganger move out of the path of the soul energy beam, hence successfully avoiding it. When the soul energy beam passed through the altered nature around the corpse doppelganger to get to it, the residual force produced by the soul energy beam piercing through the nature while helped corpse doppelganger propel away from the attack in the nick of time like a piece of paper on the road flying into the air when a speeding vehicle passes by it. Arnas's corpse doppelganger was successfully able to dodge the attack of one of the world top 10 powerful people thrice. It was an achievement in itself, as not many lived past the first attack against the field marshal. I think you should take a look at what Arnas had pulled off through her corpse doppelganger was not an easy feat, and she deserved to be commended for it, because being able to complete calculations required to measure the vibration of the soul energy beam and then use that value to calculate the magnitude of the noise required to alter the surrounding nature to produce a residual force strong enough to propel oneself out of the path of incoming attack in a fraction of a second was not something that anyone can achieve. Field Marshal Heatsend also looked at the corpse doppelganger with a hint of amazement and acknowledgement for its original control of it. She did not know how the master of the corpse doppelganger was using sound to dodge her attacks, but it has been a while since she has come across a talented corpse puppeteer like her current opponent. However, having learned that corpse doppelganger was using a sound-based trick to dodge her attack, Field Marshal lost interest in it and decided to end it quickly. Therefore, this time it was end of road for the corpse doppelganger, as the soul energy beam instantly followed the corpse doppelganger that just evaded it. As if the soul energy beam has gained a mind of its own, it followed the corpse doppelganger like shadow until it finally landed on its target. Zig-zag boom. Arnas, who was controlling the corpse doppelganger, seeing the sudden change in the soul energy beam, stopped her corpse doppelganger from trying to dodge it because the new development in the soul energy beam did not give her enough time to go through the length and complex calculations. Knowing the attack would destroy the corpse doppelganger before she could complete the calculation, Arnas decided to stop dodging the soul energy beam. Concluding this was the end of the like for corpse doppelganger, and knowing that if it was destroyed her mission to destroy the array covering the dual gate dungeon do not be complete, Arnas decided to detonate corpse doppelganger using corpse explosion before the soul energy beam destroys it, since the corpse doppelganger was right next to the array formation. Field Marshal Heatsend shook her head, seeing the master of corpse doppelganger chose to denote it right next to the array formation before her attack destroyed it. She had guessed that the perpetrator wanted to destroy the array formation with shock from the suicide blast of the corpse doppelganger. Unfortunately, for them, the array formation covering the dual gate dungeon was shock resistant. Just as the field marshal was about to turn her attention to the 8,000 card lords that wore similar devil skull mask and were surrounding the array formation covering the dual gate dungeon vicinity, she noticed something unbelievable. The array formation had started to vibrate uncontrollably after coming in contact with aftershock from the detonation of the corpse doppelganger. Soon the array formation broke, its shattered pieces began to rain down and disintegrate into soul energy before mixing into nature. The field marshal stared at this sight in utter disbelief. She was assured by her husband, who set up the array formation, that the array was very durable, shock resistant, and could take a long time even for veteran demigods to break it, yet the detonation of a single SSS rank corpse doppelganger managed to destroy the array formation. When it comes to array formation, Field Marshal trusted her husband's capability, and that is why this came as a shock to her. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:46, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Central Government Hideout. The reason why the detonation of Arnas's corpse doppelganger was able to destroy the array formation covering the vicinity of the dual gate dungeon was that the corpse explosion was a controlled explosion whose intent was not to cause maximum devastation but to produce a particular noise as a byproduct of explosion. This noise produced by the explosion would alter the vibration of the soul pathways of nature such that it will be able to temporarily transfer energy from the explosion into the soul pathways of the array formation. After the volatile soul energy from the explosion entered the soul pathways of the array formation in a large quantity, the noise altering the vibration of nature's soul pathways stopped and the volatile soul energy was permanently trapped in the soul pathways of the array formation. Due to the trapped volatile soul energy trapped in them, the soul pathways of the array began to explode and snap, resulting in the destruction of the array formation. Damn it, Arna's cussed, losing one of her corpse doppelgangers right at the start of her mission. If not for Field Marshal Heatsen being unfamiliar to her sound-type trick, her doppelganger would never have made it to the array formation covering the dual gate dungeon vicinity and destroy the array formation at cost of her SSS rank course puppet. This was the best result she could obtain against someone as powerful as the Field Marshal Heatsen. Arnas thought this to console herself for the loss of one of her SSS rank corpse puppets. With SSS rank Blackwood Coffin, Arnas could create another SSS rank corpse puppet in no time as long as she had a corpse of a demigod. Yet, Arnas was pissed at losing a corpse puppet because the strength of the corpse puppet depended on the quality of the demigod corpse. A demigod with excellent physical prowess would make an excellent SSS rank corpse puppet compared to the corpse of an average demigod. However, there are not many demigods dominant in physical prowess in this card world unless they have a special physical enhancement bloodline, physique, or trait. And not to mention, with such strong physique, these demigods would definitely be influential and live long. Hunting them down to refine them into a corpse puppet would not be an option. Even if there are, they mostly have a physical enhancement type origin card whose effect wears off after the death of the card apprentice. Such demigod corpses were not ideal to be used as ingredients to refine a corpse puppet. Hence it was going to be a pain in the ass and take a while for Arnas to find an excellent ingredient for her to refine a new corpse puppet. Which meant she lost half of her combat power until that. That was why Arnas was so pissed to lose a corpse puppet. I think you should take a look at Ada Davis, waiting for Arnas's corpse doppelganger to destroy the area formation covering the dual gate dungeon, intently watched the confrontation between the corpse doppelganger and Field Marshal's attack. However, it all happened so fast was that all she was Arnas's corpse puppet explode and then the array formation covering the dungeon gate vicinity crumble with it. Once the detonation of corpse doppelganger destroyed the array formation, Ada immediately had her swarm of 8,000 card lords sacrifice themselves in a devil summoning sacrificial ritual without caring if they managed to surround the vicinity of the dungeon gate, because she knew once Field Marshal launches her act, her swarm would not even have an opportunity to start the devil summoning sacrificial ritual. Field Marshal Heatsend, who was looking at the array formation slowly falling apart, had her attention distracted by the thousands of red beams of light that shot into the sky from the border of the dual gate dungeon vicinity. Seeing these multiple red beams of light, the Field Marshal shook her head in dismay and muttered, "Devil summoning sacrifice ritual, looks like the central government is sticking to its old tricks." Field Marshal Heatsend patiently watched as the width of all the red beams of lights expanded until they all joined together to form a curtain of red light surrounding the vicinity of the dual gate dungeon. Knowing that once the demonic ritual starts, killing the participants will only speed the ritual but not prevent it. Soon the curtain of red light formed surrounding the dual gate dungeon. Then numerous rune circles began to illuminate on it with bright white highlights. All these rune circles were drawn using foreign symbols that did not belong to this world. Later straight lines extend out of these rune circles to join with rune circles adjacent to them. Once all of the rune circles were connected to each other, the curtain of red light surrounding the dual gate dungeon vicinity shone brighter than ever, masking the light of the sun and turning the sky within the area of the light curtain blood red. It was as if the world was all of a sudden shaded in blood. When this happened, the atmosphere in the surrounding area turned heavy and wind stopped passing through that area, as this incident had managed to gather the attention of the world's will to this part of the world. Feeling the presence of the world's will, Field Marshal Heatsend, who was standing in front of the gate of dungeon, kneeled on one knee to greet the world's will. Ignoring the pressure of the world, the bright rune circles that had joined together to form an array of rune circles radiated rhythmically like a heartbeat, as if they had come alive and were calling something. In light of this, the wind that had stopped passing through the area suddenly became violent, the clouds in the sky turned dark and it began to rain heavily. Soon a thunderstorm descended just in this part of the southern capital's outskirts. As if signaling the descent of evil, the Field Marshal, who was kneeling on one knee, looked up into the sky and uttered with a deep voice, "Leave this to your daughter." Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:47, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, City Outskirts, A-rank dual gate dungeon. "Leave this to your daughter." Field Marshal's voice was not loud, but it reverberated throughout the vicinity of the dual gate dungeon. With the echo of these words, the storm that had formed in the vicinity of the dual gate dungeon slowly receded. However, the dark clouds still continued to pour heavy rain, and loud thunderclaps sounded after brilliant lightning flashed by time and again. This development signified that the world's will had agreed to the field marshal's request to leave the descent of evil in the vicinity of the dual gate dungeon to her. It was a very rare sight to see the world's will communicate and respond to a card apprentice in the physical plane, even rare sight than seeing a card apprentice communicate with the world's will and get its response in the spiritual plane. Getting the approval of the world's will, Field Marshal Heatsend got back on feet. Then she gazed at the red light curtain carrying the array of bright rune circles and frowned. The world's will had warned the field marshal that the red light curtain wasn't just summoning the dark forces but had connected the surrounding space with the space of the dark realm. The array of rune circles on the red light curtain surrounding the dual gate dungeon had morphed into a gate connecting the card world to the dark realm. According to the world's will, the only way to rid the gate formed by the array of rune circles on the red light curtain was to annihilate all the devils and their demon army that enter the card world through it. Summoning devils and their demon army was nothing new, but connecting the card world to the dark realm through the red light curtain had pissed the world's will. Field Marshal Heatsend has never seen or heard about devil worshippers having such a devil summoning sacrificial ritual. This was the first time Field Marshal had come across a devil summoning sacrificial ritual capable of connecting the card world to the dark realm. However, this did not faze the Field Marshal's confidence, instead it only excited her. She could not wait to kill some devils for good for a change. Minutes passed, but no devil or demon came out of the gate created by the array of rune circles on the red light curtain surrounding the vicinity of the dual gate dungeon. Field Marshal grew impatient, and then her pupils suddenly illuminated like shimmering stars in the night sky as she stared into the red light curtain. Seeing what's on the other side of the gate connecting the card world to the dark realm, the corners of Field Marshal's mouth arched upside into a smile. Then her intimidating ambiance swept into the red light curtain gate as she ordered, "Come out and greet your death. I think you should take a look at, why are the devil and their demon army not pouring out of the gate?" Ada, who was watching the devil summoning sacrificial ritual unfold from afar, asked in impatience. The devil summoning sacrificial ritual demonstrated by her swarm of card lords was a new ritual that she had recently learned from Arnaz particularly for this mission. Arnaz hadn't provided her with much detail about the ritual except for revealing that this ritual was 1,000 times stronger and more efficient than the one she had been previously using. However, so far except for brilliant light works, Ada had yet to see the ritual at work. It has been minutes since the necessary sacrifice for the ritual was successfully conducted, but so far no devil or a demon had been summoned. As someone who has conducted her share of demon summoning, Ada knew that the demons and devils will be thrilled to be summoned to another world and would immediately appear after appropriate sacrifice for the summoning ritual was made. However, right now it was contrary. The devils appeared to be taking their sweet time to get here. "Team leader, what's the hold up? Why are the devils and their demon army being summoned?" Ada asked Arnaz through the common secured network using her grimoire. "They are afraid," Arnaz's voice thundered in the secured network, shocking the members of both the teams using the secured network to keep in touch and update about their respective missions. "What?" Ada asked, feeling she heard Arnaz wrong. "The reason the devils and their demon army is not pouring out of the gate created by your devil summoning sacrificial ritual is because they are afraid," Arnaz repeated herself with a deeper voice, emphasizing the seriousness of her words. "How can the devils be afraid? What are they afraid of?" Ada asked Arnaz in disbelief. To Ada, who practiced demonic arts, devils were akin to godly existence. They were unparalleled and there was no being strong enough to threaten them. So listening to Arnaz say that the devils were afraid of coming to a lower realm was shocking and unbelievable. Therefore she demanded her immediate superior for an explanation. "They are afraid of death. To be exact, Field Marshal Heatsend. Unlike us, the devils can gauge her true strength," Arnaz answered. From the way Arnaz answered Ada, it appeared as if she already accepted something like this to happen, and it was within her calculations when she came up with the plans for the mission. Listening to Arnaz, the members of both teams felt goosebumps racing all over their body. They too, like Field Marshal Heatsend, were card demigods, but it would take a team of them to handle a single devil, that too, with the help of the suppression of the world's will. Alone, none of them dared to fight a devil. However, in the case of the Field Marshal, the devils were afraid of facing her in group of 4 and hesitating to enter the card world. Just thinking that they would have to go against her next if the devils failed to do the job had them sweating through their clothes. They prayed that it should not come to that. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:49, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, City Outskirts, regardless of how strong Field Marshal Heatsend is, the devils would not be afraid of death as they do not actually die if they die in any other realm but the Dark Realm, Ada argued, defending the devils. It was known to all devil worshippers that even if a devil was killed in the card world they do not die but were reborn in the Dark Realm after a period of sleep in the bosom of the Dark Realm's will. Devil Feastus that Anna faced and killed in spite her ancestor had killed the same devil in the past was an example of this. The reason Ada as a human went so far to defend the devils was because they were her tool of vengeance against the Southern Emperor and her family, but the idea that the tool that she worshipped to get her revenge was not sharp enough did not sit right with her. If you had summoned the devils and their demon army using the devil summoning ritual they had spread across the myriad realm, then what you have said would be true. But they are not, they are being invited by a devil summoning ritual modified by our master. You see the red light curtain surrounding the vicinity of the Dual Gate dungeon. On the inside it has turned into a gate connecting Card World and Dark Realm. So, if the devils die there they will die permanently. This is why they are hesitant and afraid of stepping into this world through the gate to face Field Marshal Heatsend in a battle. Don't worry, the devils will still fight Field Marshal Heatsend since they can only return home by fulfilling the terms and conditions of their summoning. Arnaz explained to Ada why the devils were afraid by revealing that the devil summoning ritual conducted by her was not regular ritual deliberately spread the demon race but a modified one created by their master. I see. Understanding what was really happening, Ada clenched her fist, realizing that this devil summoning ritual was not a trap for the field marshal but the devils themselves. Thinking of this, Ada gritted her teeth because after this incident it would be a miracle if any of the demons or devil from the Dark Realm would be willing to answer her summons. Ada's years of effort as a devil worshipper, climbing the ranks in the cult to hold the thigh of the devils, was now at the brink of being tainted with this one incident. Ada could not help but wonder if Arnaz was doing this on purpose. Did her new master not like her closeness to devils? Was he trying to ensure his investment in her by closing all of her other options and chaining her to him by making her solely dependent on him? Ada, stop obsessing over the devils and don't lose sight of our mission. Once the demon army arrives, make use of the chaos to at least get one of your bodies into the Dual Gate dungeon. Our entire mission depends on this, so no mistakes are allowed. Seeing Ada space out, Arnaz warned her to stop worrying about the devils and focus on their mission. I think you should take a look at the mission of the central government forces was to destroy the Dual Gate dungeon and kidnap the boy. Nowhere in these missions it was mentioned to destroy the southern capital or kill the southern royal family members. Though the central government was a bully, it knew its limits. This was why the central government forces used the modified devil summoning sacrificial ritual rather than the regular one. This was nowhere near enough to justify their actions but enough for them to escape the blame later. Come out and greet your death. The field marshal's voice thundered within the red light curtain. She had made use of the soul energy to amplify her voice so that it would reach the devils and demon army standing on the other side of the red light curtain who were hesitating to take a step into the card world, having gauged that the final boss was standing right outside. Lowly human, don't act cocky. If you really are brave and confident in your strength, then why don't you come over here where there is no worlds will suppressing our power and face us? A feminine voice sounded from other side of the red light curtain. Oh, you guys think you are my match if there is no the worlds will suppressing your strength? As much as I would like to find an answer to that, I am duty bound to protect this dungeon behind me. So, I am sorry, I will have to reject your invitation, Field Marshal replied as her starry eyes uncovered the number of enemies on the other side of the red light curtain gate. There were a total of 4 devils and each with an personal demon army of 300 demons of the realm ranging from Demon Lord to Demon Emperor. The Field Marshal did see the 4 devils as a threat, let alone the 1,200 demons following them. Getting no response from the devils, Field Marshal said, "Stop overthinking, the fear will only grow in situations like this one. Close your eyes and dive right in, I will make your journey to the afterlife painless and quicker." With words of the Field Marshal, the 4 devils on the other side of the red light curtain gate were too enraged for hesitation or fear and directly stepped right into the card world along with their forces. Stepping into the card world, the 4 devils and their forces immediately felt the suppression of the world's will. The very next second the 1,200 demons that followed the 4 devils began to sacrifice themselves and the dark red blood from their bodies came together to form a pool of blood before turning into a stream of blood and spreading along the red light curtain gate, forming an array formation. As the array formation formed, a blood-red dome formed covering the vicinity of the Dual Gate dungeon, isolating the space from the outside world and temporarily making it a part of the Dark Realm. Witnessing this development inside the curtain of red light, Arnas, who was hiding in the central government hideout, cried out aloud, "Not good." Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, City Outskirts, Dual Gate Dungeon. "This is not good," Arnas exclaimed, witnessing the four devils sacrifice their demon minions to temporarily turn the vicinity of the Dual Gate Dungeon within the red light curtain into a part of the Dark Realm. "Ada, tell me you were able to enter the vicinity of the Dual Gate Dungeon." Arnas made use of her grimoire to inquire Ada if she was in the vicinity of the Dual Gate Dungeon. Now that the red light curtain was covered by a Blood Dome, it was impossible for someone outside the Blood Dome to get in and someone from inside the Blood Dome to get outside, as the area within the Blood Dome had temporarily become part of a different realm. Just a second ago the devils and Arnas were a few miles apart, but once the Blood Dome was erected they appeared to be separated by realms. The current development was too sudden and unexpected. The thought that the devils would sacrifice their demon army without hesitation to temporarily turn the vicinity of the Dual Gate Dungeon within the red light curtain into a part of the Dark Realm never crossed Arna's mind when she came up with this plan. They had summoned the devils to distract the field marshal so that Ada could use that as an opportunity to get into the Dual Gate Dungeon being guarded by the field marshal. However, the devils had isolated the Dual Gate Dungeon from them by erecting the Blood Dome, meaning now they could not get to the Dual Gate Dungeon while the field marshal was distracted dealing with devils they had summoned. The implications of this would be very severe on their mission. However, all that could be avoided and the situation would be in their favor if Ada had the foreknowledge to be inside the red light curtain before the devils erected the Blood Dome. "Yes, one of my bodies was able to get in," Ada responded. When the devils suddenly started to sacrifice their demon army, Ada, who had spent most of her life practicing and perfecting demon art, immediately knew what the demons were trying to do. Realizing her entire mission would be in jeopardy if the Blood Dome was erected without her in it, Ada rushed into the red light curtain, imprisoning the vicinity of the Dual Gate Dungeon in it, by a hair's breadth as the devils completed the sacrifice and used the blood of their minions to erect the formation that turned the tables for them. "Good job, Ada," Arnas sighed in relief, receiving a positive response from Ada. Once the immediate problem was solved, Arnas began to worry about the other problem, Field Marshal Heatsend, who was trapped in the Blood Dome with four devils whose powers were no longer constrained by the card world's will. "I think you should take a look at if Field Marshal Heatsend were to die during this covert mission of the central government, then the central government will not be able to face the repercussions that would follow. The Southern royal family would turn mad and seek vengeance, especially the current ruler of the South, as the Field Marshal was his sister." Unfortunately for Field Marshal's escape through the Dual Gate Dungeon, High Realm Card Apprentices could not forcefully enter the low-ranked Gate Dungeon like in the case of the low-rank Field Dungeon unless they were willing to suppress their realm. When a card apprentice of a higher realm tries to enter a low-rank field dungeon, they risk breaking the dungeon energy shield that was stopping the monsters in the dungeon from rushing out of the dungeon. But by employing a little precision, the card apprentice can create a small hole in the dungeon energy shield and enter the dungeon without risking the dungeon monsters running out of the dungeon. In the case of the gate dungeon, if the higher realm card apprentice tries to break into the low-ranked gate dungeon, they risk the collapsing of the dungeon gate and the dungeon with it. The gate of the dungeon has set occupation capacity depending on their rank, so when a high-ranked card apprentice forcefully tries to enter it, the gate destabilizes and begins to crumble, leading to a dungeon break immediately followed by the collapse of the gate in the dungeon. But there was a way around this. The high realm card apprentice can enter the low-ranked dungeon by suppressing their realm to the rank of the gate dungeon when they enter the low-ranked dungeon and while they stay there. Unfortunately for Field Marshal, whose duty was to protect the Dual Gate Dungeon, escaping the trap of the four devils through the Dual Gate Dungeon was not an option. Sigh, Arnas sighed, thinking it would be a miracle if Field Marshal Heatsend was able to come out alive from this. Then she contacted her master and informed him of the situation so that her master could prepare to face the consequences that would follow with the death of Field Marshal Heatsend. Arnas did not know that she had once again made an error in her calculation, as she was not aware that the life of Field Marshal Heatsend wasn't the only life at stake here, but the life of Anna Heatsend, who was sealed in the Field Marshal's mystic space, was also at stake here. Blood Dome of Darkness, the four devils chanted as the blood of their sacrificed demon minions mixed with the red light curtain gate and temporarily turned the area within it into a part of the Dark Realm. By doing so, the four devils were able to free themselves from the suppression of the card world's will. And as a bonus, they were able to put the lowly card apprentice who dared to belittle them because of the home field advantage in her place, as now they had the home field advantage and the lowly card apprentice will face the wrath of their realm's will for invading it. Filthy human, now I dare you to be arrogant, the female devil from earlier dared Field Marshal with a sneer. So, this is the Dark Realms will suppression, meh. I don't understand, why were you guys making such a big deal? Is it because you guys are weak? Field Marshal Heatsen said, stretching her hand and legs, adapting to the suppression of the Dark Realms will and understanding her current strength. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Dark Realm, Blood Dome of Darkness, Dual Gate Dungeon vicinity. Listening to the Field Marshal's arrogant words, the four devils were all dumbfounded and did not understand where her confidence stemmed from. Putting on a fake bravado, I guess you will not learn until it's too late. Human, you are one of the strongest humans I have met. I will give you that. Had you begged for your life, I might have considered taking you in as my pet out of consideration for your strength. But now, listening to your arrogant words, I have lost my generosity for you, the female devil from earlier spoke. She had horns similar to an antelope sticking out along with knee-long hair from the head of her voluptuous humanoid body, hooves for feet, and a cow tail dangling from her behind. Despite such beastly features, her grayish-colored humanoid body had a near-perfect hourglass shape enough to seduce a human male. All her private and delicate parts were covered by a one-piece bikini armor which appeared to contribute more to her charm than her defense. Seeing the vulgar body of the female devil, Field Marshal was barely able to hold back her disgust. So she did not bother to look or listen to her, instead scrutinized the blood dome, wondering if it had temporarily made the vicinity of the Dual Gate Dungeon a part of the Dark Realm. Will it be possible for other devils from the Dark Realm to enter the vicinity of the Dual Gate Dungeon through the Blood Dome? And also, now that the surrounding area has temporarily become a part of the Dark Realm, the Dual Gate Dungeon was no longer connecting the Western Capital to the Southern Capital but Western Capital to the Dark Realm. Now, Lady Devil Irving, don't be hasty. You might no longer fancy her, but I do. A devil who looked like a humanoid frog with spikes sticking out from all over its body resembling the skin of a spiked puffer fish said, looking at Field Marshal as its long tongue dangled out of its mouth reaching its knees and dripped copious amount of green slime fluids on the ground which could be interpreted as poisonous or acidic saliva. Feeling the creepy gaze of the devil, the Field Marshal turned to look at it and asked, can other devils enter this blood dome? No, other devils from the Dark Realm will not be able to enter this blood dome, that is not possible. It would have been possible if we had teleported this land to the Dark Realm, but we did not. We have just temporarily turned this area into a part of the Dark Realm through the right light curtain gate that brought us here using the demon sacrifice. Not to mention, we are still bound by the contract between the girl that brought us to this world, the spiked frog devil explained to Field Marshal Heatsen patiently. It appears he had taken a fancy to her, but it was not clear if he fancied her strength or beauty. I think you should take a look at. Having said that, the devil looked at the dome border and continued to say, speaking of which, girl, you have some guts to rush into the blood dome of darkness without prior preparation. Especially after betraying us. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. Please calm your anger, I too was tricked. They tempted me by saying that the new devil summoning formation is 1,000 times better than the old one. I apologize for my ignorance, Your Highness. Ada's body, which had made it into the vicinity of the Dual Gate Dungeon, revealed itself along with 9 other bodies of hers that it had summoned after entering the Blood Dome. Currently, all 10 of Ada's bodies did not look human but more like a demon. That was thanks to her origin card Devil Skull Mosk's skill Divilization. Thanks to this skill she was able to escape the wrath of the Dark Realm. If not for this skill, like the spiked frog devil pointed out, Ada would suffer serious consequences entering the Dark Realm with prior preparation. Listening to Ada, the spiked frog devil and other devils frowned, realizing that there was another unknown hand behind the girl, and they could not help but wonder why did the hand behind the girl plot against them. The reason the 4 devils felt that hand guiding the girl was targeting them was because to summon them the summoner should call them by their false or true name after the sacrifice. Since the girl was instructed to call the 4 of them from all the devils in the Dark Realm, they believed there was a conspiracy behind this. Little demon, who are you? I can sense a familiarity from your soul energy signature. Have we met before? Field Marshal Heatsen inquired, Ada not caring for the 4 devils. No, we did not, this is our first time meeting. But you must have met my grandfather. You know him very well as you guys were relatives, Ada replied grudgingly. Who is your grandfather? Field Marshal's frown deepened listening to Ada say that her grandfather was her relative, as she could not imagine someone from her relatives being associated with devils. Why don't you ask your grandniece who my grandfather is? After all, she killed his wife, my mother, along with the rest of my family, Ada yelled with bloodshot eyes. Ah, so you're the descendant of the Davis family and that traitor, no wonder. Little demon, Since we are connected in some way, let me tell you, the Davis family would have been annihilated even if Anna had spared you a lot. 4 royal families had become aware of the collaboration of your family with the devil worshippers. If you want to blame anybody, blame your ancestors for betraying humankind and collaborating with devils. Blame the central government who used your family when they needed it and discarded it when it had served its purpose. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:54, location Dark Realm, Blood Dome of Darkness, Dual Gate Dungeon vicinity. I don't care who did what, I just know Anna killed my mother and family. I will not rest until I have had my revenge, Ada replied to the field marshal grudgingly. And then confidently added, don't worry, in a decade or so the revenge will be mine to enjoy. There was a reason why Ada was able to so confidently declare that she will get her revenge in a decade or so was because of her acquired physique and origin card. She alone was comparable to a powerful army, and once she became a demigod, then there was nothing stopping her from storming the Southern Royal Palace grounds and massacring the Southern Royal family, just like Southern Emperor and Southern Watch did with her family about 17 years ago. Ha ha ha, little girl, don't become overconfident and start celebrating your victory just because you have managed to acquire a third-rate mutated physique. The myriad realms have a lot more bizarre things up their sleeves than your little mind can imagine. My advice to you is change your ways, otherwise no matter how many bodies you have, your death will be imminent. Field Marshal suggested to Ada to change her ways if she planned to live a long life, because if Ada did not change her ways then she could end Ada even if she had thousands of perfect clones to die in her place. We will see who will have the final laugh. Only time can tell that. Ada did not heed the Field Marshal's suggestion and warnings because she did not care for a long life, as the only meaning for her life was vengeance. Quote. Seeing her words fall on deaf ears, the Field Marshal shook her head, understanding nothing she said would get through to Ada. Filthy human, how dare you threaten our slave in front of us? Lady Devil Irving targeted Field Marshal after being unable to understand who was plotting against them in the card world. If they had the girl that summoned them by their side and alive, they could learn of the hand guiding her from behind and ask why it specifically asked her to summon them. As long as the mastermind behind the scene was not connected to the Dark Realm or the other devils, they had nothing to worry about. The 4 devils were confident that as long as they were prepared, there was nobody in the card world that could defeat them. Therefore Lady Devil Irving and others believed they didn't have to mull over someone conspiring against them now, and they should focus their attention solely on the scary human in front of them. Merely listening to the annoying sound of Lady Devil Irving caused Field Marshal heat and irritation. So in annoyance, she said, "You will be the first." First? What? Lady Devil Irving was about to ask the Field Marshal, but before she could finish her sentence she was interrupted by a sudden pain in her chest which vanished in an instant. I think you should take a look at feeling a few grams lighter. She looked down at her chest and found a huge hole and that devil core was missing. Then she heard Field Marshal Heatsen say, "You will be the first devil core I collect." Field Marshal was still in her original position, and the only difference was the dark orb she held in her hand. All 4 devils and Ada looked at Field Marshal Heatsend in shock. None of them noticed anything. They never saw Field Marshal Heatsend leave her spot, let alone attack Lady Devil Irving, dig out her devil core from her chest and then return to her original spot. 1 second they were listening to Lady Devil Irving argue with the Field Marshal, and in a fraction of that second they noticed the Field Marshal's hand holding a devil core. Not just any devil core, but the devil core of Lady Devil Irving. The hole in her chest was proof of that. Simply imagining what just happened sent chills down the remaining 3 devils and Ada. Getting rid of the card world's suppression and suppressing the Field Marshal's power with the Dark Realm's will, the devils had grown confident that with the home field advantage together they could win against the Field Marshal. But now they were no longer that confident and were starting to realize that they had severely underestimated the power of the humans that called themselves card apprentices. "Give it back," Lady Devil Irving begged. After losing her devil core she did not die, instead her demonic physique kept her alive despite a fist-size hole in her chest. However, she was barely able to stand on her feet, having lost her power source. Field Marshal Heatsen tossed and played with Lady Devil Irving's title demon core, taunting the devils, and then threatened the Lady Devil Irving with a warning, "Shut your annoying mouth, I hate that voice of yours. Or else I might crush this demon core out of irritation." Listening to Field Marshal's warning, Lady Devil Irving did not say a word but just glared at her with bloodshot eyes. The black sclera of her eyes had turned dark red, but her red pupils did not exhibit the ferociousness and confidence they displayed after she and her fellow devils had summoned the Blood Dome. Field Marshal Heatsend was a being of great power and wisdom. She couldn't care less about someone of little significance like Ada and her vengeance, yet she went out of her way to advise, suggest, and warn Ada. There was a reason for this, and it was not something like the Field Marshal was worried that Ada and her mutated acquired physique could become a threat to the Southern royal family in the future. Field Marshal was just using Ada as a tool to buy herself time to pull off a neat trick that would scare the devils straight and make them think twice before they act. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:56, location Dark Realm, Blood Dome of Darkness, Dual Gate Dungeon vicinity. Yes, Field Marshal Heatsend was using Ada to buy time to discern the new changes to her strength, the surrounding space, and the bodies of the four devils. Many devils and demons exhibit undead-type demonic physiques. No matter how much damage you do to their physique, they instantly regenerate or recover the damaged part of their physical body and become whole and new. Therefore, it was paramount to find the weakness of their physical body and finish them once and for all. Otherwise, the battle would drag on for a long time and the battle would turn into a battle of iteration, which almost always ends in the favor of the devils and demons. This was especially true for the Field Marshal, as she was facing four devils at a time in their home field and with a handicap. Despite her power being suppressed by the Dark Realms, she was confident to face the four devil head-on, but to ensure her win she needed to be smarter than brave. This was why she bought herself time to analyze her current strength, her surroundings, and her opponents. The trick to destroying a demon or devil's undead-type physique was to destroy their core. However, the demons and devils were also aware of this and could move around these cores and hide them in their bodies. However, nothing could hide from the Field Marshal's eyes. It took her a while, but she managed to find the core of the Lady Devil Irving. As for the devil cores of other devils, she did not bother to track them, because once she stole the devil core of one of the devils, then the rest would change the location of the devil core in their body. So it was pointless to waste time and effort on finding the title demon cores of all four devils. Having discovered the location of Lady Devil Irving's devil core, the Field Marshal did not immediately attack, because she felt the strength of the space in the Dark Realm was way stronger than that of the Card World. In the Card World, just with her physical strength, she could easily tear the space. However, in the Dark Realm, the space was stronger. Just her physical strength wasn't enough for the Field Marshal to make a tear in the surrounding space. She needed to use her unparalleled bloodline to reinforce her physical strength. This was not only because the space of the Dark Realm was much more durable than the space of the Card Realm, but also because the strength of the Field Marshal was being suppressed by the will of the Dark Realm. However, while exploring the strength required by her to make a tear in the surrounding space, Field Marshal learned an interesting thing about her bloodline. I think you should take a look at when she activated her unparalleled bloodline to reinforce her physical strength. Field Marshal learned that under the suppression of Dark Realms, the factor by which her unparalleled bloodline reinforced her strength had multiplied. The stronger the suppression, the greater the boost to her unparalleled bloodline. With this discovery, Field Marshal Heatsend was shocked and finally understood why her ancestors were able to venture into the Dark Realm and kill devils despite the risk of facing the wrath of the Dark Realm's will. Field Marshal finally understood why her family bloodline was named Unparalleled. It was because it was truly unparalleled. With the ability to resist the will of a realm, it was indeed unparalleled. Having made this discovery, the Field Marshal did not let her enthusiasm surface on her face, because even if her strength was back to normal or maybe even stronger, she was still facing four devils. Even if each of them was weaker than her, their strength and survival instincts were not to be underestimated. If all four of them collaborated to fight her together without the fear of death, then they would definitely be able to take her down regardless of any significant casualties on their side. The Field Marshal kept her patience like a hunter stalking her prey. Using her eyes, she began to explore the surrounding space to find a space node that she could use to directly attack Lady Devil Irving. Discovering the space node connecting the space in her immediate vicinity to the space in Lady Devil Irving's immediate vicinity, Field Marshal gathered her strength and timed her attack. In a fraction of a second, she stealthily made a tear in her surrounding space. Then her right arm moved through the space node that connected the space in her immediate vicinity to the space in Lady Devil Irving's immediate vicinity and made a tear in the space next to Lady Devil Irving's chest. Later, Field Marshal's hand pierced into Lady Devil Irving's chest and dug out her devil core and returned to her side. All this just in a fraction of a second. The Field Marshal's attack was so precise, accurate, and fast without any unnecessary movement that despite making two fist-size incisions in the surrounding space, the four devils did not even realize what had actually transpired. They were still wondering how Field Marshal was able to dig out Lady Devil Irving's titled demon core without any one of them noticing. The unknown only increased their caution toward the Field Marshal. The three remaining devils locked their eyes and began to discuss their further course of action against the Field Marshal. As for Lady Devil Irving, as far as they were concerned, she was already dead the moment Field Marshal effortlessly dug out her devil core and confiscated it. They did not even bother entertaining the thought of helping or rescuing Lady Devil Irving. Now that she had lost her strength and was just a husk of her old self, that thought did not even cross their mind. They followed the law of strength which Lady Devil Irving no longer had, so they did not even bat an eye before ditching her. As for Lady Devil Irving, she had resigned her fate to the Field Marshal who held her devil core. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:56, location Dark Realm, Blood Dome of Darkness, Dual Gate Dungeon vicinity. Storing the devil core of Lady Devil Irving, Field Marshal then looked at the other three devils. The talkative spiked humanoid frog devil had gone quiet, and the creepy perverted gaze he looked at Field Marshal had now turned into one with fear. His knee-long dangling tongue was no longer covered in slimy saliva that dripped on the ground, instead it had dried up and shriveled, and now it nearly reached his chest. Seeing this, Field Marshal's face was filled with disgust, and she immediately decided on him as her next target for elimination. Feeling the gaze of the Field Marshal on him, the spiked humanoid frog devil chill in his spikes. Right then, he knew that he was the next target of the scary human. So, the spiked humanoid frog devil locked eyes with the other two devils, signaling them to enact their plan faster, because if the scary human kept taking one of them down every turn she got, then the chances of even one of them leaving his place alive would decrease. Hey, little girl, cancel your summon. So we can leave, because facing that human will only lead to our death. A bug-eyed devil with a dung beetle unicorn and exoshell ordered Ada to cancel her summons so that they can escape from the death battle with the Field Marshal. If the three devils went all out together, they might be able to kill the human Card Apprentice. However, the prowess displayed by the Card Apprentice so far indicated that she would not go down without a fight, and in doing so she would take about half of them down with her. Devils came from the demon species that like to revere the strong and bully the weak, and they loved their life the most, even more than their wealth. It was true for the devils too. Therefore, they would rather escape than come together to kill the humans, since one or two of them may die in the process. Death in the Dark Realm was not temporary like dying in the other realms, it was real and permanent here. Therefore, the devils did not dare to be reckless and chose to escape rather than face Field Marshal head-on together. Listening to the bug-eyed devil's words, both Ada, who was pinning her hopes on the three devils' victory, and Field Marshal, who was preparing to defend against the attack of their team of three, were shocked and dumbfounded. Your Highness, what are you saying? That old hag with saggy tits just used a trick and was lucky enough to land a sneak attack. Please do not overestimate her strength. She is no match for you three together. If she were that capable, she would have taken the initiative to attack you guys and not wait. Ada tried her best to downplay the strength of the Field Marshal, claiming that she used a trick to land a lucky sneak attack. Being called an old hag with saggy tits by Ada, Field Marshal heats and raises her eyebrows, but does not attack Ada for describing her with such derogatory words. Because she has seen right through Ada's plan. I think you should take a look at the Field Marshal knew that Ada did not have the guts to call her names to her face, yet Ada did so because she was purposefully provoking her. As she wanted the Field Marshal to attack her. If Field Marshal attacks Ada, then the three devils would have to step in to protect her, which would mean them confronting Field Marshal Heatsend. Why would the three devils that did not bat an eye when their comrade lost her devil core and turned into a waste go out of their way to save Ada, whom they considered nothing more than a mere slave? That was because of the contract between the summoner and the summons. The three devils valved the contrast between them and Ada because she used their true names when summoning them. This was why the devils felt that the hand guiding Ada was conspiring against them. Usually, the devils and demons summoned through sacrificial rituals would not bother about their summoners. However, currently, the circumstances were different. How was it different? It was not because of the modified summoning ritual used by Ada to summon them, but Ada's demand for summoning them. When summoning the four of them, Ada demanded them to kill Field Marshal Heatsend, going against the orders of Arnas, who only asked Ada to use the summoned devils to distract the Field Marshal. However, how could Ada give up on such a chance to hurt Anna? She followed her mind and heart, which craved vengeance, and demanded the devils to kill the Field Marshal in return for inviting them to her world. Usually, the devils and demons would use a trick to satisfy the demand of their summoner and remain in the world of their summoner to wreak havoc on that world. However, the devils summoned by Ada could not complete her demand as they were trying to escape it. The cancellation of the summoning can only happen when all the parties involved in the summoning agree. So as long as Ada agreed to cancel her demand, the devils can return to their respective hells. The reason for this condition to cancel the summoning in the summoning sacrificial ritual was purely made for the demons and devils to take advantage of their summoners. When summoned devils and demons resort to their trick of destroying the world they were summoned to, the summoner regrets summoning the devil, demon and tries to cancel the summoning. However, with this condition they can't cancel the summoning without satisfying the devil, demon that they summoned. Now this condition of canceling the summoning had become the bane for the devils summoned by Ada. And if Ada dies before she cancels the summons, the only way left for them to return would be to complete her demand. This was why Ada was sure that the three devils would not hesitate to fight the field marshal to protect her. Hence she did not hesitate to provoke field marshal. Unfortunately for her, the field marshal did not fall for her provocation. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:59, location Dark Realm, Blood Dome of Darkness, Dual Gate Dungeon vicinity. Field Marshal Xianxia wasn't the only one who saw that Ada was deliberately trying to provoke her. The devils had also witnessed that the way Ada addressed had got bolder and wilder than before. Using tricks to get what they want was not new to them, and they spotted Ada's trick miles away. Little girl, don't try to play tricks with us. Just tell us what will it take for you to cancel the summoning. The fourth devil, with brown furry skin, fox-like eyes, paws for hands and feet, and a feline tail, spoke, seeing through the trick Ada was playing. The furry devil understood that intimidating Ada would only be a waste of time and would not work. Instead, their best option here was to negotiate and reach an agreement with Ada as fast as possible, because the longer they were here the more chances for the scary human to take them down one by one. Kill her, Ada replied while grudgingly staring at Field Marshal Xianxia, making it clear to the devil that she wanted the Field Marshal dead. Apart from that, the furry devil's frown deepened and he asked Ada to ask something else. He could see the fire of revenge burning in Ada's eyes and knew it would be very difficult for them to convince Ada to cancel the summon and not force them to fight a death match with the scary card apprentice. The field marshal looked at the conversation between Ada and the three devils in interest, and had no plans to interrupt them. Her priority was to protect the dual gate dungeon. As long as these devils did not plan to attack it, she did not plan to take the initiative to attack them. Apart from prioritizing the task at her hand, there was another reason why the field marshal was not taking the initiative to attack the remaining three devils and choose to stand, seeing that the devils did not plan to attack or bother her. Because field marshal knew if the three devils came at her together desperately, she could not guarantee a clean victory and there was a chance of her being slain. Therefore the field marshal had chosen to not fight the three devils unless they took the initiative to harm her or the dual gate dungeon. Avoiding frontal confrontation didn't mean that the field marshal would not try to assassinate another one of the devils. While the devils were negotiating with Ada to cancel the summoning and free them, the field marshal used her eyes to track the devil core of the spiked humanoid frog devil. However, she could not find it no matter how much she focused. The spiked humanoid frog devil was not the exception. The field marshal could not find the devil core of both the bug-eyed devil and the furry devil. Unable to trace the devil core of the three devils, the field marshal scowled. I think you should take a look at, but the field marshal did not give up. She continued to try and locate their devil core, because the devil core could not just have vanished in the air. Without the devil core the devils would be powerless, like Lady Devil Irving. Therefore the field marshal continued to search for the devil cores of the three devils in their bodies. And she finally caught a glimpse of the spiked humanoid frog devil's devil core. However, it immediately vanished in its body. That was when the field marshal realized the reason she was not able to find the devil cores of the three devils was that the devils continuously kept changing the location of the devil core in their bodies every few seconds. Having witnessed the field marshal rip the devil core of Lady Devil Irving from her chest without even leaving behind a trace, the other devils would be stupid not to protect their devil cores in the presence of the field marshal. The field marshal could track their devil core. This was the one of reasons why the devils were hesitant to fight the field marshal. All three of the devils were proud of their physical body's durability and recovery ability. In front of someone who could directly target their weakness, their proud physical body was useless. When the advantages they were proud of were being proven useless in front of the enemy, they felt no shame in retreating. Your Highness, if you cannot kill her, then destroy the dungeon gate behind her. Then I will cancel the summoning, Ada proposed to the furry devil. Listening to Ada no longer insist on killing the field marshal and demand something else from them, the three devils were finally enthusiastic about the chance of all of them leaving here alive. However, a sudden intimidating killing aura emitted by the field marshal covered them, pouring water on their enthusiasm. Reacting to the killing aura of the field marshal, the three devils took their battle stance, prepared to defend themselves in case the field marshal attacked them. However, contrary to their expectations, the field marshal did not attack them but instead warned them, saying, "If you want to harm the dungeon gate, you will have to go through me." Listening to the field marshal's words, the three devils glared at Ada, understanding that even though Ada did not demand to kill the scary human this time, her new demand would still indirectly force them into a deathmatch with the scary card apprentice. "Little girl, how dare you play with us?" the bug-eyed devil asked Ada in rage. "Your Highness, lowly one like would not dare do such a thing. My mission is to destroy the dungeon gate protected by that old hag with saggy tits. If I do not come through on that, I will be killed by my master for having failed the mission. That is why I asked such a demand, Your Highness. Please understand I meant no harm to you with this." Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:02, location Dark Realm, Blood Dome of Darkness, Dual Gate Dungeon vicinity. Listening to Ada's explanation, the three devils frowned their brows as their gazes locked with each other, realizing the predicament they were in. Then their gazes glanced over the field marshal, who heroically stood tall in front of the dungeon gate, and then the 10 bodies of Ada. "I don't understand. If we were to kill the scary human, how did you plan to destroy the dungeon?" the spiked humanoid frog devil asked Ada, feeling her explanation was missing some details. "I planned to enter the dungeon gate when she was distracted fighting you guys and destroying its core," Ada replied the devil without thinking. Ada's answer caused the three devils' frowns to grow narrower as they realized that Ada summoned them, knowing that the four of them might not be able to defeat the scary card apprentice. "You planned to enter the dungeon gate as we distracted the human guarding it. To sum it up, you were planning to use us as disposable pawns in your plan to destroy the dungeon," the spiked humanoid frog devil uttered grudgingly in a low but deep voice. The spiked humanoid frog devil's words revealed the true intention of Arnas, who had Ada summon these four particular devils on their master's instructions. Being reduced as mere disposable pawns in someone else's plan did not sit well with the three devils. The bug-eyed devil, the furry devil, and the spiked humanoid frog devil stared menacingly at Ada's 10 identical bodies, realizing that she was playing them from the start. After a long silence, the spiked humanoid frog devil's shriveled tongue suddenly extended and shot out, aiming at Ada's 10 bodies, yelling, "I had enough of this." Before the other two devils could react, its tongue wrapped around all 10 of Ada's bodies and pulled them all into its mouth, swallowing them in a single gulp. It let out a burp. "You bastard, have you gone crazy? Spite that human girl out this instant. She is our only ticket out of here alive," the bug-eyed devil yelled in distress. As for the furry devil, he just glared at the spiked humanoid frog devil, waiting for its explanation. "It is too late for that. They have been digested by my acidic poison. Besides, she wasn't our only way out of here. But now she is our only way out of here," the frog devil said nonchalantly, pointing at the field marshal. "I think you should take a look at, explain yourself," the furry devil demanded the frog devil to justify its answer. "You guys might have already guessed that the unknown enemy guiding the girl from the dark had her summon us and planned to use our deaths as a distraction to achieve their goal. They never planned to let us leave here alive. So it was of no use for us to continue negotiating with that girl. Now with the girl out of the way, we can focus energy solely on our only way out of here. My only advice to you guys is to go all out if you want to leave here alive," the spiked humanoid frog devil defended its action of devouring the girl that summoned them using their true name. According to it, it was clear that the people guiding Ada did not want them to leave the place alive from the moment they summoned them using their true names. So instead of wasting their time negotiating with the girl, it would be best if they went all out against the scary card apprentice, and just maybe they all can make it out of there alive. "Fine, you have left us no choice," the furry devil accepted the reality that with the girl gone now their only option was to face the human head on without any second thoughts. They could deactivate the Blood Dome of Darkness and make a run for it in the card world, but considering that the scary human was this strong in the dark realm, then in the card world they stood no chance. So, instead of having any more second thoughts, they decided to have a decisive battle for their life. Field Marshal Heatsend, who was witnessing the conversation between the devils and Ada, knew there was no reason why Ada would let the devils free without achieving her mission. The death match between her and the devils was imminent, and it was only a matter of time. So the Field Marshal prepared herself for the decisive battle. She used her eyes to unveil all the space nodes in the vicinity and began to memorize them. This way she will not be cornered by the three devils and would always have a way out. Apart from helping in escape, the space nodes would help her land critical sneak attacks on them and also help her get to the dungeon gate in case she was required to guard it during the battle. Considering the vast application of the space nodes, Field Marshal focused on understanding the surrounding space, planning to kill the devils one by one and put an end to this. Noticing the negotiations between the devils and Ada go south and the spiked humanoid frog devil devouring all 10 of Ada's bodies, the Field Marshal watched the three devils cautiously and ready to launch an attack once at the sign of an opening. Be careful, she can track out devil cores. The furry devil cautioned the other two devils to guard their devil cores. Yes, the other two devils affirmed in unison as the three of them slowly spread out and closed in on the Field Marshal. When on the move, the devils could not continue to hide their devil cores by continuously changing the location of their devil cores by moving it around in their body, as their devil cores needed to be stationary to supply them with the power and allow them to display their prowess. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:05, location Dark Realm, Blood Dome of Darkness, Dual Gate Dungeon vicinity. Seeing the devils spread out and approach her from three different directions, the Field Marshal gathered light rule power in both of her hands. She concentrated and compressed the light rule power into the orb shape of a basketball size, while her eyes kept watch of every step taken by the devils approaching her. Boom! A huge explosion sounded as the light rule power orb in the left hand of the Field Marshal vanished and the right half of the bug-eyed devil's lower half body evaporated. Fuck! The bug-eyed devil cussed aloud in pain. Then the bug-eyed devil sweated in panic, realizing that its devil core was in its lower abdomen, and if the attack had been a few inches to the left, then its state would be worse than that of the Lady Devil Irving. Space folding steps. The furry devil rushed next to the Field Marshal by folding the space between them and then launched its strongest attack, Wheel of Oblivion. Arriving next to the Field Marshal, the furry devil launched an utter black, rapidly rotating wheel-shaped energy projectile about a few hundred meters in diameter aimed at her at point-blank range. The Field Marshal planned to move to the other side to avoid the Wheel of Oblivion, but found the slime-covered tongue of the was approaching her from that side. Both the attacks of the furry devil and the frog devil were fast. They had neared their target in under a fraction of a second, and just as they were about to land on their target suddenly vanished and the devils had to immediately retract their attacks to avoid hurting the friendly. With her retreat blocked, Field Marshal made use of a space node in her vicinity to vanish from her original spot and appear right behind the bug-eyed devil, who was amidst recovering its right legs. With such a big mass traveling through the space node, even Field Marshal could not precisely mask the disturbance in the surrounding space and space nodes while she was using space nodes to retreat despite her mastery over space rule and its meanings. As a result, the bug-eyed devil had become aware of the Field Marshal's arrival thanks to the disturbance in space behind it and instantly launched an attack, Curse of Sensory Deprivation. I think you should take a look at. As soon as the Field Marshal arrived at the location, she was hit with a curse that began to deprive all of her senses. However, her right hand still holding the concentrated orb of light rule power pierced through the lower abdomen of the bug-eyed devil, destroying the exoskeleton and flesh covering its devil core, and then yanked out the devil core hidden in it. As the devils began to make use of their devil cores to access their prowess, the activity of energies in the cores reached the peak, helping the Field Marshal to easily trap their devil cores compared to when they were inactive. That was how the Field Marshal had become aware of the location of the devil core bug-eyed devil and determined that it was indeed hiding its lower abdomen. This was why she had decisively used the space node to transfer behind it, despite knowing that she could not hide the disturbance in the space and space node this time around. The Field Marshal knew as soon as she landed behind the bug-eyed devil it would be prepared to attack her, so she had calculated her attack previously so that she could confiscate its core while she tried to dodge its attack. Therefore, even after losing her all sense to the devil's curse, the Field Marshal was accurately able to land her attack and grab the bug-eyed devil's devil core. As soon as the Field Marshal instinctively separated the devil's core from the body of the bug-eyed devil, the curse inflicted on her was immediately lifted and she regained her senses to see that the spiked humanoid frog devil was headed straight for the dungeon gate while the furry devil guarded it. Witnessing this scene, the Field Marshal finally understood why the bug-eyed devil used a sensory prohibition curse instead of a destructive attack. Realizing that she had been tricked by the three devils, the Field Marshal frowned her brow and made use of another space node in the vicinity to directly appear in front of the dungeon gate and launch one of the most destructive attacks in her arsenal, Excalibur of Light. Soon the light rule power gathered in the field marshal's hands in the shape of an enormous Excalibur which she slashed on her enemies without hesitation. The range of the attack was so huge that it not only covered the frog devil but the furry devil behind it. The spiked humanoid frog devil did not halt seeing the field marshal suddenly appear in front of it. Instead, it began to advance toward her at incredible speed, and launched a decisive attack at the risk of taking direct physical damage from the field marshal's attack. Million slime works. Opening its mouth wide, the frog spat out a million acidic and poisonous oily slime balls aimed at the field marshal and the dungeon gate behind her. After that, the spikes on the frog devil's body began to ooze a thick sticky oil that covered its entire body in the form of a cocoon. As the field marshal's Excalibur of light descended, it swept almost all of the slime balls spat by the frog devil but one which had managed to go past the field marshal and reach a few feet away from the dungeon gate. However, before it could reach its destination, the field marshal, who was aware of it, cancelled her attack, Excalibur of light, midway and used a soul energy beam to stop its advance. Nonetheless, just as the soul energy beam was about to land on the slimeball, a humanoid figure shot out from it to enter the dungeon gate, which was a foot away from the slimeball. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:07, location Dark Realm, Blood Dome of Darkness, Dual Gate Dungeon vicinity. The figure that shot out from the slime ball was none other than Ada. Just when the devils thought that Ada had managed to enter the dungeon, they saw the field marshal's hand suddenly appear right next to the dungeon gate and grab hold of Ada, whose body had only made it halfway through the gate. Scaring the shit out of the two devils who were intently watching Ada enter the dungeon instead of doing their best to hinder the field marshal. Grabbing Ada by her ankle, the field marshal dragged Ada's body out of the gate, pouring cold water on the two devils' hope, who planned to escape after they have helped Ada enter the dungeon. Ada did not lose hope despite being caught and dragged out of the dungeon gate by the field marshal at the last second, as she was not the one to give up so easily. How could she when she was a foot from the dungeon gate? Ada instantly summoned her grimoire and revived one of her perfect bodies, which appeared in front of her and closer to the dungeon gate. Then that body of Ada immediately used their shared grimoire to revive another body of Ada, which appeared in front of it and closer to the dungeon gate. This revival chain continued until one of Ada's bodies was completely inside the dungeon. Field Marshal's hand that appeared an inch from the dungeon gate through the space node tried its best to stop Ada's bodies from entering the dungeon gate, but it was only one, and at present Ada had 10 perfect bodies at her disposal. Inches from the dungeon gate, Field Marshal did not dare to use too much physical force, let alone rule power or soul energy, for the fear of destabilizing the dungeon gate. Or else it would have been a different story. As soon as one of Ada's bodies managed to enter the dungeon gate, her bodies outside the dungeon halted in their steps and turned to look at the field marshal and began to taunt her. It seems old age has not only sagged your breast but your brain too. Ha ha ha, I can't believe one of the strongest card apprentices in the card world fell for such an obvious trick. Looks like you're all breast and no brains, ha ha ha. Little girl, stop agitating that human and cancel the contract already. The spiked humanoid frog devil reminded Ada to hold up her end of the bargain. Ignoring the frog devil, Ada continued to laugh unceremoniously. Meanwhile, the field marshal calmly walked next to her and effortlessly killed all her bodies that stood outside the dungeon gate. Killing Ada's bodies, field marshal's calm gaze landed on the two devils. Feeling the calm gaze of the field marshal on the frog devil and the furry devil felt their death was calling them. This feeling only intensified when they heard the field marshal whisper in an emotionless tone, "Run, I think you should take a look." At the moment Ada thoughtless revealed that she wanted to use the lives of 4 devils she summoned as a distraction for the field marshal while she stealthily entered the dungeon gate. The frog devil was enraged, but this rage of its did not help its survival, so it discarded it instantly. With a calm head, it analyzed every word spoken by Ada and realized that all Ada wanted was to enter the dungeon to destroy it from the inside. Which seemed more plausible than them nearing the dungeon gate and destroying it under the watchful gaze of the scary human. But it was also nearly impossible to pull off. Numerous thoughts ran through the frog devil's mind, and it could not think of one scenario where they could make it past the human and destroy the dungeon gate or help Ada enter it. The frog devil soon concluded that as long as that human was guarding the dungeon gate, it was nearly impossible for them to near it alive, let alone destroy or enter it. Especially now that she knew they would be aiming for it. Unable to think of a way to destroy or enter the dungeon gate, and since they could not get rid of the human guarding the dungeon gate without risking their life, the frog devil found its thoughts right where they began. However, as a part of the race known for its trickery, the frog devil's inner calculations did not let him down. Soon it thought of an idea or a trickery purse. Since they can't reach the dungeon gate as long as that particular human was guarding it from them, then how about they trick the human into believing that they were not after the dungeon gate but her? If they were able to achieve that, then during the battle against the field marshal, they can find or create an opportunity for themselves to near the dungeon gate and destroy it or throw Ada in it. With that thought in mind, the frog devil used its tongue to grab Ada's 10 bodies and pretend to devour her when it hid her in its tertiary stomach without bothering to tell about its plan to the other demons, as their initial shocked and desperate reaction was very important for this trick to work as much as it pretending to devour Ada's 10 bodies. The reason the frog devil had to swallow all of Ada was because it knew as long as Ada was present, the human guarding the dungeon gate would always be cautious about Ada entering the dungeon. So Ada had to disappear from the blood dome of darkness for its trick to work. The next part was to convince the other 2 devils to focus on killing the field marshal, which was easy since they had a choice. Then once it seemed field marshal was convinced of Ada's death, when they commenced their attack on the field marshal, it telepathically imparted its plan to the other devils, asking their help to pull off the last step of the trick, destroying the dungeon gate or helping Ada enter it. Not to forget the important step, getting Ada to form a new contract with updated terms and demands. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:09, location Dark Realm, Blood Dome of Darkness, Dual Gate Dungeon vicinity, run. As soon as the 2 devils heard the field marshal's whisper, they scattered and ran toward the red light curtain in opposite directions of each other. When there were 3 of them, they did not have the confidence of going against the field marshal. Now when it was just the 2 of them, they did not even entertain that thought and just ran for their lives. However, reaching the red light curtain, they found that they could not enter it to return to travel to the real dark realm from this makeshift one. Frog, why can't I enter the gateway? The furry devil yelled at the frog devil and turned to find that the frog devil too could enter the red light curtain that brought them here. Thinking of something, it asked the frog devil aloud, "Frog, you did get her to sign a contract to cancel the summon once we help her, right?" Unable to enter the red light curtain, the frog devil grew distressed, and answered in frustration, "I did. I had her enter a contract stating that she will cancel the summons if we destroy the dungeon from outside or help her enter it. I even made sure to specify that she should immediately cancel the summons after getting what she wants. Then why are we not able to enter the dungeon gate?" the furry devil inquired, finding it hard to believe that Ada would ignore the contract, risking her life. "I don't know why," frog devil answered. Then a sudden thought crossed its mind and it screamed, "Unless she did not enter the dungeon and is standing at the edge of the dungeon gate. That bitch." The furry devil paused in the middle of cursing Ada as it felt a presence above it. It was none other than the field marshal. Then under the gaze of the field marshal, the furry devil felt an external energy filling its body at incredible. Pretty soon it started to feel bloated and sluggish. The external energy had filled to the brim in its body cells long ago, but it kept stuffing inside its body's cells through force until every cell in the furry devil was rendered immobile. The furry devil hadn't experienced anything like this before. It was scared and confused. It tried to move its energies but found that they were too sluggish and would not move matter how much it commanded them to. Then the field marshal's hand pierced its left shoulder and dug out its devil core. Storing its devil core, the field marshal threw the furry devil's body barely alive next to the barely alive bug-eyed devil and Lady Devil Irving. Then the field marshal slowly made her way to the frog devil. Hurting other devils did mean much to the field marshal, but this one she was disgusted by it, and not to mention it was the one who tricked her. I think you should take a look at seeing the field marshal near it. Having witnessed the end of its allies, it did not dare to fight against the field marshal. Rather, it activated its last resort without hesitation. The frog devil's last resort was not a power attack skill but more of a defense skill that would guarantee its survival against any kind of enemy. Thousand Tadpole works. Shouting that, the frog devil shot all of the spikes on its body in the surrounding area. Then its skin fell to the ground lifelessly. In the air, the 1,000 or so spikes of the frog devil burst like fireworks. However, it was far from a firework, as each of these spikes spewed billions of microscope tadpoles in the air which showered down on the ground. Disgusting. Fire rule infernal inferno. Soon a storm of fire rule power swept the entire inside the blood dome of darkness while avoiding the dungeon gate and the fragile bodies of the 3 devils, burning all the tadpoles of the frog devil. With her eyes, the field marshal scanned the entire area under the blood dome of darkness, and finding no trace of the frog devil, she relaxed. Then she scanned the frog devil's dried up skin to find that there was no devil core in it. Upon discovery, The field marshal shook her head, understanding that the frog devil's last resort was a rebirth type of skill which came at the cost of consuming its devil core. However, even if one of its tadpoles manages to survive, it can be reborn again. So as of now technically the frog devil was dead. With that, field marshal had defeated all 4 of the devils, and as a result, the blood dome of darkness covering the dual gate dungeon vicinity shattered into pieces, and the red light curtain surrounding the vicinity of the dual gate dungeon was lifted. As for the field marshal, she returned to her original spot and stood guard at the dungeon gate with the bodies of the 3 devils stacked in front of her. She did not appear to worry about Ada entering the dungeon. Then a teleportation circle formed next to her and a figure appeared in it. It was Lorenzo, her husband. Nodding at her husband, the field marshal handed him the 3 devil cores, and then pointing at the bodies of the 3 devils she said, "I told you I will get you the ingredients for the array formation, didn't I?" "Yes, you did," Lorenzo answered with a wide smile. Taking the devil cores from his wife, Lorenzo headed towards the bodies of 3 devils and examining them he informed, "They will do. I will start setting up the array formation right away. Are the preparations inside the dungeon done?" "A rat managed to escape in it," Field Marshal answered emotionlessly. Lorenzo was surprised to hear someone managed to get past his wife and enter the dungeon. It took him a while to process it, and then he replied, "Yes, all preparations inside the dungeon are done. Let's hope the rat is strong enough to test run them for us." The dungeon gate was like a small tunnel, and Ada stood by the edge of it without entering it and waited there, till the field marshal killed the remaining 2 devils, muttering to herself, "Devils don't own a patent on trickery. Even if they did, I am a part devil, it should amount to something." Just then Ada saw a drop of fluid enter the dungeon gate. Upon a closer look, the drop appeared to contain thousands of tadpoles. Curious, Ada captured the drop and stored it safely, thinking that it will make a perfect gift for her master. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:12, location A rank dual gate dungeon. After safely storing the tadpoles of the frog devil, Ada stepped foot into the dual gate dungeon. Before the mission, the central government had no idea what kind of dungeon the A-rank dual gate dungeon connecting the western capital to the southern capital was. Neither did they care to figure it out. So Ada had no idea what she would be stepping into. Walking into the dungeon, Ada was greeted by a blinding light show. She had no choice but to close her eyes for a second. And when she opened her eyes to a metropolitan city. Yes, there was a freaking metropolitan city inside the dual gate dungeon. "I take it you are the card apprentice from the central government who is going to test run the dungeon security," a masculine male voice suddenly sounded, alerting Ada. Ada in Meditalty searched for the source of the voice to find a hunky male with nasty scars on his face wearing a white lab coat. He appeared to be in the Card Lord realm and emitted a calming ambiance despite his appearance. Seeing the alerted look on Ada's face, he introduced himself to her. "Hi, I am Abel Chase, the elected city lord of the dungeon metropolis, acknowledged by both Western and Southern royalty." "What?" Ada asked in confusion. She did not hear a word the man just spoke as he was lost in his calming ambiance. It has been a while since she had been in such a company. Ada knew she was on enemy grounds and she should not be feeling as such, but she had no control over her heart and emotions. Even her brain said, if she has such a feeling in the enemy ground, then could this place even be considered as an enemy ground? And what does it say about her master and fellow teammate who never gave her such a feeling? Was she even walking the right path? "Let me reintroduce myself," Abel Chase reintroduced himself to Ada patiently. "How can there be a functioning metropolitan city in a dungeon?" Ada asked Abel, unable to understand why there was a metropolitan city in the dungeon. "We built it," Abel replied. "You built it, but it hasn't even been a week since the dungeon was found. What about the dungeon refresh? Won't the whole city be erased when that happens?" Ada had thousands of questions running through her mind, and she did not hesitate to ask them to Abel, forgetting that he was her enemy. For some reason the presence of Abel made her feel safe and let her guard down. About 250,000 card apprentices worked around the clock to make this happen. This city is the product of their blood, and of course not to forget the funding and resources provided by the southern and western royal families. As for the dungeon refresh, both dungeon cores of this dual gate dungeon have been modified with the latest soul energy generators. Together they generate enough refined soul energy to power a city 10 times this one. However, the extra soul energy powers act as a standby power source for the city's defense system, so it all works out. So, you do not have to worry about dungeon reset. I think you should take a look at. If you want, I can give you a tour of the city before you start the test run. The shopping district and food court are the main attractions of the city. Abel briefly explained about the city to Ada and offered to show her around the city. Ada was taken aback by Abel's offer, and she did not understand the dungeon security test run he kept talking about. Right now the shopping district and food court are only being used by the staff, so it has limited attractions to offer, but it is peaceful. However, once the city opens to the general public it will be busy, Abel said, seeing Ada hesitate to accept his offer to take a tour of the city. I will take the city tour, Ada after a lot of hesitation. She was here to destroy the dual gate dungeon and she could do it after taking the city tour. Great, Abel cheered with a gentle smile, then summoning a gray-colored chariot he added, hope on. Ada was mesmerized by Abel's smile and unconsciously claimed the chariot. Seeing her seated, Abel asked, by the way, what should I call you? Ada Davis, Ada shyly answered. Nice to meet you, Miss Davis. Don't, Ada is fine. Okay then, you two will have to call me Abel then. Sure, Abel. When the chariot gained enough longitude, Ada saw two enormous platinum pyramids surrounded by a lush forest and then tall buildings. Following Ada's gaze, Abel flew the chariot toward the nearest pyramids and introduced their purpose to her. They are the modified soul energy generator. The pyramid you see is just the outer shell made using refined SS rank petrifying platinum. Thanks to that shell, not even SSS rank attacks can get through to the modified dungeon cores they are protecting underneath them. All forms of energy that come in contact with petrifying platinum lose their magnitude as if they were petrified. Ada, you sure have your work cut out for the dungeon defense test run. If you don't mind me asking, what have you planned for the test run? Anything short of SS rank skills or items will not be able to leave a dent in this city, as the whole city is made using refined S-grade ingredients. I have prepared some SSS rank items, but from the looks of it seems my preparation is not enough, Ada answered with a grim face, realizing that the SSS rank items that her team leader Arnaz and teammates gave her by sacrificing one of the item card slots of their grimoire were useless. The items Ada had on her could at most destroy a few buildings, but not the dungeon cores were very modified and protected by huge pyramid shells made of SS rank petrifying platinum. Depressed, she muttered, it seems both royal families have heavily invested in the development and protection of the dual gate dungeon. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:14, location A rank dual gate dungeon. Yes, after all, this trade route will not only bring lots of taxes but will play an important role in the development of the two regions, Abel replied as he flew the chariot towards the city's food court, asking, by the way, do you want to stop by for drinks? Drinks? Ada looked over the skyline of the dungeon city in depression, wondering if she should go through with the mission even if all she could manage to achieve was the destruction of a few buildings. Or she could use her origin card's ability to turn all 250,000 works in the city into her swarm and sacrifice them to summon a few devils. The devils should have a way to destroy this city, right? Maybe just the presence of devil-rank beings in the dungeon alone should be able to destabilize the dungeon into collapsing. This might work. Should she start with the juicy hunk next to her? No, let's see where this date goes first. Ada, you naughty girl, what are you thinking? Ada thought to herself and answered, aren't you slick? Turning a tour of the city into a date. Date, your words, not mine, Abel answered with the corners of his mouth turned up. Ha ha ha, you are a talker, aren't you? Ada let out a smile and then said, I will have whatever you are having. Then beer it is, Abel said, landing the chariot in front of a bar. Inviting a girl for a beer this early in the morning, what are your intentions, mister? Ada joked as she climbed down the chariot. Don't tell me a few glasses of beer is enough to scare you, Abel said, retrieving the chariot. Then he entered the bar with Ada, who said, yep, you are up to no good. But I knew you were trouble the moment I laid my eyes on you. So, do your worst. Sitting at a table, the couple ordered 2 beers and waited. As they waited, Ada decided to revive one of her bodies under the effect of Mobius' presence. However, to Ada's surprise, she found that she could not access her grimoire to revive her other body. With this development, Ada panicked, only to hear Abel say, I forgot to mention before, the artificial sun illuminating the city is called the Silent Sun, and high-level Silent Ruler A formation. Because of its presence, only authorized personnel can use their grimoire in the dungeon city. You did not feel its effect after entering the dungeon city because the array masters have made it so considering the comfort of the inhabitants and visitors of the dungeon city. If you plan on starting your dungeon security test run, you have to think of a way to bypass it first. Just so you know, as the acting city lord of the dungeon city I am decided who gets the authorization. I think you should take a look at. Ada silently stared at Abel for a while before saying, I am guessing there is no way you will give me the authorization. That depends on how this date ends, Abel said as the barmaid delivered their order. Ada stared at Abel thinking, shameless bastard. Just so you know, if we skip the drama of me flirting, you pretending to be a prude, and just get to the happy ending part sooner, then you might get your authorization, Abel gave Ada a friendly hint. Listening to Abel's words, it could not be more obvious what he was asking Ada to do for the authorization to use her grimoire in the dungeon city. Ada cussed Abel with every cuss word she could think of in her mind, but she did not let it show on her face. As the mission was at stake here. I found you charming, but you had to ruin it by being your true self, Ada said, looking at Abel with disgust. Believe me, this is not my true self. I would never reveal my true self to a central government slut and devil worshipper, no less. Besides, I am just trying to prove my point here. You bitches from the central government will sell your body if it helps your mission. Abel spoke his mind, revealing his hatred for the central government and the devil worshippers. What about you? Will you not sell your body for your western region and its people if needed, Prince Chase? Ada was not offended by Abel's words, instead, she calmly used his words against him. Then she looked at this hatred-filled eyes and felt like looking in a mirror. I would never let the circumstances of my western region and its people fall to such a point. Don't change the topic. You dogs of the central government do not serve the interest of people but your masters. How can you compare to me? Abel answered, and he hated the thought of being compared with dogs of the central government. Yes, I serve the interest of my master and you serve the interest of your people. However, the fire of hate and vengeance in your eyes will lead your people to such a day. It may not be today, tomorrow, or shortly, but one day it will. Unless you learn to harness that fire of revenge of yours for something productive. As I did. After all, you and I are of the same kind. Burning everyone that tries to get close to us with our flame of vengeance. Shut up, you and I are not the same. The central government killed my mother and threw me to a pack of hungry monsters. Do you see these scars on my body? I never removed them with any beautification cards because they are the marks of my will. My will to survive, your will for vengeance. Be honest to yourself. Accept your hatred, and you will find that nothing is more empowering, Ada said excitedly. As she knew if there was ever a person who would understand her, then it was the person sitting in front of her, Abel Chase. I am only serving my master because it serves my flame of vengeance. What about you, Prince Chase? Does serving your people serve your flame of vengeance? Date the 13th of April 2321, time 10:24, location. A-rank dual gate dungeon, Dungeon Metropolis. Listening to Ada's words, Abel went silent. As Ada's words kept echoing in his mind until he wondered if serving his people served his will of, ha ha ha, what happened, my friend? Did the cat get your tongue? Then let me help you see the true you. Serving your people does help you serve your will of vengeance. I bet your family also saw that and sent you a prince to be a city lord of a dungeon city. For the rest of the western region, it is a step toward progress, but for you, it is nothing but a fancy cage. Completely cutting you off from the fight for the crown of the West. Ada's words implied that the reason Abel served his people was that if he manages to win their hearts, then he will be one step closer to sitting on the throne of the West region. If he manages to become the next ruler of the Western region, then he can lead the West and other regions willing to follow him into a war against the central government that insulted his mother and killed her before his eyes and then threw him to a pack of hungry monsters to be eaten alive. Aware of Abel's ambition, his family sent him, a prince, to become the city lord of the dungeon metropolis built in the dual gate dungeon. Showing the elders, leaders, and families of the Western region that Abel was out of the race for the next ruler of the Western region. You bitch, shut your mouth. Nothing you say can poison my mind. Enough with your vile whispers. I will execute you right away, Abel yelled at Ada and almost jumped over the table to kill her, but stopped himself from doing so. Abel gave such a huge reaction to Ada's words because those words had crossed his mind long ago, even before Abba spoke them, and he suppressed them, knowing that going against orders of the crown was a huge crime, and with that he would be fully out of the game and not even have a chance to make a comeback, which he currently did. Ha ha ha. In response to Abel's reaction, Ada let out a gentle laugh. removed her devil skull mask, and she revealed her breathtakingly gorgeous face. Seeing Ada's face for the first time, Abel was lost in her perfectly symmetrical face and deep red eyes. Her beauty was alluring but had a homely feeling to it. It surfaced warm feelings in Abel's heart that he thought had died with his mother. Ada slowly got up from her chair and walked around the table. She stood behind Abel and hugged him from behind and rested her face next to his face, putting her body weight on him. Ada's left cheek touched Abel's right cheek, and their body heat exchanged. Abel's face turned red, getting a wisp of her body fragrance. Then, feeling her breast press against his back, the warm feelings were no longer just coming from his heart, but his meat shaft was also brimming with warm energy. I think you should take a look at, my dear prince, accept your darkness. It is more empowering than you can imagine, Ada whispered. Abel did not know how to respond, as his mind, heart, and nether region were all lost in various thoughts. His mind said that the royal family has thrown him out of the throne race, and his heart said that the royal family was looking after him, but his genitalia said that why was he wasting time with useless thoughts? He should drag Ada to a love restaurant in the Dungeon City and have his way with her. Prince, I will leave Dungeon City untouched as a gift of our first meeting. A gift from one who accepted darkness to another who is lost in darkness. May you find the strength to accept the darkness in you, Ada said, preparing to leave the Dungeon City without completing her mission. What bullshit are you spewing? You can't even summon your grimoire properly under the silent sun illuminating the Dungeon City. How dare you boast about destroying it? Abel yelled, calling Ada's gift a bull, claiming that she could not muster enough soul energy to detonate herself, let alone destroy the Dungeon City. You are in the wrong impression, my darling prince. If I wanted to, I can kill you right now. Let alone destroy the Dungeon City, Ada answered nonchalantly as her body started to emit soul energy. Impossible. How? Feeling the soul energy emitted by Ada and the soul energy circulating through her body, Abel was shell-shocked. I dared to enter the enemy territory alone. Do you think I will not come prepared against a few silent ruler A formations? Ada left Abel's side and once again wore her devil skull mask. How is that possible? The Silent Sun is an SSS-ranked silent ruler A formation. How can you, a card lord, have the ability to repel its effect? Abel asked in disbelief. Just like how you card lords managed to create an SSS rank array formation and SS rank petrifying pyramids inside AA rank dungeons. So honey, don't sweat the details. Ada then summoned a knife and said, I need your help with this. Seeing Ada summon a knife, Abel hurriedly got from his chair in defense. However, Ada threw the knife into his hands, and as soon as he caught it, she threw herself at it and the knife pierced through her heart. Her blood rushed out, staining both of them. You despicable bitch. I do not like owning others' favors. I will pay you back no matter what, Abel said, staring into Ada's eyes as he slowly laid her dying body on the bar floor. Ada let out a gentle smile and with her dying breath she said, I will be waiting for you in the darkness. Accept the darkness in you, it will lead you to me. Do not keep me waiting for too long. It gets lonely out here. After Ada took her final breath, Abel used fire rule power to burn her corpse without hesitation, as he knew this was only one of Ada's many bodies. And ordered his men who had gathered seeing the scene, search the whole city, increase guards at important locations. We cannot take chances with someone like this. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:45, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. The wind stood still as the pillars of red light surrounding the Southern Capital began to expand, alerting Anne, Jill, and the demigod teams. As for Dalton Wyatt, his eyes were closed and his body appeared to be vibrating from time to time without the care of the danger in the outside world. Not to mention the corpse doppelganger eyeing him with its bloodshot eyes. Destroying the city array and dodging the attacks of 250 turrets using adaptive resonance disruption, had consumed too much of its energy than it would like to display. Hence its bloodshot eyes. Thankfully the demigod team sent by the Southern royal family to hunt it was cautious of it because of the power it displayed earlier, allowing it to take a breather to enter the one with the world state physically to recharge its energies and also for its original to consume a few elixirs to bring her back to her top condition. As for why the corpse doppelganger was staring at Wyatt when the rest of the people in the city were looking at the expanding pillar of red light was because its original body had become obsessed with Wyatt, seeing him try and replicate her move to achieve one with world state physically. It took her years of practice and experience to come up with a way using adaptive resonance disruption to achieve that state physically and master it. However, Wyatt was almost near achieving it, having just seen it. She could not understand how he could be close to achieving something believed to be impossible for the card apprentices across the world after just watching her do it. Did Wyatt also have a unique pair of throat, ears, and sense of sound? Like she did, was that why he was able to do what she did? No, he was not emitting a noise like she did. He was genuinely controlling the vibrations of his physical body's soul pathways to match that of the vibrations of nature surrounding him, then the world itself. How was he doing that? Was it not already determined fact that card apprentices aren't capable of accurately controlling the vibrations of their physical bodies, after having done various research and being collectively approved by all of the greatest minds of the world? As the user of adaptive resonance disruption, Arnaz knew that what Wyatt was doing was impossible and nothing short of a miracle. Yes, the experienced diamond-grade card creationists and array masters were able to control their physical body's soul pathway vibration to match that of low-level array formations, but what Wyatt almost achieved was beyond that. I think you should take a look at Wyatt had almost managed to match his soul pathway vibrations with his surrounding nature. Now he was trying to tune into the rhythm of the world itself. Not to mention it appeared as if every time he failed to tune into the world's vibration he would get closer with the next try. What Wyatt was doing required a lot of focus and concentration. Arnaz would understand if he was doing this in the laboratory conditions, but he was not. He was trying it for the very first time, that too directly in the field. There were several reasons for Arnaz to be obsessed with what Wyatt was doing. If not for her mission, she would just spend the day watching him try and achieve the one with the world state with his physical body. While Arnaz could not figure out how Wyatt was able to control the vibrations of his soul pathways so precisely, she would have never guessed that the answer was so simple: his origin card's ability, soul energy manipulation. Yes, being introduced to the adaptive resonance disruption through Arnaz's corpse doppelganger, Wyatt watched it use the principle of absolute resonance disruption to destroy the city array formation and dodge thousands of energy properties, but both of them did not manage to impress him. However, her using the same principle to become one with the world physically to replenish her energy did. Wyatt had watched Agent Lewis enter the one with the world state physically several times. However, she achieved it naturally through her physique, meaning there was no technique to explore and copy unless he studied her physique, which was not reasonable. However, in the case of the humanoid figure in black, it was different. She had a specific technique designed for her specialty to achieve the one with the world state physically. Now this was something Wyatt could work with, especially since he had the soul energy manipulation ability. Copying and modifying the technique used by Arnaz's corpse doppelganger with the help of his soul pupils in the Hive AI was not a big deal for Wyatt. But there was a problem. The problem was tracking the vibration of the world at different locations. Arnaz made use of her excellent ears and unparalleled understanding of sound to track the vibration of the world. This was a skill honed by Arnaz through years of experience and not like a technique that could just be copied, replicated, and modified. Though Wyatt had soul energy manipulation and the modified technique at his disposal, he did know how to track the vibrations of the world. So he decided to think of a way by trial and error. That was when Wyatt began to use his soul energy manipulation ability to control his physical body's soul pathways vibrations. Then used the modified technique he created using the technique displayed by Arnaz's corpse doppelganger to match his physical body's soul pathway vibration to the vibration of nature's soul pathways. Having achieved this, Wyatt began to sense the nature surrounding him in a new light that he had never heard or read of. Becoming one with the surrounding nature, Wyatt began to search for the vibrations of the world, believing if Arnaz can use her excellent ears and unparalleled knowledge of sound to detect it, so could he. With this, Wyatt obsessed to search for the voice of the world in nature through his physical body. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:46, location Southern region, Southern capital. While Wyatt was obsessing over finding the voice of the world and synchronizing his physical body's soul pathway vibrations with its vibration, the beams of red light surrounding the Southern capital had expanded enough to overlap with each other, forming a curtain of red light. As soon as the curtain of the red light formed, the clouds above the Southern capital city turned dark. Scary lightning flashed, followed by deafening thunder. However, the dark clouds only lasted for a second. Soon the whole world within the red light curtain was illuminated with a shade of red. It appeared as if the entire city and the clouds above it were dyed with blood. All teams retreat to secure positions by the turrets, stay on high alert, and do not engage the hostile without my permission. Anne had a good knowledge about devil worshippers and their devil summoning rituals, but she had never read or heard of a devil summoning sacrificial ritual like this one. With no knowledge of what the enemy was summoning, Anne had the demigod teams surveilling and securing the borders of the southern capital retreat to a secure post next to the turrets, asking them not to attack any hostile unit without her orders. Anne had 75 demigods and 250 turrets at her disposal to face off against an unknown number of unknown enemies. The firepower at Anne's disposal was more than enough, but against an unknown enemy nothing was enough. Therefore, she needed the demigods to not act until she had a clear picture of what they were dealing with and the number of enemies they were dealing with, so she could come up with the best possible strategy to deal with the hostile forces and protect Wyatt at the same time. As the world was dyed in red, the bright flashes of lightning and defending sounds of thunder became a lot brighter, louder, and more frequent as a heavy rain started to pour down on the city. The wind inside the city, which had become still, suddenly became violent and loud, as if a strong wind was brewing with the red light curtain. Despite such huge changes occurring in his surroundings, Wyatt appeared to be unaware of it and immersed in his obsession to track the vibrations of the world. Jill and Anne acted in time to use their power to shield him from rain, or else he would be drenched in rainwater. However, the changes in Wyatt's physical body's soul pathway vibrations had become longer and more frequent. It appeared as if he was getting closer to what he was being so persistent for, regardless of time and place. The bright lines began to take shape on the red light curtain that turned out to be rune circles of an unknown language. Once the rune circles were completely formed, bright lines began to extend out of the rune circles to join with the other and become one huge rune circle. It was at this time that a storm descended on the southern capital city. Anne and Jill acted together to make sure nothing disturbed Wyatt's epiphany. "I think you should take a look at," however, their faces paled when a dominating presence suddenly covered the entire southern capital. They hurriedly got on their knees as the will of the world revealed itself in the southern capital in response to the devil summoning a sacrificial ritual in its vicinity. Even the southern royal demigod teams around the city got on their knees greeting the world's will. Unlike Field Marshal Heatsend, who was able to communicate with world's will, none of the demigods in the southern capital were capable of such a feat. However, their demigod-level spirituality helped them perceive that the world's will was enraged by the red light curtain and gave them a premonition of imminent disaster. As for the corpse doppelganger of Arna's, it did not greet the world's will. Instead, it was obsessively staring at Wyatt because he had come a long way in trying to achieve the one with the world state physically. As someone who was in the one with the world state physically, the corpse doppelganger could accurately feel the wrath and anger of the will of the world. However, Arna's did not care about that. She completely ignored the world's will. Instead, she used her physical one with the world state to precisely monitor the changes taking place in the vibrations of the soul pathways of Wyatt's physical body. In a few minutes, Wyatt had made so much progress in using the concept of adaptive resonance disruption to try and enter the one with the world stage physically that Arna's was impressed by his feat that it prompted her to time and again wonder how he was doing it. Arna's believed that even if the boy failed to achieve the one with the world state today, then it did not mean he could not achieve later, but the question was if Wyatt would be alive to do so. Once the Supreme Leader was done with him, then her master would have fun with him, and after that what awaited him was death. So in a way, if Wyatt failed to achieve the one with the world state today, then he would never be able to achieve it in his short but brutal lifetime that awaited him. Regardless of Arna's confidence to capture Wyatt today, she did not know that the actions of the central government were going to work in favor of the boy and help him achieve the rumored one with the world state physically. While the presence of the red light curtain and growing rune circles inscribed on attracted world will's attention and wrath, the world will's attention soon moved toward Wyatt. In the area filled with capable demigods, only two people were capable of communicating with it. One was an SSS-ranked corpse doppelganger and the other was a card master. Since Arna's completely ignored the world will, it had no choice but to focus on Wyatt, who was in sync with his surrounding nature. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:47, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. The attention of the world's will toward Wyatt was special, but it was more like an elder paying attention to their junior when they were facing difficult times, and sometimes they lend a hand. This time Wyatt, who was obsessively trying to find the vibrations of the world, was in luck, as he had not only managed to gain the attention of the world's will, but thanks to the dire circumstance surrounding him, the world's will was feeling generous. As a result, he managed to gain the guidance of the world's will in his pursuit. Yes, the world's will decided to lend a hand to Wyatt in his struggle to achieve the one with the world state physically. This was an unexpected turn of events and a perfect example of hard work and intelligence weren't the only equation to success, but luck was also a part of it. Wyatt, who was constantly varying his physical body's soul pathway vibrations in search of the vibrations of the world, suddenly felt a calling. It was the vibration of the world reaching out to him. The thing he was obsessively searching for had suddenly reached out to him. Just then Anne, Jill, Team 1, Team 2, and the corpse doppelganger who were in his immediate vicinity or line of sight all witnessed enlightenment descend on Wyatt. Fuck, he did it. He managed to turn an epiphany into an enlightenment. The demigods began to exclaim in envy watching Wyatt gain enlightenment. Gaining enlightenment was already an enviable achievement, but gaining enlightenment for achieving the one with the world state physically was just beyond words. Enough to turn the eyes of demigods red with envy. The most shocked of all present by the enlightenment gained by Wyatt was Arna's, as she has been monitoring Wyatt's progress in achieving the one with world state physically from the start. And only she knew that though Wyatt had made a lot of progress in achieving the one with the world state physically, he was missing the core key to it, the vibration of the world. Wyatt was unable to track the vibration of the world. Without that, his progress so far in achieving the one with the world state physically was useless. Therefore she believed that despite his struggle and intelligence, Wyatt's limited lifespan would come to an end before he would ever be able to achieve the one with the world state physically. Though Arnaz was enthused to see Wyatt modify her technique to achieve the one with the world state physically, she was not a fan and was sore about the fact that he was achieving it faster than her. I think you should take a look at, after all, she had to go through years of practice and punishment before she finally locked down the technique and achieved the one with the world state physically. So it was not a surprise that she would not be thrilled to watch someone achieve it effortlessly in a lot less time than her. So knowing that Wyatt had such potential but did not have the time for it, Arnaz felt her inner sadistic urges tingling. She could not imagine the stratification she would get when the boy would die not being able to achieve the one with the world state physically when all he needed was little time to achieve it. Just knowing this got Arnaz excited. So imagine her shock when she saw the boy gain enlightenment in his pursuit to enter the one with the world state physically. She felt betrayed and as if the whole world was working against her. It's hard to imagine how she would feel if she knew that it was indeed the world guiding Wyatt to achieve the one with the world state physically. Now that would be very hard for her to recover from. Anne and Jill, who were using their ability to shield Wyatt's physical body from the storm, had bright smiles pasted on their faces. Especially Anne, as she could not be more happy about her decision to not awaken Wyatt from his epiphany to retreat him back into the southern royal palace grounds. The pressure of commanding 15 teams of demigods was not small, especially since each one of the demigods in the 15 teams was willing to follow her to their deaths. Though Anne was not like the hot-headed Anna but a logical thinker who lived and breathed risk management, she lacked the confidence to lead the people, as she only read about being a leader but never actually been a leader. With the presence of Anna, she never actually got the chance to. Therefore, Wyatt gaining enlightenment was a huge deal for her and a big boost for her confidence as a leader. While Wyatt's enlightenment led to various feelings in those that witnessed it, Wyatt himself was currently preoccupied with discerning the vibrations of the world. Though the world's will had helped him find the vibration of the world, it was up to him to discern it. The vibration of the world appeared to be one and uniform, but it wasn't. It was a synchronization of various vibrations representing the various energies of the world, just like how the vibrations of Wyatt's physical body's soul pathways were different for various organs and systems, but together they formed a single and unique soul energy signature. Thankfully, Wyatt had the trusted Hive AI, which not only recorded the way to find the vibration of the world for him but also helped him discern it as a synchronization of many vibrations. Now using the Hive AI, Wyatt planned to find an equation to harmonize the vibrations of his physical body's soul pathways with the vibration of the world. That was, Wyatt was not trying to discern each individual vibration that was forming the vibration of the world, but trying to discern a way to add his physical body's soul pathway vibration to it. Hence, achieving the one with the world state physically. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:48, location Southern region, Southern capital. Becoming one with the world physically meant to become a part of the world. Just like how the flowing river, boundless oceans, tall mountains, the restless wind, etc. were all part of the world despite being different from one another, Wyatt could also be a part of the world despite being different. Though the rivers, oceans, mountains, wind, etc. had different forms and states, they all lived in harmony with one another, giving an image to the world as we know it today. This was only possible because the vibrations of the soul pathways of these entities were in resonance with each other. This resonance between the different vibrations of the various soul pathways allowed them to synchronize and form a signal vibration known as the vibration of the world. This was why the vibration of the world varied from place to place, location to location. That was why Wyatt wasn't just trying to harmonize his physical body's vibration with the vibration of the world in his current location, but using the Hive AI to come up with an equation that would allow him to harmonize the vibrations of his physical body's soul pathways to the vibrations of the world in any place or location. However, this was easier said than done. Fortunately for Wyatt, as if the world's will could read Wyatt's mind, it extended its guidance to help him come up with the equation, extending his enlightenment. Feeling the descent of evil, the world's will had become very generous today. In a way, Wyatt had to thank the central government, matron, and other conspirators for this. If not for their planning and hard work, Wyatt would never have the fortune of coming this close to figuring out an equation to enter the one with the world state physically whenever and wherever in the world. Is this kid the illegitimate son of the world or what? Leader of the Team 1 blurted in disbelief. Witnessing the enlightenment of the boy become stronger, gaining a second enlightenment. He wasn't the only one that thought this way, the other demigods did too. In their journey to become a demigod, they all have had the fortune to enjoy one or two rare enlightenment in their lifetime spanned over centuries. However, none of them ever experienced or heard of an individual gaining back-to-back enlightenment. So it was not a surprise that they would feel that way watching Wyatt gain 2 enlightenments back-to-back. They never knew gaining enlightenment would be so easy. They sort of felt like they were living life in hard mode when Wyatt was living his life in easy mode. Guess that was the life of a genius, they consoled themselves. Jill looked at Anne, with her eyes begging the question, is the leader of the Team 1 correct? Is Wyatt an illegitimate son of the world? Anne rolled her eyes at Jill, implying, are you stupid? I think you should take a look at. A simple no would have sufficed. Jill glared at Anne. The rarity of enlightenment was known to everyone, so it was not surprising that even someone like Jill and the demigods feel envy and jealousy toward Wyatt for gaining 2 enlightenments back-to-back. The most envious of Wyatt gaining 2 enlightenment that to back-to-back was none other than Arna's. She was starting to question her life, wondering since when did it become so easy to figure out a way to enter the one with the world state physically just because they suddenly felt like it. It took years of research, trials, and experimentation for Arnas to come up with calculations that would help her use adaptive resonance disruption to enter the one with the world state physically. Yet, here was a mere card master who was able to come up with better calculations to enter the one with the world state physically just because he felt like it. Not to mention the fact that it only took him a few minutes to come up with calculations that took her decades. Arnas couldn't be blamed for doubting her life and existence. Anyone in her place would feel the same way. Fortunately for her, she would never know that she was partially responsible for the 2 enlightenments bestowed on Wyatt by the world's will. In the penthouse of the Prestige 4 Seasons, Sansa felt like she had eaten a swarm of flies. This morning she was conflicted about whether to kill Wyatt or brainwash him. Now when that choice was stolen from her, Sansa was certain she wanted to brainwash Wyatt and add him to her collection. Flower thief, what's the hold up? The boy has closed his eyes and is defenseless. Go and grab him already, Sansa inquired the flower thief through a grimoire call, watching from the penthouse glass window that Wyatt was immersed in enlightenment and could no longer defend against the flower thief's empty beast. Your Highness, I want to do exactly that, but my empty beast is too afraid to even enter the vicinity of the boy. I have never felt the empty beast expressing fear, today is the first time. The empty beast appears to be scared even to stay in this location. I don't know why, Flower Thief explained his difficulty to Sansa. You useless fool, I will handle this personally. Sansa then used her origin card to access the Flower Thief's memories, and through it, she accessed the memories of the empty beast. The Flower Thief was not lying, the empty beast was scared silly. If not for the Flower Thief's orders, the empty beast would not even dare to be in the southern capital. Sansa then further explored the memories of the empty beast to learn that the reason it was afraid was because of the presence of the world's will in this area. Upon further probing into the empty beast's memories, Sansa was surprised to learn that the presence of the world's will mostly focused on Wyatt, helping her understand that the world's will was responsible for his sudden enlightenment. However, what shocked her most was when she tried to edit the empty beast's memories to remove its fear of world's will. She failed to do so as the fear was stemming from within its instincts, which were forged by several evolutions that it had inherited from its ancestors. So just changing its memories would not help here. Sansa had no choice but to watch as such a golden opportunity slipped by. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:48, location Southern region, Southern capital. While Sansa was gritting her teeth over a missed opportunity somewhere in the space of the Southern capital, Henrix looked at Wyatt, who gained back-to-back enlightenments, and nodded his head, impressed by the achievement. Unlike Sansa, Henrix did not plan to make use of this opportunity to kidnap Wyatt, mostly because he did not want to hinder Wyatt's enlightenment and development. Besides, he felt like he would have several chances to kidnap Wyatt as long as the central government forces did well to keep Field Marshal Heatsen busy. Thanks to his origin card, Henrix, even though could not be considered as one of the strongest in the world, he had very few card apprentices to be worried about. Therefore, he was pretty confident that in this struggle between the various conspirators for Wyatt he would come on top no matter what. So he decided to sit back until his competition eliminated each other. With the arrival of the Second Enlightenment, Wyatt felt his thought process increase and understand what he could not previously. All he had to do was ask the right questions and the answers would present themselves to him. With such miraculous assistance, Wyatt began to revisit all the obstructions he faced when he tried to come up with the equation to enter the one with the world state physically whenever and wherever. And this time around, what earlier appeared to be incomprehensible were now revealing their secrets to Wyatt themselves. The process of figuring out the various variables and comprehending their parameters had now become fluid and easier than ever. Together with the enlightenment and the assistance of the Hive AI, Wyatt was finally closer to creating an equation that would tell him just the right frequency to vibrate his physical body's soul pathways to resonate with the vibration of the world and achieve the one with the world state physically whenever and wherever. Is it wrong of me to think that Wyatt could not pick the worst time to gain enlightenment? Anne muttered to Jill as they watched the numerous rune circles on the red light curtain come together to form one big array of rune circles. After its formation, the array of rune circles began to pulsate rhythmically, signaling the arrival of something sinister and evil. All eyes stuck to the red light curtain, except for Team 1 that was guarding the boy, and Team 2 that was monitoring the humanoid figure in black. However, their attention was soon stolen by a bright beam of white light that shot into the sky, illuminating the southern capital and eliminating the red shade and the dark clouds covering it, receding the storm that was rampaging in the city. As the sky cleared at the center of the bright beam of light, Wyatt could be seen floating while emitting a serene soul energy signature. His closed eyes suddenly opened, bright and pure, brimming with knowledge. The demigods in the city were having a hard time distinguishing his presence from that of his surroundings. They were seeing him, but when they tried to feel his presence they could not distinguish it from its surroundings. I think you should take a look at, the kid has achieved the one with the world state physically. Incredible, just incredible. The demigods were without words for Wyatt's achievement. They felt joy and envy at the same time. Having achieved the demigod realm, they all were aware that there was a connection to achieving transcendence in the one with the world state physically. They all have been trying and searching for various ways to become one with the world physically. However, their progress was negligible, similar to their strength compared to seasoned demigods like Field Marshal Heatsen. So seeing a mere card master achieve the one with the world state physically, they felt a shiver of hope that they too could achieve it one day. This was why they were more happy about Wyatt achieving the state that they desperately sought. Soon the bright beam of light vanished. However, with its withdrawal the storm and dark clouds did not return except for the red shade illuminated by the red light curtain. Opening his eyes, Wyatt began to make note of the changes in the city grounds, and looking at the red light curtain he said, "So they have summoned devils and demon army to bolster their numbers." However, before he could explore the red light curtain with his soul pupils, he felt malice directed at him in the force of the world. This surprised Wyatt because the only will in the force of the world apart from his was the world's will. Since the world's will had helped him create the equation to achieve the one with the world state physically, then it would not have any malice toward him. Puzzled, Wyatt searched for the source of the malice directed at him through the force of the world, and soon he found that the malice directed to him belonged to the humanoid in black. How could he have forgotten it? He almost sinned. After all, it could be considered his half-teacher for teaching a wide range of possibilities and applications of the vibrations of soul pathways. Forgetting one's teacher was a sin. What the? Wyatt almost cussed after suddenly learning that the humanoid was not a demon or a card apprentice but a living corpse, a corpse puppet to be exact. Wyatt had never seen a corpse puppet of such high rank, not to mention the high rank transformation skill it was using. Therefore he was on the fence about its race. Was it a human, a demon, or a monster? He did not know until the force of the world hinted it to him. Thanks to the connection between the corpse puppet and its master, Wyatt was easily able to track the puppet master to the outskirts of the city using the force of the world they both were connected to. Wyatt was a little taken aback to learn that someone used a corpse puppet to destroy the array formation protecting the southern capital for generations. However, feeling an evil and sinister presence fill the city atmosphere, Wyatt no longer spared thought to it and looked at the red light curtain and the menacing figures of varying shapes and sizes walking out of it. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:49, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. The time in the Southern Capital appeared to have come to a halt as an ominous air filled the city and made it hard to breathe. The attention of every soul within the city was drawn to the red light curtain and the sinister figures that were slowly marching into the city through the red light curtain from all directions. The sinister figures were none other than the summoned demon army. A total of 6 demon armies consisting of 300 demons could be seen coming out of the red light curtain. The demons in the demon army ranked from demon lord to demon emperor of demons. Once the demon army entered the card world and assembled themselves, all 2,100 of them let out a war cry expressing their ferocity. Their cruelty was visible in their eyes and the brutal weapons they carried. The war cry of the demon army continued, welcoming the 6 demonic figures, oozing an eerie evil aura that spread throughout the city as they exited the red light curtain. Then each of the 6 figures hovered over their respective demon army. These figures were none other than the devils leading the 6 demon army. As soon as each demon and devil entered the card world, they all were greeted by the wrath of the card world's will, and their peak strength was suppressed by it. Even with their strength suppressed, the ferocity in the eyes of the demon army or the devils leading them did not decrease in the slightest. The 6 devils each looked at the empty city, ignoring the 75 demigods and the 250 turrets guarding the city. Their attention was directly captured by the southern royal palace grounds, specifically the 2 array formations covering it, the Golden Gate Array Formation and the Timeless Array Formation. "Little girl, this is not what we agreed," a devil covered in black feathers spoke with her blood-red beak while her gyroscope head turned to look at an empty stop next to the red light curtain. From that space, a humanoid figure wearing a devil skull mask revealed itself, and asked the devil in puzzlement, "This slave doesn't understand, your highness. This whole city is part of a big array formation that doesn't allow demon sacrifice within it," the feathered devil said aggressively. The array formation the feathered devil spoke of was none other than the Golden Gate Array Formation, which had refined the entire area on which the southern capital was built. "Your highness, this slave has destroyed the array formation covering the city as promised," Ada humbly replied, not daring to raise her voice. "I think you should take a look at. I can see you have destroyed the city array formation, but there's another array formation. The ground underneath the city is a part of it," the feathered devil patiently explained about the Golden Gate Array Formation to Ada. The devil, though aggressive, had to be considerate of Ada as she had summoned it using its true name. "Your highness, if you are talking about the Golden Gate Array, it is just for show, as most of its ability is limited by the other array formation covering southern royal palace grounds." Ada argued that the Golden Gate Array Formation's functions were being limited by the other array formation covering the southern royal palace grounds, so the devils would not worry about it. The feathered devil frowned, unable to understand if Ada was purposefully acting ignorant. But thinking that Abba did not know they, the 6 devils, planned to sacrifice their demon army and arrange the Blood Dome of Darkness Array Formation to temporarily turn the southern capital into a part of the Dark Realm, she thought Ada might not understand her. "Lady Devil Penna, I don't think summoning the Blood Dome is necessary. Except for those towers being a little bothersome, they are not a threat to us here. There are so many descent vessels here, let's possess one, kill the rest and leave before the powerful humans arrive." A devil with a snake body covered with grief-stricken humanoid faces in place of scales spoke up, saying that they should complete the contract with Ada and scatter before the powerful card apprentice that can be a threat to them arrived. Then the human-faced snake devil looked at the other 4 devils and asked, "Agreed?" 3 devils nodded in agreement. However, one devil with a giant gray humanoid body carrying a wooden hourglass filled with golden sand on its back did not agree. Instead, it slowly took to the air, saying, "I don't care what you guys want to do. I am here to get my revenge, and if you get in my way I will kill you all." Listening to the giant hourglass devil, the expression on the faces of other devils became unsightly. However, none of them dared to argue with it and let it be. Flying to a certain height, the giant hourglass devil looked at only the card master present in the city and yelled, "Dalton Wyatt, I have returned to collect your soul." While the 6 demon armies and the 6 devils assembled, Anne was busy arranging the manpower at her disposal. She did not have the leisure to be scared that the bastards from the central government had summoned not 1 or 2 but 6 devils. Handling 1 or 2 devils was too much, but now they had to face 6 devils. Anne commended herself for her foresight to assemble 15 demigod teams and activate the turret function of the Golden Gate Array formation as protection detail for Wyatt. Thanks to this, Anne was not that worried about facing the 6 devils and their demon army. What worried her were the conspirators that were hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to capture Wyatt. Faced with 6 devils and their armies, Anne did not lose sight of the prize, protecting Dalton Wyatt. She was willing to let the devils run among as long as she could get Wyatt to safety. As currently, his life was worth more than the southern capital itself for the southern royal family. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:49, location southern region, southern capital. After a lot of consideration, Anne, at the risk of disagreeing with Wyatt, decided to retreat to the safety of the timeless array formation covering the southern royal palace grounds. The rampage of the 6 devils and the damage to the southern capital was unavoidable. Right now the only thing that mattered was to protect Dalton Wyatt at all costs from any that wished to harm him. Anne suddenly remembered the conversation she had with her mother this morning regarding Wyatt's protection detail. "Anne, honey, your preparations for Wyatt's protection detail are enough, but there will come a time when you will have to act to protect Wyatt from himself. Do you understand what I am saying?" Anne did not understand what her mother was trying to hint at back then, but now watching Wyatt recklessly hover in the air despite the city being surrounded by 6 devils and their demon army, not to mention the unknown number of enemies hiding in the dark, Anne understood what her mother was trying to say with words, saving Wyatt from himself. Right now, Anne felt as if Wyatt did not know fear, as she could not see the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, she found pure excitement in them. Yes, Wyatt appeared to be excited witnessing the arrival of 6 devils. Anne could not help but wonder, when did Wyatt develop suicidal tendencies? Was it when he faked his death? Regardless if he cared or did not care for his life, she did. Not just because of her feelings for him, but because his life represented the life of billions of people across the world. His well-being represented the well-being of billions of people across the southern region and beyond. Every breath he took was not just for him but for the people of this world. He had to live so the people of this world could live a life worth living. Resolving her mind, Anne decisively came to a decision that regardless of what Wyatt thought, she was going to retreat him to the safety of the royal palace grounds. However, just when she was planning to order him and the team to retreat while the other teams covered them, a deafening outcry interrupted her. "Dalton Wyatt, I have returned to collect your soul." Listening to the devils shout, Anne, Jill, and the 15 demigod teams were all shocked. Their eyes moved to the source of the sound, only to find a gray-skinned humanoid giant with a mohawk and boar tusk sticking out of its mouth, carrying a huge wooden hourglass containing golden sand on its back. Looking at the devil, Anne quickly began to bark orders. "Team 4 to Team 15, form a group of 6 and deal with the 6 devils and their demon army with the support of the turrets. Teams 2 and 3 cover our backs from hostiles while Team 1 guards our retreat back to the southern royal palace grounds. I think you should take a look at." "Affirmative, Your Highness Southern Emperor," all teams responded in unison. Anne flashed next to Wyatt, grabbing his hand she pulled, shouting, "Let's go." However, the next second Anne found that she was only holding Wyatt's detached arm, not the entire Wyatt. He had sacrificed his hand to escape her grasp. Considering his incredible regeneration prowess, Anne was not worried by this, but she frowned seeing Wyatt not cooperate with her. So she yelled at him in frustration, "Wyatt, what are you doing? I am in charge of your security detail, you do as I say. Get back here, we are retreating to the royal palace grounds this instant." "What's the rush, Anne? The party just got interesting. Stick around, today we tell the world, Dalton Wyatt is nobody's property," Wyatt yelled as he looked at the hourglass devil with his soul pupils feeling a similar demonic energy from it. The humanoid figure in black suddenly moved, alerting teams 1, 2, and 3. However, seeing it was heading toward the devil and not Wyatt, they did not act but decided to wait and watch. "Devil Merchant Ezra, this is not what we agreed on. Pick a vessel you like, possess it, kill the rest, and leave." Nearing the hourglass devil, the corpse puppet ordered it using its true name. "And who might you be to tell me what to do?" Devil Merchant Ezra questioned the corpse puppet with a deep frown. "It doesn't matter who I am, just follow the summon contract and we are golden." The corpse puppet, unlike Ada, did not care about addressing the devil with politeness and humbleness just to satisfy the devil's ego, but acted blandly as if this was just another deal. "Oh, Devil Merchant Ezra looked at the corpse puppet in disgust and threw a punch at it, saying, "I'm tired of this charade. I don't care about the summoning contract." Seeing the incoming giant fist, the corpse puppet released a noise while preparing to dodge the fist, but before it could react it was blown to smithereens. Destroying the corpse puppet to bits with a single fist, the devil slowly retracted its fist and with a deafeningly loud voice it announced, "I don't care about the rest of you. I am here for Dalton Wyatt's soul, and anyone who comes in my way be prepared to meet your end." The demigods from the 15 teams of the Southern royal family were dumbstruck seeing the Devil Merchant Ezra kill the humanoid figure in black with a single punch. What's shocking about this was that none of them saw the devils first hit the humanoid figure in black. Yet, it was blown to smithereens before any one of them could react. The humanoid figure in black was not an ordinary opponent. It was able to destroy the city array, dodge thousands of soul energy projectiles aimed at it effortlessly, and enter the one with the world state physically. It was so strong that the entire team too had to think twice before engaging it in a decisive battle. Someone of that caliber was defeated by the Hourglass Devil Merchant Ezra with a single punch, which they did not even manage to see connect with its target. All of the pits of their body were sweating a river with just the thought of going against such an opponent. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:50, location Southern region, Southern capital. Losing both her corpse puppets, Arnaz had lost her eyes and ears from both the battlefields, the Southern capital and the Dual Gate dungeon. Now she could only depend on the narration of her teammates to learn about the progress on the battlefield. Losing 2 highest quality SSS rank corpse puppets was unexpected, but the rebellion of Devil Merchant Ezra was shocking. Especially, considering that his strength was way stronger than what the central government had gauged. If they knew he was this strong, they would have asked Ada to summon another devil in his place. Arnaz was frustrated, unable to understand how the Devil Ezra destroyed her corpse puppet when she did not even see or feel his attack land on her. Was he hiding his strength from the get-go? And how come he was able to so blatantly breach the summoning contract and not face any backlash? Unless his true name was not Ezra but something else. Does that mean that everything the central government knew about this devil was false? Devil Merchant Ezra was one of the oldest devils recorded by the central government, so its history was quite clear to them, but now that seems to be false. How deep was this devil hiding? The million-dollar question here was, why would someone so cunning and calculative be willing to reveal himself now for the soul of an insignificant card master, no less? Unless the devil considered that the soul of the card master in question was worth more than maintaining its cover that it had worked centuries to build. After a lot of contemplation, Arnaz came to the conclusion that a soul valued so much by the devil must have something special about it. With this new development, Arnaz had to make new changes to her plans, though the priority of her plan remained the same: to kidnap Dalton Wyatt. What the? Sansa, who was watching the central government's mistake unfold, almost cussed watching the SSS rank corpse puppet be defeated in a single move from the Mohawk Devil carrying a huge hourglass on its back. However, what concerned her even more than the death of Arnaz's corpse puppet was that the devil's actions were odd. Why would a devil from the Dark Realm be after Wyatt, a mere card master's soul? Was there something special about this soul that she did not know about? Considering Wyatt's performance so far, it was highly likely. Since a devil of such caliber ignored so many demigod vessels and went after Wyatt's soul, meant it must be precious. The more Sansa tried to understand why the powerful Mohawk devil carrying an hourglass on its back would greed after the soul of a card master like Wyatt, the more she started to feel like there was a big secret related to Wyatt's soul. I think you should take a look at having learned that the world's will was helping Wyatt to comprehend how to enter the one with the world state physically by granting him 2 enlightenments back to back through the memories of the empty beast. Sansa felt that her hunch about there being something special about Wyatt's soul was right. Getting this impression, Sansa grew eager to get her hands on Wyatt and explore his memories to understand the mystery of why a powerful devil from the Dark Realm was after his soul. She was more eager to make Wyatt part of her Pa clan than ever. As for her hatred for Wyatt's mother, she finally found the prize to let go of that hatred. This question wasn't just plaguing Sansa but everyone in the Southern royal family and central government forces too. They could not help but wonder why such a powerful devil was after the soul of a card master. Nobody could understand why an existence like the devil from the Dark Realm even knew about Wyatt. Change of plans: Teams 6 to 15, split into 5 groups and handle the other 5 devils. Teams 1 to 5 protect Wyatt at all costs and retreat to the royal palace grounds, and bark new orders to demigod teams, seeing the situation change so fast. Anne thought the devils would blindly rampage and the conspirators would use this moment, when her forces were divided fighting the devils and their demon army, to try and capture Wyatt. Anne's deduction of the plans of the central government forces was spot on, but it did not matter because of the unforeseen variable known as Devil Merchant Ezra, which even the central government forces failed to predict and control. The unanticipated actions of the giant devil with a mohawk and a huge hourglass strapped to its back with a bulky golden chain had the situation spiral into the worst possible scenario. A scenario that no one was in control of, not even the central government forces who started this chain of events. Unlike Anne's previous assumptions, the devils were not rampaging, but the powerful one of them directly targeted their primary priority, Dalton Wyatt. It was one thing to retreat when the devils and their demon army were busy aimlessly rampaging, but now that one of them had set their sight on Wyatt, it would be very difficult for them to retreat while fighting off a devil. Wyatt, pissing off people in this world wasn't enough, you had to piss off a devil too. Jill said sarcastically as her apparition hovered next to Wyatt. Jill, is it my fault that people want to steal from me? This devil wants my soul while your father and his friends want my VR universe. Clearly, I am the victim here. Wyatt commented that Jill was blaming the victim. Are you calling my father a thief? Wyatt, for the last time, my father had nothing to do with this incident. In a way you owe him, because if not for him informing me about the collaboration between the central government and Morningstar University forces, you would never be this prepared as you are now, Jill defended her father aggressively. Fine, I believe you, Wyatt said without giving it much thought because he was in no mood to argue with Jill when Devil Merchant Ezra's eyes were locked on him. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:50, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Locking onto its target, the Mohawk Devil carrying a large hourglass on its back slowly moved toward it. This surprised the demigods and the rest, leaving them wondering why the devil was moving slowly instead of rushing toward its target. Did it want its prey to despair as it slowly approached it? As expected of a devil, indeed. Even in this situation, it dares to play and tease its prey. Well, considering the prowess displayed by the Mohawk Devil, it had what it takes to be arrogant and prideful. Fire! Seeing the devil move toward them at a not rushed but not too slow pace, Anne ordered the turrets to open fire on it. With Anne's order, thousands of soul energy cannons, each powerful enough to kill or mortally wound a demigod, aimed at the devil and opened fire at her signal. Seeing the humans begin their attack, the other 5 devils do not stand back and order their demon armies to commence the attack on the city. 5 devils and 6 demon armies rushed to the city aiming for the turrets. However, the advance of each of the 5 devils was stopped by 5 groups made up of 2 demigod teams respectively. Feathered Devil Penna, the human face-scaled snake devil, and the other 3 devils each were surrounded by the 10 demigods. At their peak strength, a decisive battle against 10 demigods would not be mortal to them, but now that their strength was sharply decreased by the world's will, they had to tread cautiously against them. This was why Feathered Devil Penna wanted to sacrifice the demon army and arrange a blood dome of darkness, temporarily turning the southern capital a part of the Dark Realm. This way not only would they regain their full strength, but the demigod's strength would be suppressed by the world's will, turning this decisive battle between them and the demigods into a one-sided slaughter. However, the ground underneath the city was refined into an array formation that prohibited demon sacrifices within it. So they could not sacrifice 2,100 demons of the realm's demon lord to the demon emperor to summon the blood dome of darkness. I think you should take a look at, and now because of this one hiccup, the decisive battle of 5 devils against 50 demigods was looking in favor of the demigods. However, as long as they were careful and did not underestimate the demigods, they could come out on top. Apart from not being able to summon the blood dome of darkness, the devil with a mohawk bothered all 5 of the devils for not sticking with the plan. To be honest, they were mostly pissed at the Mohawk Devil because it had managed to breach the summoning contract using a false name and was able to do as it pleased in the card world. However, none of them dared to complain or voice their thoughts, seeing how strong that devil was. Yes, the Mohawk Devil's strength came as a shock to the devils too, and none of the 5 devils seemed to know the Mohawk Devil's true name. If not for the central government forces summoning them together with it, they would never have known that a giant devil with a mohawk existed. The Mohawk Devil walked leisurely toward its target with an hourglass strapped on its back, using a bulky golden chain, not fearing the incoming thousands of energy projectiles aimed at it. However, just as the energy projectiles were 250 meters from it, in a fraction of a second, instantly, the slowly strolling Mohawk Devil appeared 250 meters behind the thousands of soul energy projectiles aimed at it. Then it peacefully proceeded toward its target, ignoring the thousands of soul energy projectiles that exploded behind it. Every demigod witnessing this scene held their breath for that fraction of a second, because both their eyes and spiritual sense were not able to register the movement of the Mohawk Devil. They did not know how the devil was able to move from 250 meters in front of the soul energy projectiles to 250 meters behind the soul energy projectiles in less than a fraction of a second. The thousands of projectiles were about to reach the Mohawk Devil in a fraction second, however the devil managed to move 250 meters past it, which could only mean that it was way faster than the energy projectiles themselves. This meant that the Mohawk Devil had transversed 500 meters in total, while making it past thousands of soul energy projectiles in less than a fraction of a second. It was as if the Mohawk Devil had used an instant teleportation skill, which was impossible as the 250 turrets were constantly disturbing the city's space, making it impossible for either the devils or demigods to use space rule or space skill. Even the 5 devils who witnessed the incredible feat pulled by the Mohawk Devil could help feel a sense of security, knowing that as long as they held off until the Mohawk Devil had its fun, then it would take care of all the demigods. Not to help them, but because the demigods were its prey. As devils themselves, they did not expect the Mohawk Devil to help them or plan to ask it for help. However, they knew that any devil would not be able to resist the temptation of 50 demigod souls. Therefore, they were confident that once the Mohawk Devil has achieved its goal, it will immediately take action against the demigods. It is at that time they need to select a vessel and escape, because 5 devil souls were also tempting for a devil as strong as that. These devils were not here to have a decisive battle with the demigods, but to find a suitable vessel and hide in the card world to fulfill their own agendas. One of them being starting their own cult in the card world to establish a constant supply of pure souls and special souls through sacrifices. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:50, location Southern region, Southern capital. Devils and demons don't just invade other realms for fun or just because they are bored, they do it for rare resources, pure souls, special souls, etc. However, collecting these resources while being suppressed by the world's will and hunted by local powers would be difficult. So, they start a cult in the said realm, where they give the fanatic believers small immediate benefits, such as lending their power for valuable offerings such as rare resources and souls. But establishing a cult in a foreign realm was easier said than done. Especially with the world's will suppression and the local powers hunting them to please their world's will. The other realms' wills were not kind to invaders, especially devils and those related to them, making it hard for devils and demons to start a successful cult in other realms. As a solution to this problem, the devils came up with a new technique, dark vessel refining. The dark vessel refining technique was where a demon or a devil refines a native of the other realm to be their incarnation in the other world. This way their incarnations can access their full power in other worlds and do their bidding in the other world, making it easier for the devils and demons to establish their cults in other realms. The original plan of the 6 devils summoned by Abba in the southern capital was to erect a blood dome of darkness, then each of them would select a suitable dark vessel to refine them into their incarnations in the card world, and kill the rest before scattering to the far reaches of the card world so no powerful card apprentice could track and kill them to please their world's will. However, they could not erect the blood dome of darkness, yet they decided to proceed with their plan anyway, with a slight adjustment that they would help each other refine a dark vessel using the 6 devil battle formation before declaring war on all 75 demigods and 250 turrets. But this plan also failed before they commenced it, as the 6th devil, the one with the mohawk and a huge hourglass strapped to its back, chose to go rogue. If only the Mohawk Devil followed their plan, they all would have a vessel in the card world that would allow them to display their full strength without being limited by the world's will suppression. Then they would not have had to worry about taking on 10 demigods at a time. However, the Mohawk Devil had to show off and went off on its own. Without the Mohawk Devi, they were 1 devil short to use the 6 devil battle formation to fend off the demigods, while they one by one chose their dark vessels and created their incarnations. And now they who could have massacred the entire southern capital were left to defend and buy time, so once the Mohawk Devil was done having fun with its prey, then it would come after the demigods for their souls. I think you should take a look at the 5 devils only saw their trouble and thought that the Mohawk Devil was so arrogant because of it, and never stopped to think that maybe the Mohawk Devil had troubles of its own. When finally the decisive battle between devils and the southern royal family forces began, somewhere in the space of the southern capital, Henrix looked at the Mohawk Devil intently. Especially the huge hourglass it was carrying on its back, as he blurted to himself in shock, "Time rule." The first time the Mohawk Devil used its time rule was when it destroyed Arns's corpse puppet with a single punch. When it happened there was nearly no disturbance in the time of the card world. So, even though Henrix suspected the devil used the time rule, he did not conclude hastily. However, he was certain that the Mohawk Devil was using the time rule when it dodged thousands of soul energy projectiles in less than a fraction of a second. Hendrix was not shocked that the Mohawk Devil was using the time rule but over the fact that it was using the time rule in the card world as the time of the Dark Realm and Card Realm was different. This meant the time rule and its meaning in the two realms were different. Because of this, the Mohawk Devil would have to deduce and adjust its time rule to the time of the card world before it could use its time rule in the card world. Just like how the Field Marshal had to deduce and adjust her space rule to the space of the Dark Realm to use the space rule inside the Blood Dome of Darkness. This was also the reason why the four devils summoned by Ada near the Dual Gate dungeon after setting up the Blood Dome of Darkness never bothered to disturb the surrounding space to stop the Field Marshal from using the space rule. However, when they realized that the Field Marshal was using the space rule it was already too late. Now the questions that were plaguing Henrix were how was the Mohawk Devil able to use the time rule in the card world so fast and when would the Southern Royal Family's forces realize that the Mohawk Devil was using the time rule? If the Southern Royal Family's forces were slow to catch on to the truth like the four devils killed by Field Marshal Heatsend, then their end will also be like the four devils. In any realm time rule was a hard rule to master even for the beings at the peak of the power realms, so it was rare to face opponents who have mastered time rule. Considering that facing off a devil was not common for regular demigods, let alone a devil with time rule mastery. Not to mention the time rule being different in different realms, so the demigods from the Southern Royal Family never stopped to think that maybe the devil was using the time rule. As things were unfolding right now in the Southern capital, it appeared the Southern family forces would not realize that the devil was using the time rule anytime soon. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:50, location Southern region. Southern capital. Henrix did care if the Southern Royal Family's forces would realize the Mohawk Devil was using the time rule or not. However, if he wanted to kidnap Dalton Wyatt then his strongest contender was the Mohawk Devil. Time rule trick to deal with even for him, so he had to get rid of it fast either by using the forces of the Southern Royal Family or understanding the trick to its fast adaptation to time rule in the card world. Henrix had strong reason to believe that the Mohawk Devil was able to adjust to the time of the card world because of the huge wooden hourglass the Mohawk Devil had strapped on its back. And its slow stride also had something to do with the hourglass. After observing the Mohawk Devil for a while, Henrix noticed that the slower the Mohawk Devil walked the faster the sand fell from the upper section to the lower section. However, whenever it used the time rule, a certain quantity of sand from the lower section of the hourglass would magically return to the upper section. And when it stood still the sand would stay still. Though Henrix has not exactly figured out what the hourglass on the back of the Mohawk Devil did, he had come to an assumption through observation the following: greater than the sand in the upper section of the hourglass represents the time of the Dark Realm. Greater than the sand in the lower section represents the time of the Card Realm. Greater than the motion of the sand from the upper section to the lower section represented the Devil's time rule mastery adjusting to the time of the card world. Greater than the time taken for the Devil's time rule mastery to adjust with the time of the card world appeared to depend on its movement. Greater than the slower it moved the faster the adjustment progressed, and the faster it moved the slower the adjustment progressed. However, if it were to stay still its adjustment would also come to a halt until it starts to move again. Greater than the Devil could use the time rule while its time rule mastery adjusts to the card world's time, but it would face a penalty for doing so. Greater than the penalty was that the progress of the Devil's time rule mastery adjustment to the card world's time would regress depending on how long the Devil used the time rule during adjustment. I think you should take a look at having made these assumptions. Henrix wondered why the Devil did not bid its time to completely adjust its time rule using the hourglass and instead chose to announce a ban on the entire southern capital, declaring Dalton Wyatt as its target. Unless there were other conditions and prohibitions of the hourglass that the Devil needs to adhere to. Either way, it was dominating the battlefield, and it appears if no other unexpected variables pop up then the Mohawk Devil would be able to achieve its goal. Henrix was able to deduce the Mohawk Devil with a single glance, however he could not understand what Dalton Wyatt was up to standing in the center of the battlefield. Henrix knew Wyatt was ignorant enough to believe the Southern Royal Family's forces would be able to protect him. So Henrix could not help but wonder what it was that gave Wyatt, a card master, confidence to stand amidst the battlefield of devils and demigods and smile with a look of excitement in his eyes. Right now Wyatt did not have any bearing of a genius scholar like Luna and the rest of VR universe fanatics described him. Instead, he looked more like a battle-crazed madman who loved to get high on adrenaline. The Henriks had successfully schemed and killed one of the masters of the organization running the puppet central government without anyone suspecting him of it. Was able to climb the ranks of that very organization while starting a rebel army against the organization from within it. And could deduce the trick of the Mohawk Devil after a few minutes of observation, but was unable to understand the game plan of a card master realm teenage card apprentice, Dalton Wyatt. Yes, Henriks believed that Wyatt had a game plan here. Someone capable enough to climb from the identity of an unknown orphan in a third-rate city in the backwaters of the southern region to a VVIP of the southern royal family living in the Royal Guest Palace No. 1 would not risk their life without a game plan. Henriks wrecked his brain, but he could not deduce Wyatt's game plan. Henriks soon stopped figuring out Wyatt and continued to further deduce the strength of the Mohawk Devil and hourglass on its back, knowing that he would have to fight against it if he planned to kidnap Wyatt in its presence. "Wyatt, let's go," Anne and Jill stressed simultaneously. Seeing that the Mohawk Devil effortlessly dodged the thousands of energy projectiles, they understood that the Mohawk Devil was on another level compared to all other devils and demigods present in the southern capital. Meaning they were not a match for the Mohawk Devil. In the face of such a strong enemy, the only option that came to their mind to protect Wyatt was to retreat to the southern royal palace grounds as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Wyatt did not follow their arrangement and patiently waited for the devil's arrival with excitement in his eyes. "Your Highness, permission to use against Dalton Wyatt." Seeing that the Southern Emperor was not able to get Wyatt to cooperate and the devil closer to them with every passing second, the leader of Team 1 asked Anne permission to use force to take Wyatt back into the southern royal palace grounds. "You dumbass, if we retreat to the royal palace grounds, then we will be risking the life of everyone within the royal palace grounds. Do you see the hourglass on the back of the devil? It is a relic with time-related abilities." Wyatt blatantly scolded the demigod for not figuring out that the Mohawk Devil was using time rule. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:51, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Being called a dumbass by a teenage card master, the leader of Team 1 did not get mad as he decided to focus on the second part of Wyatt's harsh words to him. He immediately looked at the hourglass strapped on the Mohawk Devil's back and intently scrutinized it, but he could not feel any time rule from it, not to mention he did not feel any disturbance in the card words time too. Reaching this conclusion, he didn't immediately dismiss Wyatt's words. Instead he looked at Wyatt and asked, "Are you sure? I don't sense any time rule or disturbance in time." The reason the leader of Team 1 confirmed with Wyatt once again was because the Mohawk Devil using the time rule would put things into perspective and explain its actions so far. However, common sense dictated that considering the amount of time it has been since the devil was summoned to the card world was not long, the devil's time rule mastery couldn't adjust to the card world's time so fast regardless of how high its mastery of the time rule was. That was why the demigods did not bother to point out that the devil was using the time rule in attacks. Not that they were embarrassed of being wrong, but that was just common sense. You are not able to sense any time rule power from it because of the bulky chain strapping the hourglass to the devil's body. The chain seems to be made of some special type of material that absorbs any type of rule power and grows heavier, Wyatt explained to the 25 demigods that were protecting him. The reason Wyatt was going easy on the demigods with his words this time was that if not for his soul pupils, he too would not have noticed the oddity with the chain strapping the hourglass to the Mohawk Devil's back. However, the demigod's close-mindedness still ticked him off. Can't they just think for themselves that devils from another realm might be carrying items and using skills unknown to them? And be prepared to face anything. Quote. Listening to Wyatt's explanation, the demigods glanced at the golden chain strapping the hourglass to the back of Mohawk Devil's body. However, they could not sense it absorbing rule energy. However, they did sense the change in the weight of the golden chain every time the Mohawk Devil took a step. If Wyatt had not specifically mentioned that the chain gets heavier every time it absorbs the time rule, then they would not have bothered to try and sense the weight of the chain. Right now the Mohawk Devil was using the chain like a belt. In a decisive battle, who wastes time weighing the belt of their enemy? If not for his soul pupils pointing out the peculiarity of the chain, even Wyatt would not have bothered to do so. "I think you should take a look at. I couldn't sense exactly what you said from the chain, but there is indeed something strange with it. Its weight keeps increasing with every step the devil takes. So, I will choose to believe you for now." the leader of Team 1 was not able to confirm that the chain was helping the devil mask with its use of time rule power by actually absorbing any form of leakage and a sign of time rule power being used. However, he was able to confirm the change in the weight of the chain as Wyatt said. So he decided to trust Wyatt's words that the hourglass strapped to the back of the Mohawk Devil was an extremely rare time-related relic. How are you able to tell that the hourglass is a time-related relic and the chain was a special item when the rest of us demigods could not do it? The leader of Team 3 asked Wyatt. The other demigods also intently stared at Wyatt waiting for an answer. Listening to the question, Wyatt frowned and said, "Now is not the time to talk about that. Tell me you guys have some measures against the time rule." When Wyatt said this, all the demigods present looked at each other before turning to Anne, who said, "Wyatt, the time rule is not easy to counter unless one is well versed in the time rule themselves." What Anne indirectly meant was that there wasn't a single card apprentice who had time rule mastery among the demigods present. Now that was very apparent when none of them could tell that the Mohawk Devil was making use of the time rule. There has to be an item or some sort of array we can use against the Mohawk Devil's time rule. Mastery? Wyatt asked Anne with hopeful eyes only to see her dejectedly shake her head without answering. That was when a demigod pointed out, "We have the timeless array formation covering the southern royal palace grounds. Within it, the devil will not be able to use the time-related relic or its time rule mastery. All 25 of us can surround it and then defeat it. No, by doing that we will be risking the lives of the royal family. So be grateful that I am not punishing you for coming up with such a stupid idea," the leader of Team 1 thundered at the demigod. Knowing putting the royal family in harm's way was a capital crime punishable by death. So the leader of Team 1 was not kidding when he warned the demigod who came up with the stupid idea to trap a snake in the hen house. Doesn't he know the snake will eat all the eggs? He didn't, otherwise, he would have kept such a stupid idea to himself. None of us is capable enough to counter the devil's time rule, we will have to act together. For that, first, we help the Southern Emperor retreat to the Southern Royal Palace grounds and secure Wyatt under the protection of the Timeless Array formation. Then we will try our best to hold back the devil until reinforcement arrives. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:51, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Wait, how do you guys plan to fight against the devil's time rule mastery? Didn't you guys just say you had no way to counter the time rule? Wyatt asked the leader of Team 1 eagerly. Not that he was worried about the demigods, but he was genuinely curious how the demigods planned to counter the devil's time rule mastery. The leader of Team 1 wanted to brush off Wyatt's question, but seeing the enthusiasm in his eyes he sighed and answered, "We are going to use taboo cards to share our divinity and gain power close to a transcendent. Hopefully, we can take down the devil with us." The divinity of a demigod was what set them apart from mortals, it was like individuality. Sharing it with others would taint their divinity with the individuality of the other person who shared. When the divinity gets tainted, the growth of the demigod gets completely halted and they cannot do anything about it unless they get rid of the thing tainting it. Which was easier said than done. This was why the demigods did not immediately think of using the taboo card of sharing one's divinity, as this move was a desperate last resort. Listening to the demigods say that they would be using taboo cards to share their divinity and achieve the strength closer to transcendence for a limited time at a severe price, Wyatt immediately lost interest in the way they planned to counter the devil and its time rule mastery. That won't work, you guys are seriously underestimating the time-related relic the devil is carrying. Who knows what kind of time-related skills the relic has? If we proceed with your plan, the devil will not only massacre you guys but also destroy the timeless array formation covering the Southern Royal Palace grounds to get to me. Wyatt immediately voted against the plan proposed by the leader of Team 1. The soul pupils were a false relic, and with them, Wyatt was able to achieve so much despite being limited by his realm. However, the Mohawk Devil was carrying a true relic with time-related skills and it was not limited by its realm. Wyatt could not begin to imagine what the Mohawk Devil was capable of with the help of its true relic. This was why he believed that the devil would not only be able to defeat the 25 demigods who are sharing their divinity to temporarily achieve greater power but also destroy the timeless array formation if needed. Wyatt, I do not mean to be rude, but timeless array formation is invincible. Do not make light of it or us. Please, trust and retreat to the royal palace grounds, the leader of Team 1 said politely, despite his eyes showing that he has taken offense from me repeatedly claiming they would lose and the timeless array formation would be broken by the Mohawk Devil. I think you should take a look at 10 minutes ago you would have said the same thing about the city array formation of the southern capital, but look what happened. A corpse puppet was able to effortlessly destroy it. Do you want to put to test if you will be proven wrong again, or just be smart and think of a better strategy? Wyatt reminded the demigods about the tragedy of the city array formation and warned them not to be so confident about the timeless array formation only to be proven wrong. I have had it with you. You are just finding faults with our plan. If you think you are that smart, then come up with a better plan. But you can't, because you do not want to return to the royal palace grounds, and that is why you are putting down every plan the leader comes up with. Your Highness, please allow us to use force to help you retreat to the royal palace grounds. One of the team members of Team 1 snapped. He finally had enough of listening to Wyatt find faults in their plans and blatantly talk down to them. Seeing the team atmosphere then tense while the enemy approached, Jill felt like biting her nails, but she couldn't, as she was in her spiritual body. So she hurriedly spoke her mind. Guys, whatever you decide past the Mohawk Devil is getting closer. You know, despite his slow stride, he is fast. Wyatt, they are right. Unless you have a better plan, we can only retreat to the royal palace grounds and hope the reinforcement arrives before an irreversible loss occurs. Good, I do have a plan. I will handle the devil while the rest of you go take care of the 5 devils and their demon armies, Wyatt answered with a deep voice so Anne and the rest would take his plan seriously, knowing that what he was saying may sound absurd and far-fetched to their ears. Enough, Wyatt, it's no time horse around. I did not want to resort to this, but you forced me. Before Anne could finish giving her orders to the demigods, Wyatt interrupted her, saying, "Who said I was joking? You guys handle the other devils and demons, leave this one to me. Don't tell me you plan to borrow the strength of the devil once again." Anne said immediately, feeling that Wyatt was being serious. Then she added, "Wyatt, last time you were lucky enough to trick the devil. Please don't push luck and tempt your fate. This time around you might not be so lucky. So, why don't you just cooperate with our plan? Who said anything about borrowing the power of the devil? Remember how I said I will show the world not to underestimate Dalton Wyatt? This is how," Wyatt declared, and then he began to walk toward the Mohawk Devil. With every step Wyatt took, his body size kept growing and his soul energy signature grew stronger and fiercer. By slaying a devil. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:51, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Wyatt, that is a devil with a time rule mastery. Regardless of what you have planned, you can't possibly think that you can defeat a devil. Do you have a death wish? Anne suddenly appeared in front of Wyatt, who was advancing toward the Mohawk Devil, and tried to stop him from stupidly challenging it. She couldn't understand where Wyatt was getting these suicidal tendencies from. If challenging a devil to a decisive deathmatch was not suicidal, then what was? The 25 card demigods were still processing the card master's arrogant words. They were dumbstruck, not because of what Wyatt said, but because he planned to do what he said, slay a devil. A card master dared to challenge a devil. Not just any devil, but the one which all 25 of them together do not have the confidence to defeat. They were used to the whims of royal children and guests they occasionally have to protect, but this one tops them all. Dalton Wyatt was fucking crazy. Now they all understood why the princess asked them to keep an eye on him when guarding him. "Anne, step aside. I know what I am doing. I want to live more than anyone else. Trust me, follow my plan and everything will be okay," Wyatt assured Anne and walked past her. Anne wanted to grab him and quickly carry him to the royal palace grounds, but she restricted herself from doing so and instead said, "Promise me you will be fine." Wyatt paused in his tracks, finding Anne's words genuine, and then continued his stride after promising Anne, "Yes, I promise you." For some unknown reason, Anne trusted Wyatt. Not that he could defeat the Mohawk Devil, but that he would be fine. Then she signaled the demigods, who were prepared to use force and drag Wyatt back to the royal palace grounds at her command, to step back and not take action. Then, adding to their dismay, she even ordered them to follow Wyatt's plan. Teams 1 to 5, join the 5 groups and help them defeat the 5 devils and demons. "Your Highness, what about the Mohawk Devil?" the leader of Team 1 immediately asked Anne, but was interrupted midway by Anne. "Wyatt said he will take care of it." "So he will take care of it. The rest of you go help others kill the remaining 5 devils." Listening to Anne's orders, the 25 demigods looked at her in disbelief, but they did not wait for Anne to repeat her orders, and they rushed to complete the given orders. "You are going to let him walk to his death just like that? Do something, damn woman." Jill's spiritual body hovered around Anne, blaming her for being useless. "I think you should take a look at, why don't you try stopping him then?" Anne screamed at Jill. Right now she was holding in a lot, especially the fact that she went against her mother's orders to save Wyatt from himself by letting him fight a devil. To others, this might not be a big deal, but to her, this one incident questioned her entire existence. After all, she was the ideal daughter. Listening to her mother and elders was her thing. Now that she had broken that, what was the purpose of her existence then? Watching Wyatt walk towards the Mohawk Devil with his aura slowly rising limitlessly and the other 25 demigods leave his side and join the 50 demigods facing the Feathered Devil, Human Face-Scaled Snake Devil, and the other 3 devils, all the conspirators hiding in the dark were blown out their mind. Some even wondered if the Southern royal family planned to sacrifice Dalton Wyatt to the Mohawk Devil in exchange for sparing the rest of them. This was especially true for the 5 devils who were doing their best to save their asses when faced with 10 demigods each. These 5 devils were the ones that were most shocked when they noticed that 25 more demigods were joining the initial 50 demigods fighting a decisive battle against them. Meaning now each of them had to face 15 demigods. Seeing Wyatt walk toward the Mohawk Devil the 5 devils began to cuss the Mohawk Devil in their minds, seeing him effortlessly get the soul he was after, while the rest of them were struggling distressfully to save their life. "What the fuck do you mean?" Arnas cussed at Ada, who updated her about progress so far in both the missions, after learning that Wyatt was heading towards the Mohawk Devil while demigods protecting him left to fight the remaining 5 devils. Ada herself was puzzled by this action of the Southern royal family. However, she did not think that the Southern royal family was sacrificing Wyatt for the rest. As a live Wyatt was worth more than 75 demigods to them. This could only mean that the Southern royal family was up to something. Ada, check if Wyatt approaching the Mohawk Devil is the original Wyatt. After all, there is a probability that the Wyatt walking toward the Mohawk Devil might be a clone or a powerful card apprentice disguised as Wyatt. Arnas thought the Southern royal family might have used misdirection to replace the boy with one of his clones or a very powerful demigod with time rule mastery. Otherwise, what else could explain a card master approaching a devil after his soul? Listening to Arnas, Abba too felt that what she said was possible. Even though they sounded far-fetched, they were a lot more reasonable than what it appeared, a card master sacrificing himself to the devil to protect his allies. "Give me a second, Captain." Ada then communicated with one of her bodies inside the Southern capital through her devil skull mask and instructed it to verify Wyatt's identity. It did not take long for Ada's body to complete the task assigned to it and provide Ada with the answer. Then Ada forwarded it to Arnas in a state of utter confusion. "Captain, it is the original Wyatt who is approaching the Mohawk Devil and there is no deceit to it. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern region, Southern capital, you sure?" Arnas confirmed with Ada once again. To which Ada answered, "Unless the SSS rank item you gave me is faulty, I am sure of it as that is what the SSS rank item said." Fuck. Arnas cussed in frustration, unable to understand why the Southern royal family would be willing to send Wyatt to the Mohawk Devil. Were the Southern royal family playing to sacrifice Wyatt for the lives of the 75 demigods? At least that's what it looked like. However, regardless of what the Southern royal family was thinking, no harm can befall Wyatt. Forget the plans of the Supreme Leader, her master was not kind to those that fail him. If Arnas pissed off the Supreme Leader, the worst he would do to her was swallow her soul and integrate it with his. But her master would not grant her death but make her beg for it. Yes, so regardless she could let any harm befall Dalton Wyatt until her master gets what he wants, the VR universe. Arnas then immediately summoned her grimoire and using the secured channel she ordered the 2 teams, both teams move in, capture Dalton Wyatt right now and meet at the rendezvous point. "But Captain, what about our plan?" The vice leader of Arnas' time asked, only to hear her cuss. "Fuck. The plan. I don't know how you will do it, but get me, Dalton Wyatt. If the devil takes his soul, our master will rip out our souls from our living bodies. I don't have to tell you this, but I would rather die than let my soul fall in our master's hands." Affirmative. Listening to hysterical Arnas, the 2 teams also realized how serious the situation was. Their master's erratic mood was not new to them. They had to get Wyatt before the devil took his soul. Unlike the other members of the central government forces, Arnas did not even have the choice to kill herself because her life was controlled by the Supreme Leader. Arnas was not the only one acting hysterically, Sansa was too. Like the central government forces, she too believed that the Southern Royal would sacrifice 75 demigods to protect Dalton Wyatt from the Mohawk Devil. Imagine her shock when she saw the demigods guarding Wyatt leave his side and move to fight other devils while Wyatt walked towards the Mohawk Devil by himself. I think you should take a look at like the rest." She too assumed the obvious based on what it appeared. The southern royal family was sacrificing a card apprentice for the lives of 75 demigods. Summoning her grimoire, Xianxia immediately contacted Flower Thief and ordered, "What are you waiting for? Go, capture Dalton Wyatt. The demigods protecting him have left." "Your Highness, the demigods might have left, but the Mohawk Devil is eyeing him, and the Rule Devil has time rule mastery. Flower Thief was just a regular spoiled card emperor a month ago, and now he was being asked to steal a prey from the mouths of a devil with time rule mastery. He could not muster the courage to do so. Flower Thief, you failed time and again, but this is your last chance. If you fail me this time, I will have your family killed in front of your eyes and replay that memory in your mind in a loop for the rest of your life. Now you know what's at stake. Go fetch me Dalton Wyatt." Xianxia ruthlessly threatened the code-name Flower Thief with the lives of his family members and an eternity of mental torture. "Your wish is my command, Your Highness," Flower Thief replied solemnly. The one thing he was thankful for in this life was his family. Though they scold and shame him for being useless, he knew they did so out of love. If not for them, he would never become a card emperor. They kept telling him that he has so much potential and he should apply himself to doing something, but they never forced him to do anything he did not want to until he, himself, took the initiative. Regardless of what he chooses, they would be enthusiastic for him. For them, he was willing to sacrifice his life. After ordering Flower Thief, Xianxia was not done. Next she contacted the demigod team from Morningstar University and ordered, "It's time for you guys to take action. Capture Dalton Wyatt and head directly to the university. Be careful, other than the Mohawk Devil, the central government force might also interfere." "Affirmative, see you at the university." The demigod teams from Morningstar University answered without emotion and appeared to be very confident despite knowing one of their opponents was a devil with time rule mastery. While Arnaz and Xianxia took drastic measures to ensure Wyatt's safety, seeing that the southern royal family appeared to have given up on him, Henrix was in no better mental state than them. Henrix too did not understand why the southern royal family would send Wyatt to the devil and the rest of their force to deal with the other 5 devils. This reflected very badly on the southern royal family's part, but he felt they had a game plan considering how confidently Wyatt was approaching the devil, with his aura and size increasing with every step he took. It almost appeared as if Wyatt was heading to pick a fight with the Mohawk Devil. Seeing this confidence of Wyatt, Henrix held off taking action until the last second. After all, that was when his origin card shined the most. Seeing his prey heading toward him, the Mohawk Devil's stride got even slower. But the corners of its mouth turned up, seeing that the demigods did not dare to interfere with its business. And thought, "Humans are so easy to fool. To think that they believed I will leave them alone once I have Wyatt's soul, fucking idiots. The look on their face when I harvest their souls will be priceless, ha ha ha." 1520 Time rule, meaning time flow. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 9:52. Location Southern region, Southern capital. The Mohawk Devil's stride continued to get slower and slower. Since the prey he sought was delivering itself to him, he figured he should prepare for the next step by adjusting his time mastery to the card world's time faster. However, soon the Mohawk Devil felt numerous strong card demigod soul energy signatures head toward his target. At first, the devil thought they were arriving to protect Wyatt. But then he felt a malice in their intent directed toward Wyatt, so he knew they were not here to stop him but steal his prey from him. The Mohawk Devil's understanding turned into realization, and the realization turned into rage. Be it in the jungle or the dark realm, stealing the predator's prey was one of the greatest sins one could commit against them. The enraged Mohawk Devil let out a deafening roar expressing the rage it was feeling. Roar. The Mohawk Devil wasn't the only one. Wyatt had also noticed the unknown huge masses of soul pathways heading toward him. He could tell that these soul pathways belonged to the demigod conspirators. Wyatt thought these people will not show up until the very last moment, then take advantage of the chaos to achieve their agenda and leave before anyone could react. However, he did not expect them to reveal themselves this early, putting him in a dilemma when he just wanted to go all out against the Mohawk Devil. After the demigods neared Wyatt, they all revealed themselves. The demigods appeared to belong to 2 different factions, and from the looks of it, though they did not have any crest or such on them, it was apparent that one faction of demigods belonged to Morningstar University and the other faction of demigods belonged to the central government's covert force. Seeing a mass of unknown demigods show themselves next to Wyatt, Anne's heart almost jumped out from her chest as she could tell that these demigods were not there to help Wyatt but were after him. Seeing this, she began to reconsider her decision just when she was about to call back the demigods and have them help Wyatt. Her grimoire notification rang, reminding her that she had received a text from Wyatt, which read, "Anne, stand down, I got this. Just have your people defeat the other 5 devils as fast as possible." The demigods of both factions kept one eye on their enemy and one eye on their price, Dalton Wyatt. After giving each other threatening stares, they began to argue. "Central government forces, back off. We will take the boy away, and once we learn all the knowledge required to create the VR universe as promised, we will hand him over to you." A demigod dressed like he was out attending a fancy party but not a battle against devils and demigods spoke, and his voice resounded in all 4 directions. "Since when has it become the turn for the sissies from the Morning Star University to order us around? You bookworm, learn your place and step aside, or we don't mind reminding you that you belong at the feet of the central government," the vice captain of Arnis's team aggressively thundered, and then added, "We will take the boy and you guys can come to Central Capital to take your treats just like good dogs." Ha ha ha. Listening to their vice captain's domineering words, the central government team burst into a loud laughter. It was typical of the central government forces to believe that everything below the sky was theirs. Especially, everything in the central region with no exception. However, the Morningstar University and the other top 9 universities would beg to differ. They worshipped knowledge and believed that the central government was nothing but a gathering of illiterate brutes who tried to solve everything with muscle, and that would be the death of them. Regardless of what the 2 factions thought of each other and the differences between them, they appeared to be acting as if the Mohawk Devil with the time rule mastery did not exist. They entirely ignored it, whether it was out of confidence or just ignorance, but these demigods had managed to piss the Mohawk Devil off. "How dare you ants try to steal my prey from me? Are you guys tired of living?" The Mohawk Devil yelled in fury, but was immediately cussed by one of the demigods from the central government forces. "Shut the fuck up, you fat bipedal boar. If not for your pork brain meddling with our plans, we would not be out here arguing with these bookworms. You stay quiet and wait for your turn. If you want to save your bacon, leave before we deal with these nerds." The demigod from the central government forces' description of the Mohawk Devil was accurate. Once you remove the hourglass on its back and the bulky chain, all that was left was brown fur, tusks, meaty body, pig nose, and hoofs. Yep, it did look like a bipedal boar. As a mighty devil, being called a boar and pig by an inferior being was just the greatest embarrassment the Mohawk Devil could suffer. Causing the Mohawk Devil's fury to rise and max out, its mind was filled with madness. It could not calm down unless it had inflicted 10 times as much shame and pain on the inferior being. The Mohawk Devil no longer cared about planning ahead. Instead, unleashed the power it was conversing, "Death to you all. Tremble before my might." Time rule meaning, time flow 1, 3600. As the Mohawk Devil invoked the time spell, the surrounding wind and clouds became still. The world appeared to have paused. Even the demigods for 2 factions who were glaring daggers at each other appeared to be frozen as they were. Even Wyatt stood still like a statue. Neither of their hearts was beating. Not just their heart, all their bodily functions seemed to have stopped, and all chemical reactions in their body seemed to have been paused midway, yet somehow their body temperature did not decrease, which was absurd. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Though all the entities in the vicinity of the Mohawk Devil were trapped in its time rule meaning time flow, it however was not affected and could move around freely. As a matter of fact, it appeared to move around more freely than before. The truth was that the Mohawk Devil had used its time master to create a secondary time flow overlapping the original time flow just for himself, where 1 second of the original time flow is equal to 1 hour. Meaning, a second for everyone in the original time flow was equal to an hour to him, thanks to the secondary time flow which he created such that it overlapped with the original time flow. This was why every entity appeared to be paused. There was a drawback to this as well. While everyone lived a second, he would have lived an hour regardless of if he stopped his skill midway. Time was not forgiving to those that abuse it. The fact to notice was that the sand in the hourglass strapped to the Mohawk Devil's back appeared to be flowing in a reverse direction. The sand from the lower section of the hourglass was flowing to the upper section of the hourglass, defying the laws of physics. This phenomenon somehow appeared to be related to why the Mohawk Devil no longer moved at a slow pace. Mohawk Devil's eyes glanced over everyone trapped in its time flow before it vanished and appeared right in front of the demigod who had just insulted it by calling it a boar and comparing it to a pig. Then it clenched its sausage fingers into a fist and threw it right at the face of the demigod. However, Just as its fist was about to hit the demigod's face, it met with an invisible resistive force that was countering the force of its fist, stopping it from landing on its target. The Mohawk Devil was surprised by this turn of events. Soon an apparition of a huge golden analog clock appeared above the group of demigods belonging to central government forces, and suddenly their bodies resumed their function. Seeing this, the Mohawk Devil immediately took a backstep and retreated. Seeing the Mohawk Devil how was retreating, the demigod from earlier yelled in anger, "You fucking pork brain, you have done it now. Nobody can save your bacon today, not even if the will of the Dark Realm comes in person to save you." Not just that demigod, but all the demigod members of the central government forces were visibly angry. That was because due to the Mohawk Devil's time ability, they ended up using 2 of their precious one-time use Time Shield skill cards. Card name, Time Shield card type, skill card rank, SSS rank, legend grade card rate, 17 stars card durability, one-time use card effect. Whenever the user or their party is attacked by time skill, it will activate and protect them once and help them tap into the new time flow created by the attacker. Addition effect, Time Shield connection. I think you should take a look at note. A party contains 5 members. Time Shield connection. If the Time Shield card of your ally gets activated, your Time Shield card will also be activated through the Time Shield connection. Since there were 2 teams of the central government at the site, for all 10 of their members including Ada and Arnis to awaken in the new time flow created by the Mohawk Devil, they ended up using 2 Time Shield cards. Thanks to the Time Shield, the demigods from the central forces were able to tap into the secondary time flow created by the Mohawk Devil. "Let me help our friend from Morningstar University to awaken to the new time flow," another demigod from the central government team said as he prepared to attack one of the demigods from Morningstar University, awakening them to the new time flow by forcefully consuming their Time Shield cards. Since they lost 2 Time Shield cards, it was only fair their rival lost some. "No, don't awaken them. 2 of you take the boy and head straight to the rendezvous point and bring the boy to our master while we will hold back the Devil and Morningstar University forces," the vice captain ordered the team. But vice captain, the 2 demigods who were assigned with the task to capture Wyatt while the rest of their forces tried to hold back the Devil and the Morningstar University forces, despite being outnumbered, wanted to protest the plan of their vice captain, but he interrupted them saying, "The faster you 2 escape with the boy, the faster we can also escape, understood?" "Yes." The 2 demigods nodded and headed to Wyatt while the vice captain ordered the rest, "Prepare your taboo card and activate them on my signal." However, before they saw an apparition of a digital clock appear above the demigods from Morningstar University, and it read 1,3600. With that, they too were able to tap into the secondary time flow created by the Devil and freely move in it. "What the? How?" the demigods of central government forces mumbled in shock. As far as they know, there was only one high-grade card that helped card apprentices defend against high-level time skills, the Time Shield card. But the demigods from Morningstar University used an unknown high-grade time card to tap into the secondary time flow created by the Devil. Though it was slow, it did not require the user to be attacked to trigger. In some ways, it was better than the Time Shield card. "I see you brutes are still using the old-school Time Shield card created by one of our alumni centuries ago. Behold our new and improved version of the Time Shield card, the Time Hack card. It activates as long as it senses a disturbance in the world's time flow," the leader of the Morningstar University team explained to their enemies. Morely like showing off the achievements and advancement of their university's card creation R&D department. Card name, Time Hack card type, skill card rank, SSS rank, legend grade card rate, 25 stars card durability, one-time use card effect. Whenever the card registers any disturbance in the world's time flow, it automatically activates and begins to hack into it. When the hack is successful, the user and their party members can tap into the newly discovered time flow. Addition effect, Time Shield, same as the Time Shield card. Time Shield connection note, a party contains 5 members. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Sure, you have a fancy card, good for you. Let's talk about work now. How about we first take care of the Devil and then we can fight over who will get the boy, the vice captain of the central government team proposed. He was impressed by the Time Hack card, but he would not give the bookworm of Morningstar University satisfaction by showing it. Sure, but whoever lands the last hit gets to keep the Devil's relic, unknown chain item, and its core. The leader of Morningstar University teams agreed but also proposed a wager. Killing the Mohawk Devil came first for both factions because neither of them wanted to waste any more of their one-time use time-related skill cards, and the best way to do that would be to kill the Mohawk Devil with the Time Rule Mastery. These time cards were precious and expensive as they were created by buying time rule power from the card apprentice who has time rule mastery. There were very few people who attained time rule mastery, which resulted in the limited supply and the very high demand for it in the market, together leading to the heavenly price of the time rule power. Time rule power was the most expensive thing across the myriad realms, let alone the card world. This was the reason why these time cards were only one-time use skill cards and not permanent skill cards. With both the factions joining hands to kill the Mohawk Devil, thanks to their various capable cards they could easily kill it despite its time rule mastery, but after killing it the question of distribution of the loot between the two factions would arise. After all, the loot of the Mohawk Devil was very attractive. Especially, its hourglass relic, unknown chain item, and its devil core which contained its time rune. All three of these were very precious items, even equipping one of them would increase these card demigods' strength by leaps and bounds. The devil's time rune in particular. So it was not a surprise that these demigods would covet them enough to join hands with the enemy and forget about their real priority to kidnap Dalton Wyatt. I agree. Let us begin then. The vice captain thought that his counterpart in Morningstar University's forces made a sound point, so he immediately agreed with him. Or at least that's what he wanted his enemies to think. Because while the demigods of the two factions were busy dealing with the Mohawk Devil, their teammate Ada would kidnap Wyatt with the help of her origin card, Mobius Presence, then leave before anyone realizes what transpired. Great, but before we start I think 2 demigods from each of our forces should stay behind to protect Wyatt. What do you say? The leader of the Morningstar University forces recommended that 2 members of each group should stay behind to protect Dalton Wyatt. With this, he unknowingly put up a huge hurdle in his opponent's plans. I think you should take a look at, sure. The vice captain of the central government team did not let his emotions give him away and calmly agreed to the opponent's recommendation. Vice captain, what do we do now? One of the demigods mentally asked. We proceed with our plan with a slight change. Ada will use one of the SSS rank items we gave her to ambush and kill demigods of Morningstar University, then kidnap Dalton Wyatt and leave. As for you guys, you pretend like you have Wyatt to confuse remaining enemies. The vice captain improvised the plan on the spot. Though this one was a lot riskier than the previous one, still it was worth a shot. Leaving 2 demigods from each of their factions behind to protect Dalton Wyatt, the members of both factions circled the Mohawk Devil. Seeing the demigods block all its path, the Mohawk Devil stopped retreating and yelled, "You insects are seeking your death." "No, we are seeking pork. Say, do you happen to have any pork?" The demigod of the central government faction who insulted the Mohawk Devil previously insulted the Mohawk Devil again. "Ha ha ha, you think you are funny, you damned insect." The Mohawk Devil dashed at the demigod, throwing a punch to his chest, but as soon as he commenced his attack 3 demigods attacked him from behind. Both the factions, though confident in their numbers and cards, did not underestimate the devil, its relic, and time rule mastery. They planned to encircle it and slowly kill it. However, to their surprise, the Mohawk Devil, which was attacking the funny demigod, suddenly paused, and the bulky golden chain starting the huge hourglass relic on its back extended from both ends, long enough for the Mohawk Devil to use them as whips. Holding the whips made of the unknown bulky golden chain in each hand, the Mohawk Devil skillfully used them through his mental strength such that each one of the chain whips skewered through one demigod and then wrapped around another demigod. The funny demigod and the other 3 demigods attacking the Mohawk Devil from behind were either skewered by the chain whip or wrapped in it, rendering all 4 of them immobile. The Mohawk Devil used 2 chain whips to take down 3 demigod attackers and its demigod prey in a blink of an eye. Seeing this, the rest of the demigods were shocked. What was more shocking was that the speed of the chain whips, it was as if they were traveling through time. And they were, by making use of the leaked time rule power the chain absorbed earlier from the Mohawk Devil and the hourglass relic. "Not so funny now, are we?" the Mohawk Devil scoffed, looking at the demigod who insulted it repeatedly. Then it added, "You are lucky. Normally, I would show the meaning of hell to those that dare to insult me, but today I do not have the luxury, so I will give you and your friends a painless death." Sacrifice. With the command of the Mohawk Devil, the chain whip began to absorb the vitality of all 4 demigods, shocking the remaining demigods who could only watch as their comrades died in front of their eyes. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern capital, watching their comrades die in front of their eyes by having all of their vitality sucked dry by the Mohawk Devil, the demigods noticed something astonishing that shocked them to the core and made them realize that until now they had been in a huge misconception that they were the hunters killing the predator, but when actually they were the prey of the predator. As the 4 demigods lost their vitality, the sand in the hourglass that was flowing in the reverse, from the lower section to the upper section, suddenly began to flow normally from the upper section to the lower section. It appeared as if by sacrificing the vitality of the 4 demigods to the hourglass relic, the Mohawk Devil was able to extend the amount of time it was able to use time rule mastery in Card World without having adjusted its time rule mastery to the Card World time. Uncovering this secret, the demigods realized that it wasn't just them trying to hunt the predator, but the predator was also trying to eat them all. Morningstar University had 2 teams of demigods, that was 10 demigods. The central government had 2 teams of demigods, but 2 were missing, that was 8 demigods. The Morningstar University forces were told that the missing 2 members of the central government's team were conducting a covert operation to protect the dual gate dungeon near the southern capital. In total, 18 demigods tapped into the secondary time flow created by the Mohawk Devil at the southern capital, of which 4 had stayed behind to guard Wyatt. So 14 demigods came to fight the Mohawk Devil. The fight had just begun and they lost 4 demigods to the Mohawk Devil. The remaining 10 devils cautiously retreated out of the range of the Mohawk Devil's chain whips. Then the leader of the Morningstar University forces asked the devil, "How are your chains able to use time attacks without triggering our time shield and time hack card?" Listening to him, the other demigods were shocked as they did not realize this issue until he pointed it out, making them further wary of the Mohawk Devil and its unknown chain whips, whom they ignored and insulted a few seconds ago. "I think you should take a look at simple. The chain is only using the time rule power to reach its target, but when attacking the target it doesn't use the time rule power. Therefore, your fancy time cards that only activate when receiving a time attack never activate." The Mohawk Devil appeared to be a little happy having sacrificed 4 demigods to the hourglass relic. It had noticed this when it first attacked the funny demigod earlier and failed due to the time shield card. Listening to the Mohawk Devil, the leader of the Morningstar University forces confirmed that the chain whips of the Mohawk Devil were creating a short-term third time flow to travel to its target and erase it when attacking their target. This third time flow was created for such a small period and erased that even their time hack card could not register it and get triggered. Honestly, he was impressed by the time rule mastery and intelligence to use it shown by the Mohawk Devil. While the demigods and the devil were having a decisive battle, Ada, who had her presence hidden using Mobius presence, was having an internal struggle. Right now her mortal enemy, Southern Emperor, was totally defenseless, being stuck in the original time flow. She could go and kill her using the high-grade items her team gave her, but she also had to complete the mission of ambushing the 2 demigods from Morningstar University and kidnapping Wyatt. If she kills the Southern Emperor first, then her presence will become visible to the demigods and the devil and lead to the failure of the mission. But if she kidnapped Wyatt first, then it was impossible to tell how the devil would react once it notices its prey was missing. It could erase the second time flow to search for the culprit in the original timeline, freeing the Southern Emperor. It was quite a dilemma. Thankfully she had 12 bodies, 9 of which were free for her to use at present however she pleased. Ada only summoned 3 bodies, planning that she would kill the Southern Emperor while the 3 other bodies of her will ambush 2 demigods and kidnap Wyatt at the same time. They all would act at the same time so that they don't give themselves away. After all, the Mobius presence deactivates once they come into contact with other being. With her next course of action planned, Ada and 3 of her bodies separately headed to their targets. Ada was overjoyed that she would get her revenge so early. However, what brought her more joy was that she will not be killing the Southern Emperor but using a curse on her that will strip her of all her Card Apprentice powers and turn her into a mere mortal. Once the Southern Emperor was agonizing in the pain and shame of having been reduced to a mere mortal, Ada planned to kill everyone close to the Southern Emperor, one by one, starting with Wyatt, bringing further misery and pain into the Southern Emperor's life. Ada, whose goal was to make the Southern Emperor suffer, had made it her mission to learn everything there was to learn about the Southern Emperor, so she knew about the Southern Emperor's origin card, which only a select few in the world knew about. This was thanks to her new position in the organization running the central government. She had already confirmed that the Southern Emperor in front of her was the Southern Emperor's origin card by using the items she got from Arnas to identify the real body of Wyatt. This was why she had a special SSS rank curse prepared for the origin card of the Southern Emperor. When she uses this curse on the origin card of the Southern Emperor, it will also spread to the Southern Emperor too, as they both were one. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern region, Southern capital. As all four of Ada's body approached her targets preparing to do their respective tasks simultaneously, something unexpected transpired out of Ada's calculations. Just when she was about to close on Southern Emperor's origin card, she felt a presence behind her, and before she could react, it grabbed her by the back of the neck and snapped it effortlessly, killing Ada instantaneously. Then the presence stored her corpse and the SSS rank curse in her hand, then vanished into the thin air. Feeling one of them, who was supposed to curse the Southern Emperor's origin card, had died, the other three bodies of Ada who were approaching their targets, two demigods from Morningstar University and Wyatt, paused in their tracks and immediately turned to look toward the Southern Emperor's origin card, but they were too late. The presence that killed one of them was long gone. This came as a huge shock to each of them because the body of Ada that died was under the effect of their origin card, Mobius presence, before being attacked. This could only mean that the presence that killed one of Ada's bodies could see them even when they were under the effect of their origin card, Mobius presence. While they were confused and trying to piece together what just happened, the three of them felt a warm breath on the back of their neck. Then they suddenly heard the demigods they were supposed to ambush and kill yelling, "Hey, who are you guys? How are you able to tap into the secondary time flow? Just die." No. Listening to their words, it was apparent that the demigods who could not sense their presence a second ago now could see them. The trio were dumb-stricken, wondering, how can they see them when they were under the effect of their origin card, Mobius presence? Before they could find the answers, their heads were rolling and they died. While one demigod of Morningstar University questioned the three bodies of Ada, the other demigod just decapitated all three of them, skipping the drama. As for the two demigods from the central government, they could only desperately watch as Ada's three bodies were slaughtered. The demigod who killed the three unknown card lords wearing a similar devil skull mask looked at the two demigods from the central government suspiciously, having heard them yelling no as he killed three card lords, and questioned them, "Do you perhaps know those three card lords? Should I have spared their lives? I think you should take a look at, yes, we could investigate who they were and how they got so close to us without any of us discovering them. I think there is a third faction eyeing Dalton Wyatt." One of the two demigods from the central government made up a story on the spot to cover their asses. "I see, don't worry, I think I know which faction they belong to." Listening to the demigod from Morningstar University say this, the demigods from the central government panicked and nervously asked, which faction do they belong to? Isn't it pretty obvious? Judging by the demon skull mask worn by the three card lords and the fact that they could tap into secondary time flow, I'll guess that they are devil worshippers who belong to the Mohawk Devils cult. I guess the devil might have asked them to capture Wyatt, masking their presence. Fortunately for us, something went wrong midway, otherwise the devil would have pulled a fast one on us. At first, I thought they belonged to you guys. After all, you guys were responsible for devil summoning, but seeing how the Mohawk Devil is rebelling and has killed three of your demigods so far, not to forget the SSS rank corpse puppet at the start. Now I think you guys got played by the Mohawk Devil and his cult big time. This is why I guess the third faction here is the cult of the Mohawk Devil," the demigod from Morningstar University proudly explained its speculation in front of the demigods of the central government without the slightest clue that they were the real culprits, who sighed in relief learning that the bookworms were not expecting them. However, the two demigods of the central government wondered what went wrong. Why did the presence of Ada's three bodies suddenly reveal to them, and with all of Ada's bodies in the southern capital dead, what now? No matter how hard and desperately they thought of the events that occurred or tried to come up with a new plan, nothing crossed their mind. The original body of Ada in the central government's secret base near the southern capital was shocked by the fact that her perfect plan to cripple the southern emperor while completing the central government's mission had fallen apart and failed in just a few seconds. She was almost driven mad by trying to figure out what transpired. She wanted to know what went wrong, as she had no idea as to why her perfect plan failed. She replayed all the events that occurred in the southern capital in sequence repeatedly in her mind, but still could not figure it out. There were two incidents that she could not figure out and stopped her from understanding why her perfect plan failed. The first incident was when the mysterious presence that killed one of her bodies that was planning to curse the Southern Emperor's origin card instantly, and then the second incident was when the presence of other three bodies trying to ambush the two demigods from Morningstar University and kidnap Wyatt suddenly had their presence revealed to everyone despite being under the effect of her origin card, Mobius presence. Ada had a strong feeling that the mysterious presence from the first incident was somehow responsible for the second incident too. Just when she was wrecking her brains about who the mysterious presence was, Ada sensed Arnis's presence entering her room and then heard her say, "Regardless of the success of the two missions, our master will be disappointed in our performance, so mentally prepare yourself for the consequences of disappointing our master." Listening to Arnis's advice, Ada's body unconsciously began to quiver. Seeing this, Arnis shook her head and left quietly. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern region, Southern capital. For some mysterious reason, the time rule did not seem to have any effect on Wyatt. He learned of this the first time Chris Chase used his origin card to win a few SSS ranked skill item ingredient cards in a card egg auction. Then confirmed this again when Chris Chase used his origin card multiple times trying to escape the Southern Capital Card Creation Association's auction house. So when the Mohawk Devil activated its time rule, meaning time flow, to create secondary time flow, overlapping the original time, and use it to kill the SSS rank corpse puppet and to dodge the thousands of projectiles fired by the cannons of 250 towers, Wyatt found himself mysteriously accessing the secondary time flow. This was one of the main reasons why he was confident he could fight against the Mohawk Devil. However, he did not want to reveal to others that the time rule did not affect him, so he hoped that the Southern royal family's demigods would have a way to deal with the time rule, but unfortunately, they did not. So in a do-or-die situation, Wyatt had no choice. He prepared for the decisive battle with the Mohawk Devil, deciding that if there was a need he would explain to everyone that the time rule did not affect him because he had a relic or mastered a time rune that gave him immunity to time rule attacks. However, before he and the Mohawk Devil could fight it out, the demigods from Morningstar University and the central government stepped in. These arrogant shits ignored the devil and fought over the possession of him. Wyatt patiently waited on the sidelines, having decided to fight the winner of the brawl between Morningstar University forces, center government forces, and the Mohawk Devil. Wyatt quietly watched as a struggle between the three started. The devil activated its time rule using its relic, and the two factions allied to defeat the devil. But things changed when he took notice of a figure wearing a devil skull mask who had her presence hidden while summoning 3 exact copies of herself. Normally Wyatt would not have been able to see this with his soul pupils when he was pretending to be stuck in a time trap. But thanks to him entering the one with the world state physically, the range and angle of his soul pupils had increased considerably. It was like he had grown extra pairs of sharp eyes in all directions. Wyatt immediately recognized the figure wearing the devil mask. She was the demon worshipper who attacked Sky Blossom City. However, there was something different about her. Through her soul pathways, she uncovered that she was using skills similar to that of a certain demigod who once tried to kill him, Agent Uri. Having discovered this anomaly, many questions ran in Wyatt's mind. To find the answers to those questions, he decided to once again hack into Ada Davis's grimoire. Back in the Sky Blossom City, he had hacked Ada Davis's grimoire and roughly traced her original body to the Central Academic Region. That was how he knew of her name and troublesome origin. I think you should take a look at knowing her connection to demon worshippers. He wondered if Ada was behind the summoning of the 6 devils and their army. Well, he will find answers to that in her grimoire. Since had already hacked into her grimoire once, it was not hard for Wyatt to use Hive AI and his Superbrain card to hack into her grimoire again. In seconds, all of Ada's secrets hidden in her grimoire were at Wyatt's fingertips. Going through Ada's grimoire, he came across her acquired physique, Limitless Immortal, and her second origin card, Mobius Presence. To Wyatt's surprise, Ada's acquired physique was more troublesome than her first origin card. As for her second origin card, it had very limited use, but with a perfect user, it was one overpowered origin skill. Ada had returned a lot stronger than Wyatt had last seen her. He learned that it was thanks to her joining the central government forces. That explains why her new skills resembled that of Agent Uri. Unfortunately, Wyatt could not access her conversation logs as they used encrypted channels. He could try to force his way in, but one monitoring the channel will immediately know someone was trying to peek in. So he could only give up. Unable to figure out what Ada was up to now through her grimoire, Wyatt monitored the actions of all 4 of her bodies to deduce what they were up to. 3 were headed his way while 1 was headed in Anne's way. Not good, Wyatt thought, remembering Ada's hatred for Anna. However, he did not understand how a card lord planned to attack a card emperor even if she was defenseless and trapped in time. But then witnessing Ada remove an SSS rank curse from her storage card, Wyatt was shocked and worried. Similar to how Anna equipped the dummy ring card in her Grimoires item card slot and gave me the dummy ring to use, Ada too had been given an SSS rank curse from the central government forces. Then Wyatt saw 2 of the 3 bodies of Ada heading his way had also taken out 2 SSS rank items from their storage card and headed towards the 2 demigods from Morningstar University. While the remaining body of Ada took out a powerful sedative from the storage card and headed towards Wyatt. Seeing this, Wyatt instantly understood that Ada's 4 bodies planned to curse Anne, kill 2 demigods from Morningstar University, and kidnap him. Thanks to the effect of her second origin card, Mobius Presence, no one will know what actually transpired. Having learned Ada's plan, Wyatt's mind raced to think of a way to not only save Anne, who was trapped in time, but also himself and the 2 demigods from Morningstar University guarding him, without revealing that he was not affected by the Mohawk Devil's time rule, meaning time flow. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Wyatt's thoughts raced through all the crucial information about Ada's physique and origin card. After all, he had to face 4 of her while pretending to be trapped in the original time flow. Now this was going to be challenging. His efforts were not in vain, as in a stroke of brilliance, he devised a flawless strategy to thwart the efforts of all 4 of Ada's bodies, all the while concealing the fact that he remained unaffected by the Mohawk Devil's time trap. First, Wyatt decided to foil the scheme of the body of Ada, who was headed toward Anne holding an SSS rank curse. Since he did not care for the lives of the demigods from Morningstar University as much as Anne's life. In preparation for attending the university interview and confronting Sansa, Wyatt had covertly and strategically dropped many tiny pebbles containing his pseudo-calamity soul gem on his way over from the southern royal palace grounds. Fortunately, one of them was right next to the spot where Anne was standing. So as soon as Ada approached her, Wyatt had one of his mutated souls move to the pseudo-calamity soul gem, reconstruct a new body in the shape of an old Ben using the myriad transformation devil physique, and enter the one with the world state physically. When in the one with the world state physically, even demigods had a hard time separating Wyatt's presence from the surrounding, let alone Ada, a card lord. She never saw it coming as it quietly and swiftly approached her from behind. However, once Wyatt's mutated soul neared Ada, its killing intent toward her revealed its presence to her, but it was too late. It had already grabbed her neck from behind and soon twisted it, ending her life instantly and painlessly. Especially, without making any commotion. After killing one of Ada's bodies, Wyatt's mutated soul immediately stored her corpse in a storage card along with the SSS rank curse item. Then it immediately morphed its body back to a tiny pebble with a pseudo-calamity soul gem, and the mutated soul returned to its original body. Ada had acquired a fancy physique, Limitless Immortal, which would fit well with Wyatt's mutated soul. Though he was still on the fence about the Limitless Immortal physique, as long as he had her corpse he could always use Blood Fate Plunder to try and rob her corpse of that physique. He liked to keep his options open. As for the SSS rank curse that Ada carried with her while she died, Wyatt could put it to good use as long as the card apprentice who lent the item to her did not recall it. During this process, Wyatt made an interesting discovery that the myriad devil transformation physique and the physical one with the world state fit very well together. Especially when Wyatt morphed into inanimate objects like a pebble, etc. This combo would give him extraordinary stealth prowess. There might be other possibilities that he would have to further explore. I think you should take a look at with one of Ada's bodies down. There are still 3 more left for him to take care of. However, unlike the previous time, none of his pseudo-calamity soul gems were nearby where the 3 bodies of Ada were. Nonetheless, Wyatt had a more creative approach to this. When entering the one with the world state physically, the surroundings of the person in that state becomes a part of him. Just like how Wyatt's vision was sharpened and enhanced to be able to view the world in 360 degrees in this state. Similarly, his control over his surroundings had gotten to the point where it was as if they were a part of his body. Especially, the wind present in his surrounding acted like they were an extension of his skin and hair. If Wyatt wanted to, the air would form an extra layer of invisible but durable soft armor covering his entire body. However, Wyatt had a different plan for the wind, which was now a part of his body. When the 3 bodies of Ada were distracted by the death of their 4th body, he made use of the wind to touch the back of their necks. Though they only felt a cold breath on their neck, it was Wyatt touching them through the wind. The reason why Wyatt did this was that according to the info of Ada's second origin card, Mobius Presence, as long as the person under its effect comes in contact with those that don't share its effect, that person loses its effect. So once Wyatt touched the three bodies of Ada through the wind, the effect of their second origin card, Mobius Presence, was lifted. Hence, the demigods from Morningstar University could now sense their presence, which led to Ada's three bodies being decapitated by one of them. Until the very end, the three bodies of Ada had no idea how their presence was revealed. The dumb-stricken expressions on their faces were savory and a unique sight. This would be one of the mysteries that Ada would never solve, and it would plague her till her death. With this, Wyatt had put an end to Ada's scheme successfully without revealing that he was not trapped in the original time flow but had tapped into the secondary time flow created by the Mohawk Devil. Having dealt with Ada, Wyatt continued to pretend to be stuck in the original time flow as he keenly observed the battle between the Mohawk Devil and the demigods in the secondary time flow the devil had created. Meanwhile, he heard the conversation between the demigods from both factions about Ada's identity, and he was barely able to control himself from bursting out in loud laughter. Listening to the demigod from Morningstar University confidently speculate that Ada was part of the Mohawk Devil's cult who betrayed central government forces, Wyatt felt that just because someone studied at Morningstar University, one of the top 10 universities, it did not automatically make them smart. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. The Mohawk Devil glanced casually at the demigods, who were now stepping back cautiously. It wore a mischievous grin as if it found great amusement in observing the mix of uncertainty and fear woven into their expressions. The grin on the Mohawk Devils and the look in its eyes irked the remaining demigods, especially after watching it kill their comrades. So in a dazzling display of power, the 10 demigods stood tall, their eyes blazing with an aura of determination. With a mere thought, they summoned an endless array of swords that materialized out of thin air, each blade gleaming with a mesmerizing glow that reflected their fierce sword intent. The air crackled with energy as the swords hovered and spun around them, forming an intricate dance of steel. The demigods' mastery over their sword intent was evident in the way they effortlessly controlled the movements of the blades, weaving an enchanting tapestry of lethal elegance. The swords seemed to sing a symphony of their own, their harmonic clangor resonating throughout the surroundings. It was a mesmerizing spectacle, a manifestation of their inner strength and unyielding will, both awe-inspiring and intimidating. As the 10 demigods continued to conjure more swords, the space around them became a swirling vortex of deadly beauty, leaving any who witnessed it in awe of their otherworldly abilities. At that moment, they were not just demigods, they were living embodiments of the timeless art of swordsmanship, channeling their essence into the ethereal sea of blades, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of reality itself. With their combined might and skill, the demigods unleashed a torrent of 1,000 swords, each imbued with raw elemental power, aiming to vanquish the Mohawk Devil that stood before them. The blades sliced through the air with a velocity that defied comprehension, surpassing the speed of light itself, leaving streaks of luminescence in their wake. As the swords hurtled toward their target, the very fabric of reality seemed to tremble in response to their immense force. With an air of arrogance and a sinister smirk, the devil beheld the incoming torrent of thousands of swords, dismissing the demigods' efforts as futile and vain. It reveled in the spectacle, finding amusement in the demigods' attempts to challenge its might. As the swords drew closer, the Mohawk Devil's crimson eyes gleamed with cunning intelligence. Swiftly, it unleashed a pair of twin chain whips, crackling with an otherworldly aura, the power of time rule itself. The chains whirled and twisted in the air, creating a cyclone of time rule power, forming a storm of time that shielded the devil from the impending assault. The blades collided with the tempest of time, and an ethereal dance ensued. The chains seemed to warp and bend, slowing down and accelerating in unpredictable patterns. The swords struggled to pierce the barrier, but they were thwarted by the devil's mastery over time rule. I think you should take a look at the Mohawk Devil's laughter echoed through the battlefield, reveling in its dominance over the flow of time and its ability to outwit the demigods. It relished the sight of their frustration, savoring each moment as the storm of time continued to repel the onslaught of swords. The demigods, undeterred by the Mohawk Devil's defensive maneuvers, gathered their resolve, determined to find a way to breach the temporal storm. They synchronized their efforts, their minds united as they focused their energies on countering the Mohawk Devil's mastery of time rule. The malevolent tempest of time unleashed its wrath upon the battlefield where the demigods waged their valiant attack. As the storm swirled and surged, its ominous force broke through the demigods, every time shield and time hack card, rendering their efforts futile. With a resounding boom, the tempest of time expanded voraciously, its swirling maw widening to engulf all the demigods within its relentless grasp, they grew desperate as the last of their time shield, time hack card was used to protect them. The once mighty demigods found themselves ensnared in the clutches of this maleficent phenomenon. Inside the belly of the Tempest, an eerie and haunting aura surrounded the Mohawk Devil as it harnessed its insidious power. In a macabre dance of annihilation, the devilish force drained the very life essence from the demigods, leaving them weakened and lifeless, like withering blooms in a desolate garden. As the last vestiges of vitality were absorbed, the once proud demigods fell, their brilliance dimmed and extinguished in the face of this overwhelming force. The storm of time had spoken, leaving nothing but silence and sorrow in its wake. It stood as a haunting reminder of the unforgiving nature of existence and the relentless march of time, sparing none in its path. The Mohawk Devil wielded the stolen vitality like a wicked offering, channeling it into the hourglass relic on its back. As if responding to some unholy pact, the relic responded in kind, its sand shifting with sinister intent. The lower chamber of the hourglass relic, which was almost barren, now teemed with the sinister sand oozing the essence of time rule, swirling in a maleficent dance. In the bleak aftermath of the dreadful battle, the remaining 4 demigods left behind to protect Wyatt stood frozen, their hearts heavy with grief, as they beheld the harrowing sight of their fallen comrades. The devil's sinister presence loomed large, casting a malevolent shadow over the land, and its malicious laughter sent shivers down their spines, leaving them paralyzed in fear. Their bodies shook uncontrollably as if trying to escape the cruel reality unfolding before their eyes. Each heartbeat echoed the pain and sorrow of losing their brethren, and yet they couldn't tear their gaze away from the approaching malevolence. The devil's steps were deliberate, slow, savoring the fear it instilled in the demigods, relishing every moment of their torment. With every footfall, the ground beneath them seemed to quiver, mirroring the turmoil raging within their souls. As they stood there, helpless and desperate, a spark of resilience flickered in their eyes despite knowing that they were no match for the Mohawk Devil's strength, but the fact that they would die was a strong motivation for them to seek revenge for their fallen comrades. At this moment the demigods from both factions were in sync. Maybe it was because they understood each other's grief and thirst for vengeance. With strong determination, they moved together to exchange their life for vengeance. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Divine Share. The 4 demigods, despite hailing from 2 different factions, willingly shared their divinity among themselves, displaying a remarkable unity among unexpected people. What made this possible was their purpose, a singular pursuit of retribution, which served as the gluing factor that allowed them to transcend their factional divides. As their divinity converged, the boundaries of their individual identities dissolved in the crucible of shared purpose. Vengeance was the tapestry woven from their disparate threads, a common goal that fused their divinity into a singular, unstoppable force. Granting the 4 demigods an opportunity to, at last, graze the edges of transcendence was akin to offering them the elusive key to a realm they had yearned for with unwavering hearts. Alas, this euphoric sensation was not bestowed upon them without extracting its pound of flesh. Yet, such a toll paled in significance, for the determination to exact vengeance upon those who had wronged their fellow warriors burned within them, overshadowing any heed to personal sacrifice. Endowed with the powers of a near-transcendent-like existence, the 4 demigods possessed the formidable might to boldly evade the clutches of the malevolent Mohawk Devil that sought to sacrifice them to its relic. Yet, curiously, they opted not for the path of evasion, defying the conventional logic that would dictate any flight. Currently, they only cared about their vendetta. Undeterred by the potential consequences, these 4 demigods remained resolute, unwaveringly committed to their cause. With an unbreakable bond forged through shared divinity, they were now prepared to lay down their very lives, embarking on a mission of vengeance to honor their fallen comrades. The 4 demigods were driven by an unquenchable fire for vengeance within them, driving them mad enough to go as far as to confront any challenge, even if it meant death for them, because they were no longer 4 individuals but one. They had 4 bodies, but their intent was now one. Having shared their divinity with their thirst for vengeance as their medium, the new prowess they gained came with a new identity, vengeance, the real factor that drove them to share their divinity in the first place. As the soul energy of the 4 demigods surged dramatically, the Mohawk Devil's ugly grin shrank. It sensed that with no way out, its prey had decided to face death head-on, as long as it meant taking it down alongside them. Empowered with abilities that eclipsed ordinary demigods and hinted at the fabled transcendence whispered of in every demigod's reverie, the 4 demigods exchanged resolute glances. A shared determination radiated from their eyes as united in a common vendetta, they surged forward as one cohesive force, their sights set firmly on the sinister Mohawk devil that lay ahead. I think you should take a look at as the 4 demigods charged ahead, their eyes blazing not with fear of mortality but with an unquenchable thirst for retribution. The Mohawk devil couldn't help but feel a flicker of uncertainty. Then recalling the 10 demigods it had vanquished earlier, it recognized that the demigods, powerful time cards, had already been consumed and exhausted. With the weight of this realization, the Mohawk devil's visage transformed once more. The shadow of uncertainty that had momentarily touched its expression gave way to the resurgence of its malevolent grin. A renewed air of self-assuredness enveloped the Mohawk devil, bolstered by the belief that the formidable strength the 4 demigods now wielded paled in comparison to its mastery over the time rule. As the 4 demigods stepped within its striking reach, the punk-like demon swung its pair of chain whips infused with its time rule power, all while releasing a mocking chuckle that soon transformed into an unrestrained, scornful and jeering laughter that echoed through the secondary time flow. The swift motion of the twin chain whips was nothing short of astonishing, evidently under the influence of the Mohawk devil's time rule mastery to amplify their velocity. In a blink, they closed the gap to their intended objective, yet they missed their target by the narrowest of margins, grazing past their marks by the width of a single hair. The reason the twin chains did not manage to hit their target despite their speed was not because of the lack of the devil's aim but because of the incredible agility and reflex displayed by the 4 demigods. Akin to the name transcendent, their speed seemed to astonishingly transcend the time rule. They never knew one could be that fast. The twin chains' inability to successfully strike their mark, despite their impressive agility, stemmed not from any shortcoming in the devil's aim, but rather from the remarkable dexterity and lightning-quick reactions exhibited by the 4 demigods. Resonating with the very essence of edging at the boundary of transcendence, their swiftness appeared to remarkably surpass the confines of time rule. The sheer rapidity they displayed was so extraordinary that it left them in awe, never before having comprehended the possibility of achieving such astonishing levels of speed. Even the Mohawk devil found itself taken aback as it witnessed the 4 demigods effortlessly sidestepping its assault. This unforeseen turn of events began to raise significant worries within the Mohawk devil's mind, prompting a sense of genuine concern to take root. As the 4 demigods adeptly dodged the Mohawk devil's assault, the expressions of astonishment and apprehension that played across the Mohawk devil's countenance only served to bolster the confidence of the quartet. With renewed assurance, they advanced towards the devil, intending to exact retribution for their fallen comrades and settle the score once and for all. Yet, the very instant when the 4 demigods, suffused with confidence, drew nearer to the Mohawk devil, a broad grin crept across the devil's face as the time rule power oozed out of it. In a resounding proclamation, it bellowed, "Temporal quicksand," while attacking them with its twin chain whips accelerated by its time rule. Abruptly, a sensation enveloped the 4 demigods, akin to the sensation of their very movements decelerating. With their current prowess, it was impossible. But it turns out the Mohawk devil had slowed down their flow of time in the secondary time flow created by it, an ingenious tactic wielded by the devil to tilt the odds in its favor. In close quarters the devil's twin chain whip had the boost of time rule power instantly skewered through the 4 slow demigods with ease and instantly began to sacrifice their vitality to the hourglass relic. The 4 demigods, as a last-ditch effort, tried to donate their shared divinity, but to their horror, they found that impaled by the unknown chain their access to the soul energy, rule power, and their divinity was sealed. Completing its meal, the Mohawk devil proceeded toward its dessert, Dalton Wyatt. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Central Government secret base. Learning that all 8 members of the 2 teams she led to the Southern Capital to complete 2 missions had become the nourishment to the devil they summoned, Arnaz was dumbstruck. Her mind nearly collapsed trying to comprehend this. Wondering, how could a perfect plan go so horribly wrong? Soon Arnaz, a proud semi-demigod, felt her knees go weak as she collapsed to the floor, realizing what this meant for her. Unlike her team, she did not even have control over her life to end it. Listening to the commotion, Ada rushed out of her room and saw Arnaz collapsed with her knees on the floor and with a look on her face that appeared to have seen a ghost. "Team Captain, you okay?" Ada cautiously asked Arnaz. She too had become aware of the deaths of all 8 demigods from the central government as their names erased themselves from the secured channel they were using to converse with each other. This basically meant that they had failed in their secondary mission to bring the creator of the VR universe, Dalton Wyatt, to their master. Which would not make their master happy. That meant the punishment they would face after returning to the central capital had increased by a few folds. Just imagining the wrath of their master, even Ada too felt her knees go weak, but she held her own, wondering if it was worth it for her to return to the side of her master. Unlike Arna's, Ada did not bother to try and understand what went wrong with their plan to capture Wyatt, because after one of her 4 bodies in the southern capital failed to curse the Southern Emperor's origin card due to an unfathomable presence, she had come to a realization. After repeatedly going through her memories trying to uncover who was the unfathomable presence that effortlessly killed one of her bodies that were under the effect of her second origin card, Mobius presence, and left swiftly without leaving behind any trace. But she always came back with no answer, almost causing her to go crazy. That was when she decided to let go of her obsessive search, which then helped her realize that they, the forces of the central government, were not the forces controlling the events in the southern capital from behind the scene, but there was another power controlling the city from shadows whom they had no idea about. Seeing how they acted to protect the Southern Emperor's origin card, it was clear this unknown force was in favor of the Southern royal family. With this realization, Ada was not surprised that they failed in their mission to capture Wyatt. Even if the devil had not killed them, then they would have died in the hands of the other faction hidden in the shadows of the city, quietly controlling everything, the battle in the city. I think you should take a look at knowing that right now, what awaited her at the central government was torture and pain that would make her thirst for the sweet release of death. Ada looked back at her time by her master's side, and she realized that there was nothing more her master could provide her with. She acquired an amazing physique and gained a superb second origin card that fit well with her first origin card and her acquired physique. Not to mention the treasure trove of demonic techniques and arrays, especially the one which allowed her to grow her mental strength by sacrificing living beings, which would help her grow the number of perfect bodies she could control using her limitless immortal physique. Her master had nothing more to give her. Instead, he would like her to show him how many bodies she can actually control using her physique, limitless immortal. And also, he had become a shackle around her neck, stopping her from taking her revenge on the Southern royal family, and also has been actively trying to limit her development so she can depend on him more. She still was unable to figure out why the all-powerful organization that controlled the central government from behind the scenes was not keen on overthrowing the 4 royal families and controlling their regions directly. Instead, choose to sabotage them from behind the scenes. Ada believed that there was more reason for it than just the political ones that they used as an excuse. Therefore, Ada thought her master might never allow her to destroy the Southern royal family like she wanted to. Instead, staying any longer with him would only bring in an opportunity for him to make her more dependent on him and slowly brainwash her. These reasons why Ada came to a sudden decision to not return to her master's side and felt that it was no longer fit for her future development. Instead, go on another adventure to find a place that would help her hone her powers and grow stronger. Strong enough to take on the Southern royal family and anyone that comes her way of achieving that. But Ada knew it was not easy for her to leave her master because he and his friends ruled the entire world. Anywhere she runs off to, he would find her and have his people fetch her. And from then on, what awaited her would be gruesome torture until her spirit broke, allowing him to brainwash her and turn her into one of his dogs. If Ada really wanted to get away from her master, then she would have to find a way to leave this world and move to another world, which was simply impossible. However, when this thought crossed Ada's mind, her eyes sparkled with brilliance as if she had found a way to do just that. Ada gave Arna's, who was helplessly staring into the void out of sheer desperation and fear of what awaited her at the central capital, one last look. Then, heading back into her room, she locked the door and cut her wrist to gather a pool of blood on the floor. Soon she began to conduct a demonic sacrificial ritual. As a result, a beam of light wider than a person's waist shoots out from the pool of blood and touches the ceiling of the room. Then, without hesitation, entering her origin card's divinization, Ada stepped into the red beam of light. Bidding goodbye to the card world, she embraced the darkness within her. Date: the 13th of April 2321. Time: 9:52. Location: Southern region, Southern capital. Sacrificing the life force drawn from a total of 18 demigods, the sands in the Hourglass Relic's lower chamber had nearly reached its full capacity. Had the Mohawk Devil not expended a substantial amount of sand during the battle against the demigods, the lower section of the Hourglass Relic would have been completely filled by now. Had the Mohawk Devil accomplished such a feat, its mastery of time rules would have seamlessly synchronized with the card world's time rule, courtesy of the Hourglass Relic's magical influence. Consequently, the devil would have become independent of relying on the Hourglass Relic's sands to wield its time rule mastery within the card world. Freed from constraints, it could employ its time rule to its utmost desire and without limitations. Regrettably, the Mohawk Devil fell just a few sands shy of attaining that state. The secondary time flow it had initiated was still in effect, causing the sands within its hourglass relic to flow in reverse. Gradually, the sands from the lower section of the hourglass were migrating to the upper section, hindering its progress towards the desired outcome. However, the devil did not choose to erase the secondary time flow. As its real prey was within its sights and it could no longer wait to get its hand on Wyatt's soul. The Mohawk Devil closed in on Wyatt, haunted by memories of the shame and humiliation inflicted upon it during their previous encounter. Its existence had turned into a torment ever since that defeat, leaving it feeling uneasy within its own being. The disgrace of succumbing to a mere mortal gnawed relentlessly at its soul. Thoughts of defeat consumed its mind, and the pursuit of vengeance became the sole driving force keeping it alive. The Mohawk Devil had meticulously plotted its revenge, envisioning subjecting Wyatt's soul to untold tortures from countless realms. Nevertheless, it had not anticipated such a swift opportunity to exact vengeance, as it had barely been a day since their initial encounter when it was summoned to the card world under its alias, the Devil Merchant Ezra. As the Mohawk Devil drew nearer to the trapped Wyatt within the original time flow, a sense of nearing culmination surged through its being. Its already hideous expression contorted further, and its crimson eyes glowed with eager anticipation for the long-awaited vengeance. The mere thought of subjecting Wyatt's soul to all the untold tortures of myriad realms brought the devil almost to the brink of euphoria. I think you should take a look at in a twist of fate, just as the Mohawk Devil believed victory was assured, Wyatt defied all expectations. He moved with a swiftness beyond that of a mere card master, surprising the devil with an unexpected punch. The impact was formidable, carrying the force of something far greater than a regular demigod's strength. Yelling, "Boo, bitch!" the devil's giant form was propelled backward, hurtling through the air for an astounding 200 to 300 meters before finally coming to a halt. The battleground fell into an eerie silence. Unfortunately, all onlookers were either dead or trapped in the original time flow, otherwise they would be left in awe of Wyatt's unexpected might. How do you possess the ability to tap into the secondary time flow? The Mohawk Devil inquired, its voice tinged with bewilderment. The shock it experienced transcended the realm of words, leaving the devil utterly confounded by Wyatt's unforeseen prowess. "Hello, Belphegor, it's a pleasure to meet you as well," Wyatt replied with a composed tone. Simultaneously, he underwent a remarkable transformation, his stature expanding to an impressive 9 feet, now matching Belphegor's height. Wyatt flexed his muscles deliberately, gauging the newfound strength surging within him. "How is this possible? When we last met, your strength was no more than that of a demon soldier. It hasn't even been a day since then, how can you possess the strength of a demigod? What sorcery are you using?" Belphegor exclaimed, his disbelief evident in his voice. He couldn't fathom how Wyatt, who exuded the aura of a card master, now showcased a might surpassing that of a typical demigod. His vast knowledge of myriad realms proved inadequate in comprehending the abrupt surge in Wyatt's power. The time zones in the card world and the dark realm diverged significantly. The span of a single day in the dark realm equated to 10 days in the card world. When Wyatt initially summoned Belphegor on the 5th of April, only 8 days had elapsed since that event. From Belphegor's perspective, it had scarcely been a day since he lost the wager to Wyatt. Thus, the shame of that defeat lingered in his mind as if it had transpired just today. Therefore, the magnitude of shock from witnessing Wyatt's astounding growth in strength overwhelmed Belphegor. He struggled to comprehend what was right before him, as it felt surreal and beyond the bounds of reality. "Let's set aside talk about me for now. When we last met, you were no more significant than an earthworm, and now you've transformed into an overgrown pig. When will you reveal your true form, my friend?" Wyatt conveyed these words not to taunt or shame Belphegor, but to convey that he understood this current shape was not the devil's genuine embodiment. Belphegor fell into a momentary silence, attentively listening to Wyatt's words. The truth was undeniable. His current form was not his genuine self. But this fact remained a well-guarded secret, known only to a select few beings scattered across the myriad realms. Even within the Devil Merchant Code, the vast majority of devils and demons believed his present embodiment to be his true nature. Hence, the devil found himself taken aback. The fact that Wyatt had discerned his true name during their initial encounter left him astounded. Now, in their second meeting, Wyatt had immediately uncovered the veil of his incarnation. It led Belphegor to ponder just how much Wyatt knew about him and the extent of his knowledge. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 9:52. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Prestige 4 Seasons. Exler Hall. As Wyatt's primary body confronted Belphegor, one of his mutated souls embarked on another mission. It entered the pebble containing a pseudo-calamity soul gem, located closest to the Prestige 4 Seasons. With its newfound orders, the pseudo-calamity soul gem shed its pebble encasement and underwent a remarkable transformation, crafting a new body in the likeness of Wyatt. This entire process was directed under the commands of Wyatt. Having acquired a corporeal form, the mutated soul rushed towards the Prestige 4 Seasons at an astonishing pace, knowing it was already 7 minutes late for its Morningstar University early admission interview. Hopefully, the interviewers had not left yet and would be kind enough to overlook its tardiness. Upon reaching the Prestige 4 Seasons, Wyatt's mutated soul faced a slight delay in locating the Exler Hall, but eventually, it found the designated venue. However, to its dismay, the hall was deserted, devoid of the expected interviewers. It seemed they had already left. Nevertheless, Wyatt's determined mutated soul refused to give up. Undeterred, it resolved to search the interviewers' hotel rooms, determined to present its case and plead for a second chance. Leaving no stone unturned, it vowed not to leave until it had the opportunity to make its appeal and secure that coveted second chance. Based on the meticulous information gathered by Wyatt regarding the early admission interview and the interviewers, it was evident that Professor Xianxia Audiobooks held the reins of this critical process. She occupied the penthouse at the Prestige 4 Seasons during this time. Determined to make a compelling appeal for a second chance, Wyatt's mutated soul resolved to head directly to the penthouse. There, it intended to beseech Professor Xianxia Audiobooks, expressing genuine eagerness to secure a spot at Morningstar University. This was not just a whim. Wyatt's mutated soul felt that if it earnestly plead his case with an unwavering determination to Professor Xianxia Audiobooks and showed her how much he yearned for this opportunity, then she might give him a second chance at the interview. Upon arriving at the penthouse, Wyatt's mutated soul discovered that it was not deserted as expected. Brimming with excitement, it boldly stepped inside, only to be greeted by an unexpected presence, an elderly man, Professor Hadley. This same individual had been instrumental in aiding Wyatt with valuable information for Morningstar University's early admission interview. However, to the mutated soul's bewilderment, Professor Xianxia Audiobooks was conspicuously absent from the penthouse. She was nowhere to be found, leaving an unsettling air of mystery behind her sudden disappearance. Fuck, Wyatt's mutated soul cussed, realizing that Xianxia might have utilized a time card to avoid being ensnared in the original time flow. Observing her allies succumb effortlessly to the devil's onslaught, she probably made the calculated decision to flee the city before the devil wreaked havoc on it. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 9:52. I think you should take a look at location Southern Region, Southern Capital, Outskirts. Your Highness, I have found the central government's hideout. An ethereal apparition of a female humanoid head materialized before Xianxia, its presence emanating an air of reverence. Then the voice of the flower thief sounded from within it, reporting his discovery of the central government's clandestine hideout, situated on the outskirts of the southern capital. Finally, is there anyone left inside? Xianxia reproached the flower thief for the prolonged delay in discovering the hideout and inquired whether he had thoroughly investigated it. As anticipated, Your Highness, we found only a single individual inside. It is the semi-demigod who was leading the central government teams. However, she appears to be emotionally unstable, possibly due to the failure of her mission and the loss of all her comrades at the hands of the devil, conveyed the flower thief, politely sharing the results of his investigation into the central government's hideout with Xianxia. That's good. Lead the way, Xianxia commanded with a tone that unmistakably conveyed her disappointment in the flower thief's performance that day. Nevertheless, she acquiesced and followed him to the hideout, resolute in her mission. Despite the help of the time hack card to access the secondary time flow cast by the devil, the empty beast remained reluctant to emerge in the southern capital, irrespective of the time flow. Its terror of the worlds will surpass the flower thief's ability to control it. Maybe the empty beast was just looking out for its ignorant master. Following the lead of flower thief, Xianxia ventured into the heart of the central government's hideout. There, she discovered Arnaz, kneeling on the floor in a state of utter powerlessness, her gaze fixed into the void, as though life's purpose had deserted her. Arnaz appeared indifferent to the presence of unauthorized intruders in the hideout, not even bothering to turn and see who it was. She continued to lament her miserable fate, feeling trapped without the freedom to end her own life. Arnaz John, anyone catching sight of you might think that you died with your eyes wide open, Sansa remarked as she positioned herself in front of Arnaz, locking eyes with hers. Just kill me. There's nothing you can get from me, Arnaz declared. Her words did not stem from defiance but rather from a sense of desperation. Her demeanor seemed to implore Sansa to put an end to her suffering by killing her. Even the flower thief, witnessing her condition, couldn't help but feel compassion for her plight. I come not as an executioner but as a bearer of gifts, Sansa declared, her voice resonating clearly, leaving Arnaz bewildered and perplexed. What if I said there was a way for you to get a new start, would you be willing to embrace it? Sansa inquired, gazing into Arnaz's lifeless eyes, hoping to catch a glimmer of hope within them. Then she went on to add, though it will not erase your past, it will definitely not let it catch up to you. I know you will take it since it is way better than other options at your disposal. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern region, Southern capital, Belphegor. Are you going to remain rooted there, or will you come over and give your buddy a tight hug? Wyatt playfully taunted, observing the Belphegor's deep contemplation. Hey, kiddo, your soul energy signature is muddled with curse energy. What did you risk this time to amp up your strength? Belphegor inquired, skepticism written all over his face. He couldn't fathom how the boy, who 8 days gambled his soul to borrow power to take down a semi-demigod and save his sweetheart, could now possess abilities surpassing even regular demigods. Belphegor refrained from hastily ending Wyatt's life and claiming his soul for a specific reason. After experiencing defeat in Wyatt's hands, he developed a newfound respect for the young man. Hence, he approached the situation with caution, unwilling to be careless against an adversary he now recognized as formidable. Belphegor wasn't convinced that Wyatt would sacrifice himself solely because a devil offered to spare others in exchange for his life. He saw Wyatt as someone far more cunning and strategic, possessing a game plan that needed thorough comprehension. He understood that Wyatt's intelligence surpassed the notion of making such a rash and selfless decision. This was why Belphegor did not immediately take action, instead took his time to gather his thoughts and understand what Wyatt was up to. He refused to rush headlong into action. Instead, he sought to discern the intricate web of intentions woven by the young enigma before him and learn where and what Wyatt's true purpose was. Even if you are my buddy, I'm afraid that's classified information, Wyatt retorted calmly, his attention momentarily diverted towards monitoring the progress of his mutated soul, which had set out on a mission to put an end to Matron once and for all. Your soul belongs to me. I will not allow you to willfully damage it or wager it with someone else, the Belphegor declared his claim over Wyatt's soul, confidently implying that he had harvested Wyatt's soul. Sure buddy, then why don't you come get it, Wyatt retorted playfully, beckoning Belphegor with a confident gesture of his finger. In the face of Wyatt's taunting gesture, Belphegor's composure wavered, his initial intent to withhold vengeance temporarily giving way to an overwhelming surge of fury. Succumbing to his emotions, he abandoned caution and lunged ferociously at the boy, driven by the determination to deliver a swift and decisive blow to his head, seeking to end Wyatt's life in an instant. Like a blazing comet streaking through the heavens, Belphegor's unparalleled speed was a sight to behold. In the blink of an eye, he closed the gap between him and Wyatt, summoning the primal force of his physical body into his fist. With unrestrained power, he unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Wyatt's face. The sheer intensity of his strike would blow up his head like an exploding watermelon, which would shatter into countless fragments. As the tempestuous fist hurtled towards him, Wyatt's demeanor remained unwavering, his steady gaze fixated on the oncoming threat. Yet, instead of flinching or evading, a mesmerizing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. A human hand materialized in front of Wyatt, seemingly born of perfect muscles, intercepting Belphegor's mighty punch with astonishing ease. The humanoid arm's appearance was similar to Wyatt's arm, filled with incredible strength, halting Belphegor's advance in its tracks and rendering him momentarily motionless. A profound sense of wonder and uncertainty filled the air, as the clash of two forces painted an otherworldly illusion between the boy and the devil. Wyatt's remarkable feat of catching Belphegor's punch effortlessly left the devil utterly astonished. With a newfound sense of vigilance, Belphegor hastily withdrew his hand and quickly retreated with his eyes fixed on Wyatt with a complex fusion of fear and bewilderment written across his face. Belphegor felt as such because Wyatt's floating humanoid arm stopped his punch with more than just strength. To be accurate, there was no force behind Wyatt's floating when it caught his punch puzzled Belphegor deeply. His fist felt a suction force, previously unknown to him, lay within the floating arm. Like a voracious vortex, it had absorbed the entire kinetic energy behind his punch, halting his attack without a struggle. I think you should take a look at. In the wake of this revelation, a newfound caution for Wyatt's unyielding prowess swept over Belphegor, prompting him to proceed more carefully, as Wyatt appeared to have gotten his hands on quite a troublesome ability that was too strong to overcome with mere physical strength. Is that the best you can muster? You colossal swine! Wyatt's triumphant shout pierced the air as yet another of his floating fists materialized alongside Belphegor. Swift as lightning, it delivered a resounding blow to the devil's face before he could react. The force of the punch sent Belphegor hurtling through the air, propelled an astonishing distance of 200 to 250 meters before he finally came to a jarring halt. The impact of the punch was nothing short of cataclysmic. The devil's once fearsome visage was distorted, his two formidable tusks broken and rendered in a state of disarray. The sight of his shattered facade stood as a testament to the overwhelming power concealed within the floating arms that Wyatt conjured, leaving the mighty Belphegor both humbled and astounded before his formidable adversary. Belphegor gasped, gazing upon his shattered tusks with wide-eyed astonishment. His eyes then shifted towards Wyatt, who stood motionless as if rooted to the ground since the onset of the tumultuous battle, utterly bewildered. The unfathomable question lingered in his mind: how could Wyatt's mere conjured fist hold such unimaginable physical might? With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Wyatt playfully goaded Belphegor. Hey buddy, let's remove the safety gloves and get serious, shall we? Don't say I didn't warn you when I claim your life before you unleash your full might. His voice brimmed with confidence, a daring challenge flung into the air like a gauntlet. Wyatt had paid a lot to gain the power that lay within him waiting to be unleashed. The time had come for him to display the depths of what he was capable of to the world. As the words hung in the air, the battlefield seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the impending clash of wills. Belphegor's demeanor shifted, recognizing the subtle transformation in Wyatt's aura. It was no longer that of a mere demigod but something else more profound. Fueled by Wyatt's provocative remarks, Belphegor refused to indulge in verbal jousting. With a flourish, he unleashed his twin chain whips, their metallic serpents dancing in the air. But that wasn't all he had in store. Channeling his mastery of time rule, he concocted a mesmerizing spectacle, creating a tertiary time flow overlapping the existing secondary and original time flows. This newly crafted time flow was longer than the other two time flows, exclusively for the deadly dance of his whips to traverse, seeking out Wyatt as their prime target. It was a breathtaking display of skill and rule power, showcasing the awe of Belphegor's unparalleled prowess. Wyatt's sole pupil beheld the twin chain whips hurtling towards him, guided by the enigmatic tertiary time flow. As the whips drew nearer, his vision split, revealing a breathtaking spectacle of two overlapping realities. One reality showcased the paused secondary time flow, while the other unveiled the moving tertiary time flow. Such an otherworldly display failed to perplex Wyatt, for he was no stranger to this wondrous phenomenon. Many a time, he had witnessed the intertwining time flows whenever the malevolent Belphegor unleashed his chain whips upon the demigods. After much contemplation and profound introspection, Wyatt had grasped a crucial realization: his body and soul possessed the remarkable ability to acclimate to different time flows, but this adaptability was contingent on the time flow directly influencing him. The devil's cunningly crafted tertiary time flow, a product of its time rule mastery, currently exerted its influence solely over his vision, allowing only his soul pupils to embrace its essence and perceive its manifestations. However, the rest of his physical form remained firmly entrenched in the familiar grip of the secondary time flow. As a result of this dichotomy, he found himself in a perplexing state, a keen observer of the impending chain assault, yet incapacitated to evade it due to the temporal incongruity between his perception and his body's response. Within Wyatt, a potent struggle unfolded, an inner conflict between his perception of time rule and the constraints of his physical body. Having discerned the flaw in his enigmatic immunity to the time rule, Wyatt had devised a method to surmount it. This involved him using the physical one with the world state to form a harmonious connection with the world around him. In this state, he aimed to assimilate as much of his surroundings as possible, making them a part of his physical body. When the devil's chain whip entered this vicinity, it would influence the interconnected surroundings that had become a part of him, triggering his mysterious immunity to time. This, in turn, would enable him to access the tertiary time flow brought about by the devil. Once Wyatt's body could harness this tertiary time flow, he would adeptly evade its effects. Wyatt's keen deduction proved accurate. For the moment the infamous Belphegor's chain whips slithered into his surrounding, he felt the tertiary time flow the chain whips had used to travel faster than the secondary time flow. Embracing the mystical tertiary time flow, he deftly sidestepped the vicious whips, mere hair's breadth away, much to Belphegor's astonishment and bewilderment. This sudden twist had left even the devil himself shell-shocked. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern region, Southern capital. Belphegor's jaw dropped, unable to hide his astonishment. Witnessing Wyatt expertly maneuvering his time rule-empowered chain whips was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The very feat of dodging those whips, infused with the enigmatic power of time rule itself, surpassed all expectations. Even the four mighty demigods, who had sacrificially merged their divinity to ascend closer to transcendence, found themselves only barely capable of evading the relentless onslaught of those time rule-infused chain whips. As Wyatt showcased the same extraordinary accomplishment, it became evident that he now embodied a strength that rivaled the collective might of the four divinities. His newfound prowess hinted at a power greater than that of an elite demigod, let alone a regular one, making him a formidable force that could stand toe-to-toe with the power closer to transcendence. This was no ordinary power wielded by a mere above-average demigod. Instead, it emanated from one who had sensed the transcendence. The sheer magnitude of this newfound strength forced Belphegor to regard the strength displayed by Wyatt with utmost seriousness. It was evident that Wyatt had tapped into a realm beyond the conventional, harnessing forces that few could comprehend. The very thought of getting an easy win over Wyatt now seemed folly, as the gap between their abilities had drastically decreased. In the face of such unparalleled might, even Belphegor, a seasoned figure of power, could not help but acknowledge Wyatt's current strength, regardless of its temporary nature. "Kid, it appears you've struck a deal with a formidable patron this time." "Who is it?" "Is it Ball? That insufferable bastard has been plotting against me for ages." "It should be him." Belphegor's disbelief grew as he was sure that Wyatt's newfound power truly belonged to him, or that one of his devilish adversaries had intervened to aid him out of spite. In the realm of uncertainty, suspicion danced with curiosity, leaving Belphegor to ponder the true origin of Wyatt's might. The sinister undercurrents of past grudges only served to fuel his doubts, wondering if an old nemesis had covertly lent their strength to the young demigod, aiming to settle the score through Wyatt's newfound power. In disbelief, Belphegor wrestled with two undeniable reasons that made him doubt Wyatt's newfound might. Firstly, a mere 8 days ago, Wyatt had been lingering within the humble ranks of the demon soldier realm, a stark contrast to the overwhelming strength he now wielded. The rapid ascent from insignificance to greatness was a riddle yet to be unraveled. Secondly, and more perplexing still, was the peculiar amalgamation of curse energy interwoven within Wyatt's soul energy signature. Such an eerie blend of energies suggested that Wyatt had ventured down a treacherous path and struck a sinister deal with an enigmatic patron. The veil of mystery surrounding his newfound strength was thick, making Belphegor keenly aware that Wyatt could not have borrowed his newfound strength without paying any cost or making any sacrifice. "I think you should take a look at, why concern yourself with the origins of my newfound strength? It can be a new patron or something else, who cares? Instead, let our fists do the talking and see whose power reigns supreme," Wyatt retorted playfully. He was wise enough to keep Belphegor in the dark about the source of his power. After all, some secrets were best kept shrouded in mystery, especially from your enemies and right in the middle of a decisive life and death battle. "Listen up, you dumb fuck. Your soul belongs to me, and I won't stand for you bartering away my possessions. Confess that you haven't struck a deal with another devil to gain your newfound strength," Belphegor roared as his frustration boiled over. The notion of Wyatt striking such a dangerous bargain with another devil did not sit well with him, and he was determined to get to the bottom of it. Belphegor's problem was not with Wyatt's search for a new devil or whatever as a patron to draw strength from. What truly concerned him, however, was the nature of the pact Wyatt struck with this new patron in exchange for that strength. If another devil already held a claim on Wyatt's soul, even if Belphegor killed him, he would be unable to harvest his soul, for it would journey to the realm of the devil with rightful ownership. This would imply that the mighty demon Belphegor would essentially be offering Wyatt's soul to another devil on a silver platter. This notion unsettled Belphegor greatly because killing Wyatt, extracting his soul, and subjecting it to eternal torment were essential to erasing his tarnished pride. That's why he genuinely cared about the source of Wyatt's strength, who provided it, and what price was to be paid. That's it. Years up, with a scowl etched across his face, Wyatt did not like being cussed at by the likes of Belphegor. In a burst of fury, he let out a fierce battle cry and charged at the demon with all the strength he could muster, his fists clenched and ready for the clash that was about to unfold. As Wyatt's charging form came hurtling towards him, Belphegor simply scoffed, his malevolent grin widening as he mockingly chanted, "Temporal quicksand." The very fabric of time seemed to respond to his wicked incantation, weaving a treacherous trap to ensnare his impulsive adversary. Nearing Belphegor, the ground beneath Wyatt's feet rippled and shifted like a devious mirage, threatening to halt the flow of time itself. As Wyatt unwittingly stepped into the treacherous embrace of Belphegor's temporal quicksand, the demon's confidence soared, and a wicked grin spread across his face. With calculated precision, he unleashed his twin chain whips imbued with time rule power, hurtling them toward Wyatt with the assurance of a master strategist. This very move had proven its might in the past, effectively slowing down and killing 4 formidable demigods who had dared to share their divinities to gain power almost near the realm of the transcendent. Belphegor relished the memory of that triumphant moment as he now sought to ensnare Wyatt in the same inescapable grasp. Fate had a cruel twist in store for Belphegor, for it wasn't Wyatt who stumbled into the temporal quicksand but the demon himself who, in his arrogance, wielded this skill against one immune to the time rule. With a swift and unexpected maneuver, Wyatt dodged the incoming chain whips effortlessly without being slowed by the temporal quicksand covering the vicinity, leaving Belphegor dumbfounded and vulnerable. In an instant, the tables turned, and a punishing fist met the devil's face, delivering a satisfying blow as retribution for his misplaced confidence. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321. Time 9:52. Location Southern Region, Southern Capital. The moment Wyatt's powerful fist connected with Belphegor's astonished face, the devil was propelled rearward. Yet, he swiftly reclaimed control over his body, compelling it to an abrupt halt, and stood suspended in midair. Noticing that Wyatt's punch didn't pack the same punch as before, Belphegor stared at Wyatt with a blend of surprise and puzzlement. He was surprised because Wyatt seemed unfazed while moving through the tricky temporal quicksand, and he was puzzled because he was certain Wyatt had put all his strength into the punch, yet it didn't measure up to the earlier blow that had broken his tusks. However, Belphegor didn't dwell further on the fact that Wyatt's punch wasn't potent as earlier, as his focus was entirely consumed by the realization that his 2 prominent time rule-based attacks, which had successfully taken down around 8 demigods before, were now proving ineffective against Wyatt. Belphegor had a sense that his time rule mastery wasn't merely falling short against Wyatt, it was like they held no sway over him. This feeling intensified when he witnessed Wyatt effortlessly walking through his temporal quicksand skill. The only individuals Belphegor recognized as capable of such feats were major players within the Dark Realm and adherents of the Devil Merchant Code. Thus, he couldn't help but speculate whether one of those figures was the patrons whose power Wyatt was currently harnessing. If this turned out to be true, Belphegor knew it was going to be a struggle for him to cleanse the stain off of his pride. If those entities were ready to grant Wyatt such a significant portion of their power, it implied that what Wyatt had offered them in exchange for borrowing that power held immense value. Belphegor sincerely wished that Wyatt's soul wasn't included in the deal. If it turned out otherwise, his quest for revenge would remain unfinished, even if he was the one responsible for Wyatt's miserable end. Listen closely, you arrogant bastard. I have decided, regardless of whom you have sold your soul to once I'm done killing you, I am willing to sacrifice a piece of my own existence just to seal your soul right back into your lifeless body just so that I can subject you to all the torment that the myriad realms have to offer. Worried by the secret behind how and what Wyatt had exchanged for his current might, Belphegor resolutely chose to sacrifice a fraction of his own life, intending to seal Wyatt's soul in a way that prevented it from fulfilling whatever pact Wyatt had struck to obtain his present power. You pig bastard, have as many wet dreams in that pork brain of yours as you want, but... Wyatt said in disgust, and his eyes conveyed the same to the Belphegor. You despicable swine, indulge in your perverse fantasies within that pork brain of yours all you desire, but keep me out of them. Wyatt spat out in revulsion as he gazed at Belphegor in disgust. Wyatt's disgust-filled gaze provoked Belphegor into a thunderous roar as he invoked one of his abilities, bellowing its name, Infernal Temporal Stride. In the blink of an eye, Belphegor disappeared from his initial spot, his figure was nowhere to be seen. As Belphegor triggered yet another of his time-infused skills, Wyatt remained composed, suspended in midair, unwaveringly anticipating Belphegor's move. In a matter of seconds, 6 floating humanoid arms materialized behind Wyatt, seamlessly joining together to form a protective barrier. This arm's shield materialized just in time to intercept Belphegor's surprise punch, which had seemingly materialized out of thin air behind him. What was more noticeable was the fact that, upon his reappearance, Belphegor's stature had expanded drastically, stretching from a previous 9 feet to an imposing 21 feet. Notably, even the hourglass relic fastened to his back, and the golden chain adorning him had enlarged proportionally to accommodate Belphegor's new stature. Once more, Belphegor stood in sheer bewilderment as he witnessed Wyatt successfully intercepting his punch. Yet, what truly unsettled him was the inexplicable suction force that seized his fist upon contact with Wyatt's floating arms, which had joined together to form a protective barrier on Wyatt's back. Upon the impact of his fist with Wyatt's arms, Belphegor felt as though these arms had drained every ounce of power from his blow, causing it to come to an abrupt halt. Belphegor had noticed this previously when he had attacked Wyatt but was easily blocked and countered by him. In the heat of the movement and clouded his rage, Belphegor had neglected it, but seeing the same repeat itself, he made note of it, feeling that Wyatt was using a troublesome ability. Your ability to halt this time rule-based attack indicates it's not ball bestowing you with his might. Yet, the enigmatic pull in your grasp bears a semblance to Beelzebub's power. Did you strike a deal with that insatiable wretch and offer up your soul to him? Believing that Wyatt had harnessed power from one of his adversaries, Belphegor resolved to employ tactics he had used against them in his confrontation with Wyatt. Observing the failure of the infernal temporal stride against Wyatt, he crossed Ball off the list of potential devils aiding Wyatt. Is that pathetic display supposed to be an attack? Your mind must be truly stuffed with pork, you wretched pig. Wyatt's voice thundered. Simultaneously, one of his suspended fists materialized above Belphegor's head, delivering a powerful blow that sent him hurtling down, crashing into the ground below. Belphegor's employment of the infernal temporal stride skill resembled his utilization of the chain whips. Instead of channeling power into the chain whips, he was infusing his physical body with the time rule power. However, upon entering the tertiary time flow, Belphegor refrained from immediately launching an assault on Wyatt. Instead, he maneuvered around Wyatt in a circular manner for a full minute, which was equal to a second in secondary time flow, before striking him from behind. Wyatt found himself pondering the reason behind Belphegor's choice to adopt this approach rather than directly engaging him. Based on Belphegor's words, it seemed that he had effectively deployed a comparable maneuver against a devil named Ball. The success could have stemmed from Ball's utilization of a specific artifact, relic, or tactic to counter Belphegor's time rule mastery. Otherwise, Wyatt could think of a possibility where such an attack could prove effective against an adept in the time rule. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Lying sprawled on the ground, Belphegor pondered why he hadn't been able to defend against Wyatt's punch aimed at his head. Based on the force behind the 2 previous punches from Wyatt, Belphegor believed he had measured Wyatt's overall strength. Consequently, he decided to enlarge his physical body, hoping to overpower Wyatt with the increased might that came with it. Surprisingly, not only did Wyatt successfully fend off Belphegor's attack, but he also managed to swiftly floor him with a single punch. Belphegor had endured 3 punches from Wyatt by now, carefully examining each blow. He came to the realization that Wyatt's skill in neutralizing the impact of incoming punches was far more problematic than he had initially believed. It wasn't merely a matter of Wyatt absorbing the force of his opponent's strikes, he was also capable of storing that energy as his own. This meant that Wyatt's subsequent attacks packed added damage, combining both his own strength and that of his adversary. Belphegor had finally comprehended the reason behind the varying strengths of Wyatt's punches. The initial strike held not just Wyatt's own power, but also harnessed the force of his opponent. Similarly, the astonishing might of the third punch arose from the amalgamation of both Wyatt's and his enemy's might. However, this was not the case with the second punch, leading to its notably diminished strength in comparison to the first and third punches. After deciphering Wyatt's ability to absorb force, Belphegor's investigation wasn't complete. He faced another challenge, one more vexing than Wyatt's force absorption prowess. This power rendered Belphegor's mastery over time rules and time-based skills almost ineffective against Wyatt. When he employed his infernal temporal stride skill, hoping to discern if Wyatt utilized an item similar to the one Devil Ball had, which countered his time rule. Yet, He found this wasn't the case. Nevertheless, in this process, Belphegor uncovered a peculiar trait about Wyatt. It seemed that Wyatt couldn't access the tertiary time flow unless Belphegor drew closer to him. While operating within the tertiary time flow, Belphegor spent a minute circling around Wyatt. During this minute he observed and discerned that Wyatt remained confined within the secondary time flow. However, when Belphegor advanced to launch an attack, he witnessed Wyatt swiftly accessing the tertiary time flow. This occurrence held significance, inviting deeper contemplation. "Hey, kid, did you comprehend the time rule?" Belphegor inquired skeptically, although he was well aware that Wyatt hadn't really grasped it. If Wyatt had indeed understood it, the hourglass relic fastened to his back would incessantly push him to offer up Wyatt as a sacrifice to it. Belphegor posed this question as a test, curious to witness Wyatt's response. Sometimes, a person's reaction could reveal a great deal about them, particularly when caught off guard. "Belphegor, when are you gonna stop tiptoeing around? You won't snag my soul like this. Quit overwhelming your tiny brain with overthinking. Let your fists do the talking," Wyatt exclaimed, genuinely surprised by Belphegor's cautious approach. It was unexpected to witness Belphegor, a powerful devil who held command over the time rule, exhibiting such restraint. Not only was he cautious, but he also displayed remarkable patience. Belphegor was comfortable biding his time before taking action and rarely allowed his anger to take the reins. It was no wonder he managed to deceive the central government, passing off a fake name as his real one. Nevertheless, owing to his inherent cautious disposition, Belphegor had abandoned his former recklessness in the wake of witnessing Wyatt's formidable prowess. Every action he took now appeared to be a careful assessment of Wyatt's power and limits. It seemed Belphegor was unwilling to unleash his full might unless he was confident he would win or there were no conspiracies at play. This shift in his approach led Wyatt to rue showing off his newfound strength. Belphegor lacked a binding summon contract that would prevent him from departing the card world. He could simply retreat to the dark realm if something were to spook him. As a result, even though Wyatt was confident that his current strength could triumph over Belphegor, he refrained from initiating the confrontation. Instead, he waited for Belphegor to overconfidently instigate the fight. However, given Belphegor's cautious demeanor, it appeared that such a scenario wouldn't unfold anytime soon. "Ha ha ha, looks like you've made quite the gain with that demon merchant token I provided," Belphegor chuckled. He believed that Wyatt had utilized the Devil Merchant Code to acquire knowledge about him and his adversaries to establish connections with them to assist him in killing Belphegor. This could clarify why Wyatt promptly recognized that his present body was not his original, but an incarnation. Furthermore, it might explain Wyatt's ability to access the secondary time flow Belphegor had created, without needing to trigger time-based cards like the demigods had to or comprehend the time rule. "Your demon merchant token, I earned it fairly." Wyatt's words were cut short as Belphegor swiftly took action. Without a sound, Belphegor triggered the infernal temporal stride, stepping into the tertiary time flow, while confining Wyatt to the secondary time flow. With a single fluid motion, Belphegor hoisted himself up from the ground. As he soared through the air, he underwent a remarkable transformation, expanding his stature from 21 feet to an imposing 110 feet. His massive palms then came together, sandwiching Wyatt between them at an insane speed. Wyatt's attentive gaze swiftly captured Belphegor's initiation of a time rule-infused assault. The instant Belphegor's palms entered the vicinity that had become part of Wyatt when he entered one with world state physically, his own body gained the ability to tap into the tertiary time flow. Acting without delay, Wyatt extended his mysterious force-absorbing prowess to the surrounding environment that was now part of him, enveloping himself in a foreboding, shadowy diamond-like barrier. Belphegor's colossal hands abruptly halted upon encountering the protective barrier encompassing Wyatt, their momentum absorbed by it. He suddenly acted, hoping that with incredible speed he could exploit the flaw he noticed while Wyatt accessed the tertiary time flow, that he could only access it when he was close to him. However, his attempt was in vain as Wyatt reacted faster than his attack. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Belphegor was not wrong to think that he could use his incredible speed to take advantage of the fact that Wyatt could only enter the tertiary time flow when he was close to him, as he had no idea that Wyatt's eyes could see into the tertiary time flow, which allowed him to react at an insane rate. Curse energy. The towering Belphegor, standing at a height of 110 feet, gazed at the protective barrier shaped like a black diamond that enveloped Wyatt. He muttered to himself, realizing that Wyatt's technique of absorbing forces was connected to a curse. This curse-based ability was distinct from the skills employed by Beelzebub. Nevertheless, the overwhelming intensity of the curse energy brought to mind a specific devil, although this devil was a loner by nature and unlikely to share her power with anyone. As Belphegor pondered the curse energy that Wyatt was manifesting, he witnessed an astonishing transformation. Wyatt's stature expanded significantly, evolving from a mere 9 feet to an imposing 110 feet, same height as Belphegor. Now standing at this towering height, Wyatt launched an assault on Belphegor. With a mighty fist, he delivered a forceful blow, channeling not only his own strength but also the energy he had absorbed from Belphegor's previous attack. Observing the situation unfold, Belphegor swiftly employed the infernal temporal stride ability. However, his intention was not to directly counter Wyatt's impending strike but rather to evade it. Recognizing that Wyatt's forthcoming fist blow would harness the energy accumulated from his earlier assault, Belphegor promptly initiated a retreat through the tertiary time flow. Wyatt, witnessing Belphegor's retreat, momentarily halted his attack, not wanting to waste the force he had accumulated from Belphegor's attack. "Why the sudden hesitation, Belphegor? Has your confidence wavered? Where's all that boldness you displayed when you were boasting about reaping my soul?" Wyatt taunted the devil, mocking his decision to withdraw instead of engaging in combat. "Boy, don't be full of yourself. If you are that confident about yourself, try not to dodge my next attack," Belphegor retorted. With a fluid motion, he wielded his chain whips, allowing them to spin through the air before coiling around his hands like a pair of chain gauntlets. Employing the infernal temporal stride once again, he charged toward Wyatt while uttering an incantation, Temporal Annihilation Fist. Using his soul pupils, Wyatt observed Belphegor's rapid approach and readied himself mentally to respond to the impending strike. The moment Belphegor closed in on him, Wyatt swiftly accessed the tertiary time flow, infusing his fist with the energy he had earlier absorbed from Belphegor's attack. In an instant, their fists collided with each other, resulting in a powerful clash. The energies propelling the two fists interchanged, propelling Belphegor backward once more due to the power behind Wyatt's punch. Surprisingly, Belphegor didn't appear disheartened by this outcome. Instead, a smirk adorned his face. His amusement grew as he observed Wyatt's form gradually dissipating into the air, carried away by the wind. Evidently, his temporal annihilation fist possessed an enigmatic effect to it, which was now gradually eroding Wyatt's existence. Looking down at his diminishing body, Wyatt let out a confused and frustrated exclamation, "What in the world?" After carefully dissecting the mysterious curse-infused ability that Wyatt employed to neutralize the impact of Belphegor's strikes, Belphegor deduced that Wyatt's technique primarily absorbed physical force and was ineffective against spiritual energy. With this understanding, Belphegor altered his approach. Instead of relying solely on his physical might, he harnessed the potency of his hybrid rune, Time Annihilation, a profoundly destructive ability in his arsenal. This calculated shift in a strategy aimed to exploit Wyatt's skill condition that it can only absorb physical power, enhancing Belphegor's chances of success of defeating Wyatt. While Belphegor exhibited traits of caution and cowards, uncommon for a devil of his formidable might, his approach was characterized by meticulous planning and careful calculation. He left no margin for mistakes. Belphegor reserved his decisive actions for moments when victory was virtually guaranteed. Only when he was absolutely certain of success would he willingly embrace the prospect of going all in against an adversary, and only if the situation demanded it. The results of his cautious and well-calculated actions stood plainly before him. The formerly proud and confident Wyatt, who did not spare a chance to taunt him, stood there suspended in midair as his 110 feet body dissipated with the wind. "Ha ha ha!" Belphegor erupted into laughter as he observed Wyatt's physical form gradually disintegrate and dissolve into the wind. It was as if his long-starved thirst for vengeance had finally been quenched, even if just a little. The taste of it only whets his appetite for more. The anticipation of harvesting Wyatt's soul and subjecting it to a myriad of excruciating torments filled him with grim satisfaction. He could hardly contain his eagerness to inflict every torment he could conceive upon Wyatt's captured soul. "Boy, you said that only by killing you could I reap your soul. Behold, I have killed your physical body. What do you have to say now?" Belphegor's voice rang out, a blend of triumph and sadistic amusement. "Ha ha ha, I eagerly anticipate the anguished cries your very soul shall emit as I subject it to torments that your limited mind cannot even comprehend," he proclaimed, his laughter bordering on manic as he awaited that anticipated moment of desperation. Belphegor relished the idea of witnessing Wyatt's despair and savoring it. Yet, as Wyatt's physical body was about to be disintegrated, the devil's expected expression of desperation did not appear on his face. It was as though Wyatt harbored no fear of his imminent death. This was a letdown for Belphegor, who exclaimed, "Why are you not pleading for life or shedding tears for your misguided choices to go against me? Cry, you freak, cry, you're ruining this for me. Belphegor, I'll grant you this much, your assault did manage to catch me off guard. However, the same attack will not work on me twice," Wyatt retorted before his face began to disintegrate and his physical body was completely destroyed. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. What is this guy blabbering about? Doesn't he realize it's all over for him? I won. His soul is mine to pick, Belphegor pondered, tuning into Wyatt's last words before his body crumbled into dust. Then, he realized that Wyatt's ego gem and grimoire were nowhere in sight. Weren't they supposed to fall after the Card Apprentice met their demise? When he had defeated the 18 demigods, their shattered ego gems and diamond grimoires had all fallen, and he had gathered and stored them in his personal space item. Coming to this understanding, Belphegor anxiously scanned the battlefield repeatedly, relying on his spiritual senses, as he knew that after obliterating Wyatt's physical form, his soul ought to be within his ego gem. Despite his persistent and thorough search, he couldn't detect even a hint of its presence. Time was of the essence. If he intended to dedicate a portion of his own life to imprison Wyatt's soul within the ego gem, a move that would render any pacts Wyatt made with other infernal beings regarding his soul difficult to fulfill, as he was employing forbidden arts to lock the soul away. So he had to locate it promptly. A couple of seconds later, the phrases Wyatt uttered before his body crumbled into dust echoed within the devil's mind once more, and this time Belphegor grasped the intended meaning of those words. With this understanding dawning upon him, Belphegor clenched his teeth, his face contorting into a grotesque expression as he mumbled, "That bastard isn't dead." In no time, the anger that had seemed to simmer down burst forth like a volcanic eruption, and he bellowed, "Show yourself, you scoundrel. Have you had your fill of amusement at my expense? Reveal yourself, you miserable bastard." Belphegor's shout reverberated across the secondary time flow, yet there was no response. Nevertheless, he persisted in shouting like a crazed devil. The humiliation of being deceived brought back memories of his most disgraceful history, being defeated by a mere mortal. The amalgamation of past and present shame bore down on his pride, and this burden amplified his rage to an unprecedented level, overpowering his usual cautious and fearful demeanor. Belphegor couldn't fathom how he had fallen for another trick, especially after swearing to never again underestimate his opponent. Yet, facing the might of the temporal annihilation fist, nobody emerged unscathed from a direct blow. Thus, when Wyatt took that devastating attack head-on, Belphegor grew confident in his triumph and began his celebrations prematurely, unaware that the battle was far from over. That cursed Wyatt, he had become Belphegor's nemesis. This was the reason Belphegor exercised an abundance of caution when dealing with Wyatt. He recognized that Wyatt, despite his mortal origins, was not to be underestimated, especially due to his shrewd intellect. "Reveal yourself, you sneaky bastard. If you don't, I'll begin attacking the folks in this city, starting with the girl you sought to protect when you borrowed my power," Belphegor shouted, pointing at Anne. His purpose was evident. If Wyatt persisted in toying with him and purposeful embarrassing him, Belphegor would shift his focus to individuals Wyatt held dear, coercing him to step out of hiding. Rapdi Alpha S Novel Wyatt's decision to remain concealed within one of his pebble-encased pseudo-calamity soul gems scattered throughout the city wasn't driven by a desire to further humiliate Belphegor, but rather, he aimed to decipher Belphegor's temporal annihilation fist. This particular strike was a manifestation of an absolute void where there was no concept of time. His elder Gigamite physique's defenses proved futile against its inexorable power. Once touched by this attack, one became a fragment of nothingness, with no means of evasion or defense available. Following Wyatt's directives, the Hive AI diligently reviewed battle footage, aiming to deduce Belphegor's attack and formulate an effective defense. Wyatt recognized that until the Hive AI cracked this puzzle, he could feign his demise. Yet, the devil soon discerned this ruse and used Wyatt's companions as leverage to coerce his appearance before the Hive AI completed her analysis. Now, Wyatt had no choice but to show himself while thinking of a way to defeat Belphegor while evading the formidable temporal annihilation fist. Ha ha ha, what happened? You do not like a good game of hide and seek? Since you couldn't find me, does that mean I won? Abruptly, a colossal human figure, standing at a towering 110 feet, materialized from the streets of the southern capital. Wyatt had revealed himself to Belphegor. His ongoing taunts were aimed at diverting Belphegor's attention to himself, ensuring it didn't shift toward his companions. However, Wyatt executed this plan with careful consideration, as he aimed to prevent Belphegor from becoming so exasperated that he would redirect his hostility toward those close to him stuck in the original time flow. Yes, indeed, and your prize is a temporal annihilation fist, Belphegor affirmed. As soon as Wyatt made his presence known, Belphegor wasted no time and lunged towards him, employing infernal temporal stride, his fury reaching its zenith. Having learned the overwhelming potency of Belphegor's fist, Wyatt deftly evaded the attack, retreating out of Belphegor's melee range. Consequently, Belphegor's temporal annihilation fist struck nothing but empty air, creating a fleeting void that sealed shut within a matter of seconds. This time, while evading the attack, Wyatt took meticulous care to observe Belphegor's temporal annihilation fist, and in doing so, he stumbled upon a staggering revelation. Belphegor was inherently unable to control and harness the full might of the temporal annihilation fist. Hence, Belphegor had ingeniously sheathed the ends of an unknown chain around his hands like protective gauntlets. These chain gauntlets effectively absorbed any uncontrolled energy emanating from the temporal annihilation fist, preventing potential harm to his own hands whenever he wielded the devastating technique. Wyatt also observed that each time Belphegor unleashed the temporal annihilation fist, a substantial amount of sand from the lower portion of his hourglass relic diminished significantly. Should Belphegor employ this technique a few more times, the lower chamber of the hourglass relic would be entirely drained of temporal sands. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:52, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. After employing the temporal annihilation fist consecutively on 2 occasions, Belphegor quickly realized that this ability might be depleting a considerable amount of sand from the lower compartment of his hourglass relic faster than he had anticipated. As a result, he firmly resolved to employ this skill only when he was confident of striking Wyatt, and also to manage the sands within his relic more efficiently. Erase secondary time flow, Belphegor chanted, recalling his time ability. Since for some unknown reason time rule was basically useless against Wyatt, Belphegor felt there was no point in continuing to maintain the secondary time flow or using the time rule against him for that matter. However, there was another significant motive behind his actions. He aimed to lure more demigods into recklessly confronting him or aiding Wyatt. This would allow him to offer them as sacrifices to the hourglass relic, thereby replenishing the sands in the lower section of the relic. The moment Belphegor eliminated the secondary time flow, the original time flow, which happened to seem stuck, began to appear to move at a regular pace. The 250 turrets resumed their slaughter of the demon army, while the 75 demigods continued their pursuit of the 5 devils. Anne and Jill, who were previously observing a group of unknown demigods gather around Wyatt, suddenly found that spot vacant. Further away, they witnessed a colossal devil and an immense Wyatt engaged in a standoff. Meanwhile, the unknown demigods that had gathered around Wyatt were missing, leaving Anne and Jill baffled by the altered scene. They exclaimed, "What just happened? Holy shit, did you know Wyatt could turn into a giant?" Jill exclaimed in astonishment, watching as a towering 110-foot-tall Wyatt confronted the equally massive Mohawk devil of the same height. He must possess a card for that ability, I suppose. His followers in Sky Blossom City can employ it too. Remember that viral video? A bunch of card apprentices from a high school gang wiped out nearly 100,000 members of a rival gang using a giant transformation card. Anne responded, her gaze fixed on the towering 110-foot-tall Wyatt. Unbeknownst to her, she was just a few inches away from a calamity a minute ago, but his timely intervention saved her. Rap D Alpha S Novelle, they were Wyatt's supporters. The post I saw didn't provide many details on them. Plus, I had no clue that Wyatt is leading a high school gang. It's quite unbelievable. He's so reliable at times that you almost forget he's just a teenager, Jill remarked at the risk of stating the obvious. Do you believe he can defeat the devil? Anne inquired anxiously, a sense of helplessness washing over her. She had assumed she had all bases covered when Wyatt entrusted his security detail to her, yet it appeared her preparations had been insufficient. Once again, Wyatt had to step in to ensure his own survival. Anne disliked this sensation intensely. She hated the fact that Wyatt might have risked his soul to gain his current power. With Anna away on her training retreat, Anne held on to the hope that she could forge a connection with Wyatt and maybe even convince him that they could date, alongside Anna, of course, as she did not have a choice in this matter considering her relationship with Anna. Despite her best efforts, all her attempts in this direction faltered. Wyatt was steadfast in his refusal to entertain such thoughts, deeming them inappropriate due to his existing relationship with Anna. Though Anne commended Wyatt's loyalty, she also hated it. Regardless of the assertions from the Heatsen family, Anne deep down knew that she wasn't Anna's twin but rather her origin card. Now she chose to embrace her unique status and leverage it to her benefit. Anne believed that as long as Wyatt pursued her, Anna would find it challenging to reject him. Armed with this knowledge, Anne simplified her initial goal from aiming to make Wyatt fall for her to help him comprehend that being in a relationship with her wouldn't constitute a betrayal of Anna or any wrongdoing. Since she was intricately linked to Anna, Anne reasoned that as Anna's lover, Wyatt had every entitlement to utilize her as he saw fit. She held on to the belief that over time, Wyatt would gradually develop feelings for her as well. To make that happen, Anne's initial move involved aiding Wyatt in his endeavor to attend the early admission interview at Morningstar University and return safely. However, things took a turn for the worse, especially when the Mohawk Devil with Time Rule Mastery appeared on the scene. Since that point, Anne had been striving to establish a connection with Anna, aiming to merge with her and gain the empowerment of the array formation that enveloped the southern region, aiming to teach the Mohawk Devil to be humble. Despite her efforts, every attempt to connect with Anna proved futile. It was as though Anna existed in a separate dimension, eluding Anne's reach. She immediately concluded that their grandaunt had sealed Anna in one of her dimensions for Anna's training, and considering her grandaunt's mastery over seals, Anne understood she could not contact Anna regardless of the bond inseparable between them. Considering he's managed to withstand the Devil's mastery of Time Rule Mastery this far, he should indeed be capable of defeating the Devil as he claimed. Think about it, when has he ever made a promise he couldn't fulfill? We just need to trust that he hasn't done something reckless to attain this strength, Jill reassured Anne, though these words also served as reassurance for herself. Witnessing the change in the scene that they were keenly watching, Jill and Anne immediately understood that the Mohawk Devil might have made use of the Time Rule. And seeing how Wyatt was able to face off the Mohawk Devil despite its Time Rule mastery, Jill and Anne immediately concluded Wyatt had once again made a deal with the Devil like the time he defeated Agent Lewis. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Date the 13th of April 2321, time 9:53, location Southern Region, Southern Capital. Wyatt wasn't taken aback upon witnessing Belphegor wipe out the secondary time flow, having used the Temporal Annihilation Fist twice in a row. He would be surprised if Belphegor chose not to erase the secondary time flow and continued to squander the sands in the lower section of his hourglass relic. But this move of Bullhager made Wyatt very cautious, not because he believed Bullhager was up to something, it was because now he would be facing Bullhager's true strength. For the demigods that attacked Belphegor, his Time Rule mastery was their undoing, but for Wyatt, it was actually an advantage. Since for some unknown reason he was immune to Time Rule. So when Belphegor was using the Time Rule in his physical prowess to fight him, Wyatt easily breezed through it because of his mysterious immunity to the Time Rule and the SSS rank movement Seal Blood Curse that allowed him to absorb the force behind Belphegor's physical attacks. However, now he will be facing Belphegor, who will use his other rule powers. Wyatt almost died when Belphegor used Temporal Annihilation Fist, a technique derived from a hybrid time rune, instead of using physical strength. Now, just thinking of the various arsenal of rule powers that Belphegor could possibly use against him had Wyatt a little concerned. He was no longer calm as he was before, instead he was more focused and sharp, ready to take on whatever Belphegor throws at him. Interesting curse power you got there. I take it just like the Time Rule, physical attacks are also useless against you. Well, let me see if the Fire Rule is also useless against you. Blaze Pelt and Ember Ignition Fist. With Belphegor's chant, his brown-black fur caught on fire. No, his fur had turned into a fur of flame. As he clenched his hands into fists, an apparition of flame gloves appeared on his hands. The sight of a 110 feet human-like boar wrapped in a fiery pelt was truly terrifying, resembling the embodiment of fire itself. It posed a menacing presence, capable of scorching anything that crossed its way. It seemed like Belphegor intended to combine his fire rule with his physical strength in the upcoming decisive battle against Wyatt. While Wyatt's SSS rank movement Seal Blood Curse could absorb the impact from Belphegor's punches, it would leave him vulnerable to the fire-based damage, especially when factoring in the special and additional effects of the 2 fire rule abilities that Belphegor had just triggered. I don't know how you acquired your power, but let me make this clear, I'm taking your soul today, no matter what I have to sacrifice. Fire rune. Flickering steps, Belphegor roared, and in an instant, his body flickered akin to a flame, vanishing and then reappearing right beside Wyatt. The moment Belphegor laid eyes on Wyatt, it activated Wyatt's, "If you see me, I see you," ability. This enabled Wyatt to conjure 11 pairs of hands that swiftly united to thwart Belphegor's rapid flurry of punches, even in the face of his lightning-fast flickering steps. The SSS rank movement Seal Blood Curse covering the 11 pairs of hands conjured by Wyatt had managed to absorb the impact of Belphegor's fist. However, it proved ineffective against his fire rule-infused attack, which left ember-shaped marks on the hands. Wyatt was taken aback by the relatively mild damage caused by Belphegor's ember ignition fist. In truth, aside from the ember marks on all of his 11 pairs of floating hands, the attack hardly dealt any real harm. Nevertheless, Wyatt remained vigilant. When he observed Belphegor hastily withdrawing with a mocking grin, he became wary, recognizing that Belphegor's assault was far from over. Pulling back to a secure distance with an ugly grin stretching across his face and a cunning glint in his eyes, Belphegor looked at Wyatt and his 11 floating arms marked by the embers of his attack and shouted at the top of his lungs, "IG Knight." Yet, at the very moment Belphegor began to utter the syllable, "IG," he witnessed the floating arms vanish from Wyatt's side. As he completed the pronunciation with, "Knight," the 11 pairs of floating arms materialized next to him, seizing hold of his body, whose pelt was ablaze with fiery flames. Rap D Alpha S Novel Boom. The instant he finished uttering the word, "Ignite," the ember-shaped imprints on the 11 pairs of hands clutching Belphegor burst into a sequence of massive explosions. It became apparent that the ember ignition fist had transformed Wyatt's floating hands into fire rule-infused bombs by marking them ember marks. The thunderous roar of the explosion and the searing brilliance of its flash caught all the inhabitants of the southern capital off guard, Wyatt included, since he was only a few hundred feet away from the blast. Observing Belphegor's retreat, Wyatt had sensed that the giant humanoid harbored a sinister intention. Determined to thwart its scheme, he intended to ensnare it with his floating arms. Before it could execute its plan fully, little did he anticipate the devil employing such a cunning trick. Since Wyatt had focused on Belphegor's actions, he momentarily overlooked analyzing the ember marks using his soul pupils. Thankfully, things eventually fell into place in his favor. Once the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Wyatt's gaze fell upon the charred body of Belphegor that stood in a wobbly manner. The once flaming fur that adorned the devil was now reduced to ashes, exposing charred muscle tissue beneath. The devil's body bore multiple wounds, with blood trickling from various injuries, notably its eyes, ears, and nose. Struggling to maintain composure, Belphegor fought off the urge to vomit, though his efforts proved futile as he spewed forth blood. His weakened state made it challenging for him just to remain upright. Despite his senses being clouded by the aftermath of the blast, Belphegor sensed an enormous presence rapidly closing in on him. Before he could react, a forceful blow struck his face. Familiar with the sensation from past encounters, Belphegor immediately guessed that it was Wyatt who had landed the punch.